with some Scottish music or something. I don't know what the hell it is. Actually, look, I forgot I could do this. There you go. Tired as shit. I don't look too tired, but you look tired. I don't look too tired. I feel like. Huh?
Slept on the plane. I didn't sleep a week.
I didn't sleep much.
I feel like I need a beer.
Like you need a beer? Now?
With this music?
I'd pass out. Nice trees.
Before we leave, or right after we leave, before we get out there, they'll have us up there standing on the deck.
You see it?
Yep. I think I got it over there.
Are you giving anything besides the better of the... Look at that. I mean, wouldn't we be pressure washing it if that was our house?
Probably not allowed to. We'll have to get on the ship and take pictures of that, huh?
Yeah. That's why you can't sleep, because you gotta take pictures.
Can't sleep.
Huh?
Wow, that's great. Look at that castle up on top. See it? There's castles everywhere. I'm taking a video. We're finally here. And plane ride took forever. We're in Dover, and those are the Dover famous white cliffs. Tasha's clicked about 100 pictures already. Tasha, look how they...
Look at the waves. Oh my God, we're going to be so sick.
No, we're not. That's just right here. Out there, probably in that.
Wow, it looks gorgeous.
It's different than anywhere else, isn't it? Wow. Look, is that a guy fishing down there?
Where?
On the thing. He's got a big pole. You see that guy? There's a guy down there! There's a guy down there, goddammit!
That's like my bear.
It's a Geraldo impression.
Look, it's weird not to see the U.S. flag flying.
Well, Tasha, you know, we've been to islands before where we don't see it.
those that tell you that we can't.
First,
That's not America.
there's our next
That's not
president.
the American people.
We're even seeing Fox News in the North Sea. Are we in the Baltic yet? Getting close.
Great talk.
This is what I'm talking about. The world can listen to this.
Today, the jobs report is another reminder.
They love us.
Right?
Yep. They're tough times in Wisconsin. They're tough times. Tough times.
Even,
all over America.
I don't think you need them.
You're
Much,
worried
right?
about keeping
Look,
your
it's
jobs,
just
finding a new
nighttime.
one, struggling to put food on the table and stay in your home.
That's
All
fine.
you ever asked of government is to stand on your side, not in your way, and that's what I intend to do. Stand on your side and fight.
He said, even if you live long enough, you can see a president of France who supports the right wing.
I'll keep taxes low and cut them where I can. My opponent will raise your taxes.
That's right. Ooh.
I'll open new markets to our goods and services. My opponent will close them.
This is Copenhagen, Denmark. We've already had our breakfast. Took them forever to get my egg right, but it's okay. See the police. I got the police, just making sure. Are those shops down there? Or?
Probably. Are you gonna narrate? We're in
I already said,
Copenhagen.
I said it before. I try not to do it as much. I sound like a picture. This one, I had it zoomed in. It's got all your pimples.
I got this
I
one.
don't know. Do they have air conditioning there? I heard in Russia it gets real hot in places. There's no air.
We're
Okay.
in Copenhagen, going to find a little mermaid.
The mermaid.
And
There's my mermaid right there. Oh, there she is over there. See, we can step down there. You're gonna have to, because you're gonna get everybody else in the picture, aren't you? Why don't you let me take one of you first? Opera house.
okay,
Okay.
on retourne à 11h20 s'il vous plaît. 11h20 au bus. Hein, madame, n'oubliez pas. S'il vous plaît. On va au château de la Reine qui s'appelle
What'd you say?
Amalek. Et en face, vous avez la nouvelle opéra.
No, they'll turn out. Natasha. Danish is half English, half German, so Tasha's like right at home.
Like listening to my mom.
Yeah. And she sounds like your mother, the accent, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Tasha, look how pretty. Beautiful.
Right before everybody walks in front. 5 for the noblemen to come into town, and it is built in the Rococo style.
The first king, Mr. the Seventh, came to his palace, and here was the crown prince.
But the other castle where the royal family lived, Christiansborg, burned down in 1654, so the new...
En 1960. Et dans la rue, votre première rue à gauche, il y a l'église russe avec les coupoles de oignon. Here you have the Russian church on your left-hand side down this Broadway street going downtown. You can also choose that if you want to go back. Copenhagen was founded in the 12th century by an archbishop called Absalon, and he named it Copenhagen in Danish. It is meaning the commercial harbor. And there were so many fish in this harbor, so he found it was interesting to create a capital here. And there were so many fish, so you nearly could walk on it like a bridge over to Sweden. But now we export a lot of herrings and salmons. Later in the 15th centuries, the kings moved in, and it has been the capital since the 15th century. And now is coming up the marble church, which you saw from the other side, from Amalienborg. This is a Protestant church. Luther, he came to Denmark in 1537, and 85% are member of the church. This is the church here on your left-hand side. But we don't go much to church, but on the 24th of December, everybody is going to church for Christmas, of course. And if you want to get married in the church, you don't have to go to the town hall first and get your papers. It will be the same. You can see here down the street of Copenhagen, now the people are coming downtown, and there are many bicycles. You have to watch it when you cross over the street. There are many bicycles. Nearly everyone have a bicycle, and we have 5 million people, so maybe there are 3 million bikes in Denmark. It's also because it's a very flat country. The highest hill is only 5,000 feet. It's 170 meter high. It's in Jutland behind the highest hill. Where you have King's New Square. Here you have King's New Square. Today there's a fleeting market, and in the middle of the square you have the Christian statue of Christian V, the one who created this in the 17th century. Here on your right hand side you have Hotel Dangles here, and the pedestrian street, the walking street. A lot of people down the street here. Look here on your right hand side.
Oh my God.
Very good for shopping. And then you have Magasin, a big store on your right hand side. And here in front of you, you have the Royal Theatre. It is the second theatre on the square here. This one was created in 1874. And it's here we have the ballet and the play and the opera going on. Even we have the new opera, but in front you have two statues, Louis Holberg and Oehlenschläger. This is an old poet from the 17th century and from the 19th century. And another castle called Charlottenburg, here this red building on your right hand side. This is the School of Fine Art and Architecture. And in front you have the French Embassy and a very old manor house, Manoir. And here on your right hand side you have the beautiful canal called Nyhavn, a new harbor which was actually excavated 300 years ago. And you have a lot of restaurants, bars on your left hand side. This is the sunny side of the street. It is where you have the sunshine, the best restaurant. And here on your right hand side you have Amber Museum. Amber is a little yellow stone which you can find on the beaches in Denmark. And here you have the French Embassy, and next to the French Embassy you have the European Environment Agency in this building here. there was a lot of cafes around this place. A square here, it's a nice square. And here we have one long line, because in the old days when we had the ramparts, which we destroyed 150 years ago, we have the old part to the left of Copenhagen. But at the time of Christian IV, he was living at Christiansborg Castle, and it was too old and too warm in the summertime, so he wanted to create his summer house where he could cultivate agriculture and so on. So he found a place outside the ramparts, and now we're coming up to the King's Garden, where we have the beautiful castle which Christian IV created in 1630. It is called the Rose Castle. Inside, downstairs in the cellars, we have the Crown Julius, the two crowns from Christian IV coronation in the 16th century, and from the absolute monarchy, and also the pearls and diamonds and all the jewelers which the Queen are allowed to use in Denmark. And when she goes abroad, she's going to have copies. Look here, now the changing of the guard is taking place in 20 minutes. Here on your left-hand side you have the royal soldiers leaving the barracks at Rosenborg and going down to Amalienborg, the ones you just saw. Now they're going to change here. The big changing is at 12 o'clock in 20 minutes.
Perfect timing on that one, huh? That's cool. Just lucky, I know.
And here to the left we have the round tower from Christian IV's time. And here on the right hand side you have the King's Garden.
There's just so much glare on there.
And coming up the Rose Castle, which is built like a little villa in the outside the ramparts from 1603 until 1630. It is built in the Dutch Renaissance style, and the green roof is copper, and it has never burned. And inside you have a beautiful museum of the Oldenburg, the first dynasty of Denmark. Here from this gate they just left here and they're coming back in 1 hour, and this is the barracks where they're living, the soldiers.
Just gotta be ready,
We also have a botanical garden in Copenhagen. On your right hand side you have a botanical garden, and now we're coming up to a station. Yes, nearly everyone have a bicycle, so this is the second Queen of Denmark, the bikes. Now we're coming up to the station called the North Gate Station. And when you have an S up over the train, it's meaning that we have an electric train going out to the suburbs, because many people are living outside the capital. They have owning their own houses, and then they take the train in the morning to come into town. And then they change with a bike and going down the small street of Copenhagen to their office. And I can assure you they're closed, otherwise it will be stolen, and a new bike is rather expensive. But we also have the metro on this station. We have a metro. We have two lines in Copenhagen, one going out to the airport and another one to the west. But we only have the metro for 6 years, and it was the Italian who created it, and in the beginning we had a lot of troubles, but now we're used to it, and we are using it a lot, because the traffic is growing and it's very difficult to park in Copenhagen, and also very expensive. You can see the cars are small in Denmark. It's because we have import cars. We don't have a car factory in Denmark, and a new car is costing the price of 2 new cars. But also the government, or the Council of Copenhagen, is putting out 3,000 bicycles for the tourists in the beginning of the season, and they're free, and in the end of the season they're all half broken down. So normally on this corner you put 20 kroner in, and then you can use them all day long, and when you give them back, you get your money back. Now we're coming down in the Latin Quarter. It's here we have our university since the 16th century. And at that time you had to go to Rome and ask the Pope to create a university in Copenhagen, so they were speaking Latin. But today our language, which I already have told you, is half English, half German, Anglo-Saxon. Now is coming up the Round Tower, which Christian IV created in 1640. It is 32 meter high, and on the top you have a little observatorium and a beautiful view over the whole of Copenhagen. It is down the street here, and stop, to the left you have the Round Tower.
Oh, there it is. That way.
And here we have the University of Copenhagen. We have 4 universities around Copenhagen, outside Copenhagen. And in front you have the Cathedral of Copenhagen. This was built in 1828. And inside you have the 12th Apostle and a big statue of Jesus Christ made by our big sculptor man Thorvaldsen. He lived for 40 years in Rome, and when he returned to Copenhagen he made all his sculptures, and also the king gave him a beautiful museum where you can see all his sculpture he made in Rome. And also inside this cathedral we had...
To our left is where you found the old fishing port of Havn, which means harbor. In 1167 that became the merchant port of Copenhagen. It means merchant's harbor, Copenhagen, the Danish word for Copenhagen. And that was when Bishop Absalon built a castle here in 1167. You can see him up to the right. There's a horseback statue, a green horseback statue because it's copper and that changes its color over the years. You can see that same green color on the roof, on the tower of Nicholas Church, one of the old churches of the city, behind the statue. Also, on the left you can see the backside of a statue of a fisherwoman, and this was because this was where we had the traditional fish market of the city up till the 1950s. Right now we have another market going on with green tents. It's called a climate festival. A lot of organic foods are sold there. It's going to raise awareness also for the climate summit taking place in Copenhagen in 2009. We are going under a bridge here, and then when we go under the bridges, please watch your heads. So a bit of
like a big chair scene.
Some public events going on here on the left-hand side this weekend. So we have on the right-hand side, on the other hand, the government palace, Christiansborg Slot, where the Danish Parliament is to be found, as well as the Ministry of the Prime Minister and the Royal Representation Rooms. The Parliament is on the left-hand side of the building, and the Royal Representation. Left on Castle Island is the magnificent Stock Exchange building. This was built as a luxury warehouse in the time of King Christian IV, a very ambitious king. And you can see the tower is made up of 4 dragons or crocodiles. Their tails entwined to form the peak of the tower. This eccentric idea was the idea of King Christian himself, and the style of the building, this building is called Dutch Renaissance style because this king was very inspired by the Dutch architects and merchants.
Just like dragons.
The Stock Exchange building, which used to house the Stock Exchange, now there is an association of Danish businesses that you see, which are modern buildings, but also some of the old warehouses next to that are also part of the royal, of the foreign ministry. And there's a warehouse, half of it is under reconstruction, but this warehouse extending out was actually built by the same architect that built the royal ferry terminal to Sweden. That's now been turned into, it's a building on the left with the green roof, has been turned into 3 luxury restaurants under the Terence Conran Group, the British restaurant entrepreneur. a somewhat larger number of people living here in the neighborhood of Christianshavn than in the rest of the middle of the city. So it's quite active and lively part of town. So you can see some fine old houseboats here, and you can see a Chinese junk here to your right, or at least built in that style. It's such a mixed neighborhood, Christians Harbour. You have here to your left, behind the boats, of course, some other middle-class apartments built in the early 20th century, and to the right you'll have a succession of office buildings, factory buildings, and then coming up some yellow apartment houses which were built in the 1970s as social housing. The harbour has its history right here by the harbour. So the sailors helped make Denmark wealthy, and some of the sailors lost their health in the process, and they were taken care of in the hospital. In the side building to the hospital, we have the Danish Navy Museum with a large collection of ship models and a galleon figure out in front. You can see also as you can hear, we have a very informal and easy turn. A minute and a half. I'll observe silence while we pass one of the residential areas of Christians Harbour. We are coming into into the inner harbour again, in front of the building known as the Black Diamond. The Black Diamond is an extension of the Royal Library and is built with crystal and polished granite from Zimbabwe. The name of the building becomes quite obvious if you look at it. It's extending 7 degrees above the water, so the reflection of the sun around noon in the water is thrown up on the facade of the building. So that's where it gets the name the Black Diamond from. And this is, as you might have been able to see, inside the center of Copenhagen. We don't have too much modern architecture, but here by the harbour side we've had a lot of newer developments. To the right, for example, the headquarters of the first or the largest bank of Scandinavia, the Nordea Bank. Yes, I think it started out with when the big
Royal Residence,
more to the left of the Royal Residence, was turned into the Admiral Hotel. That was back in 1979, and from then on has a process been going on where the harbour has been changing its face quite a lot. Some old warehouses were torn down, but luckily a lot of the old warehouses, a lot of the old buildings and constructions of the harbour has been kept to give the place character. To the right, you see a small house with a big chimney that used to house the first diesel engine in Denmark, used for the dry docks. Right to the left of it, and the old cranes of the dry docks have been preserved also to signal that this was an old work area. Now we have 3 large warehouses here.
The office of the largest shipping company in the world, Maersk. The old man is 95 years old.
Has like 100,000 employees. Or a million?
I can't remember what the number was. It was a lot.
a line of partitions in the middle of the harbor. That's where the
I'll get it.
Danish Navy.
We can Google it once I get the picture up first.
Until the year 1807, when the Danish Navy was lost during the Napoleonic Wars. Actually, Copenhagen was bombarded by the British, and when we surrendered, Denmark had to give up its navy, which was taken away.
Surrender.
At that occasion. That ended, of course, also 100 years.
I swear we've seen that on some of the shows. The Endeavor.
Trading success.
I know we have.
We have also a spire of the English church up to our left, and the fountain called the Geffen Fountain, dealing with the magnificent creation of the island of Sealand.
Little statues are going up.
And here to your right, you have the naval bastion of Sixtus, or the battery of Sixtus, with a Danish flag flying. That's the official flag of the armed forces. It's raised here in summer at 8 o'clock in the morning. Other parts of years it's raised at sunrise. And a gun is fired, or a cannon is fired, and that marks on the right-hand side. I mean, you can see on the right-hand side that there's still a lot of areas that could be developed here in the port of Copenhagen, and if you come back in 5 or 10 years, I'm sure that this area will look quite differently. But also you can see guarding the entrance of the harbor is the fortress island of 3 Crowns, and to the right of that, well, you can see part of the container harbor, the current cargo harbor.
That little guy must make a lot of money right there. Excuse me. Glad that was on there.
When I started training for Beijing, I wanted to learn Chinese, so I got Rosetta Stone. They say it's the fastest way to learn a language, guaranteed. Fast. I like that. Rosetta Stone is not it's a patented system that lets you learn a language naturally.
Did that last time. There's Germany. Looks pretty cool from here. Feels like a nice little town. Should be a nice day today. Still haven't docked yet in Germany. You can see they have some windmills too. Uh-oh, is that coal power? Oh, how horrible. On the way to Berlin. There's a train. I hope our train doesn't deviate from the path. We'll be in trouble. It's not funny. Look, there's an apple tree. Or something, Tasha. See that fruit? Alright, we're moving. Backwards. We're going the wrong way.
American bar.
American
We have
bar.
our bar somewhere. Yeah.
I'm sure we'll get through some nice countryside a little bit, you know.
Might even see a castle. You know, they're spread out all over the place.
I mean, 2.5 hours, probably will. There's a junkyard.
Babe, I don't think that's a junkyard.
Or trailer park. Yeah, trailer parks here.
No, that was an RV camp.
Like a trailer park to me.
Germans don't have trailers.
Yeah, they just have ovens. Big ones.
No, I was there.
Hello.
Hello.
Book this up. We're not fighting with him.
Huh?
Tasha with Germany in the background. We'll get some more when we get off this thing, if ever. God, we're stopping.
See, look at all those.
Some kind of something.
That might be National House.
That sounds like that.
Don't have our private train. Oh. Hi, everybody.
Put this on YouTube.
We're so new to this.
Huh?
We're so new to this.
This will be on
Did you see all these sunflowers? They're
I see them.
huge.
They're beautiful. I've seen a lot of them.
Maybe that's why I like sunflowers. It's all the crowds have it.
building that is called the New Synagogue, a building that is neither new nor a synagogue. I will explain that later, and we have an inside visit there. And we are going to the Jewish Museum, where we also have lunch at about, I don't know, 1 o'clock or something like that. So that is the inside visit of the New Synagogue at first, and then we are going for lunch in the Jewish Museum. But of course, even if this is the Jewish tour, the Jewish history tour, of course we are also making some side steps. So we talk and show you some things that have to do with Cold War times, or the good old Prussian times, and the Kaiser times, and so on. So it will be a mixture, but of course the major focus is on the Jewish history tour. And we are very close to the former border. That's why I would like to start with this Cold War time history here at the beginning of our tour. First impression that you will get is an impression of the former border area, because we are passing by the longest piece of the wall in Berlin that still is standing. And we have it just in front of us. So we are in the former East. The buildings in the distance are already former West Berlin. And this colorful wall, this colorful piece of architecture, this is the original old border, the original old wall. The wall originally was 155 kilometers long. From these 155 kilometers, which is about 110 miles or something like that, we have 3.5 kilometers still standing. And with about 1 mile, this is the longest piece of the wall that is still standing. Of course, during the times when this was the wall, this was not so colorful and it was not painted. We are here in the East, and you had no chance to do anything on the wall. You could not touch it, you could not paint it. It was even better to walk on the other side of the street. We know from people who were arrested just because they were walking on this pavement and not on the pavement on the other side. The argument of the Eastern police people and the Eastern guards was, you want to find out how to get to the other side. And that was an argument to bring people already to court and into prison without court, even that was possible. And the paintings came on the wall in the early 1990s. It was the big art project of a number of galleries of Berlin who invited their artists to come to Berlin and paint here. But if you were an artist in 1990 and you heard you could come here and paint the wall, you saw, when you came to Berlin, you saw all the people hammering down the wall. And then many people said, yeah, why should I be very careful? Why should I prepare everything? And why should I use special paint or whatever? So they just painted. And that's the result. The paint comes down because the surface was not really prepared, and because the paint was not the right one for the cement, and so on and so on. But as this is now a landmark, we are working on bringing all the artists one more time back to Berlin to repaint everything here. If you look to the right, you see there's the river. In this case, the river was the border, and the other side of the river, the other bank of the river, former West Berlin. And if you have a look to the left, you see there's this huge open ground here, empty space. We have a lot of empty space parallel to the former border area. You can imagine that the border area was not very attractive to build something. It was ugly, it was always outside of the city, and not many investors were very interested in building something at the wall on the western side. And on the eastern side, the eastern regime, the eastern government did not have any interest to bring too many people so close to the wall. And that's why we had open grounds everywhere parallel to the wall. And in this case, this whole open ground was bought by an American billionaire, Philip Anschutz, and he is the owner of the Berlin hockey team. And that's why he built this new sports arena there. It's called the O2 World. And it's a combination of a sports arena for the hockey team, and basketball can be played there, and concerts, and and all kinds of things happen at this place. And what he also will do in the future is this whole area will be developed into a new city quarter, into a real neighborhood, we think that in about 10 years, every day about 50,000 people come here. They live here, they work here, they go for entertainment here, there will be a school, there will be medical treatment, and so on and so on. So a new city area, a new neighborhood here on the former area of the wall, and that will be developed in the next 10, 15 years or so. Wall. Because when we speak about the wall, actually that's wrong. It was not only one wall, there were two walls running parallel to each other. So there was this one wall that we see today, and the second wall was just at the bank of the river, so in a distance of about 60 feet or something like that. And in between those two walls, this is what we call the no man's land, or the strip of death. Todesstreifen is the German word for that, and it's called strip of death because there were guarding towers with 3 guards in, who had the order to shoot on everyone moving in this no man's land. There were partly mines in the ground, landmines. We had machine guns put up that were attached with little wires to shoot on everyone. Unimportant. It was just a little fisherman's village in the upper northern part of East Europe, and only in 1701 this changed, because in 1701 the ruler, the principal of this area, decided that he wanted to be king. He managed to get the permission to crown himself king in Prussia, and he made Berlin his capital. That was in 1701. And since that, Berlin was always the capital. It was the capital of Prussia, the capital of the German Empire under Bismarck, the capital of the First Democratic Republic, and also the capital of Germany during the Nazi time. And then after the end of World War II, at least the eastern part remained capital. East Berlin was the capital of East Germany, the capital of West Germany was Bonn in western part of Germany. So, and now about how do the Jews, or how does the Jewish history fit into that? We know that there were Jews in Berlin already during the Middle Ages. We don't have any archaeological proof, so we don't have a synagogue, we don't have a cemetery or something like that, but we know that, we don't have even names, but we know that Jews must have been here in Berlin. We even know where they lived. In the Middle Ages, the Jews had to live in Berlin, like in most of the European cities, in one certain area. In most of the German cities, it's just one street where the Jews did live in. Here you have right-hand side a street, it's called Judenstraße. So this street from here to the next big street, that was the street where in the Middle Ages the Jews used to live. Nothing from that remains. We don't have any proof, and we don't have any archaeological remains. And that changed in 1540, 1545, because that was the year when all the Jews had to leave Berlin. They were accused to be responsible for a disease here in the city, and so everyone had to leave the city. So for about 150 years, there were no Jews anymore in Berlin. Only in the 1670s, the Jews were allowed to return to Berlin, but at that time, Berlin was much more liberal and much more open. And that means in 1672, when they returned, they could live everywhere in the city. Not like if you go to Frankfurt or if you go to Prague, for example, or to Budapest. You have certain areas where the Jews throughout the whole time had to live in, because they had a constant history of Jewish population, not in Berlin. So 1670, everything was very open, so the Jews lived everywhere in the city. But the beginning of the Jewish community was here. Very prominent place, by the way, because this red building is our city hall. So if they were not somehow in a further radius, as they were in the middle of the city, but in a certain area only. The city hall is the only old building, or one of two old buildings, that survived the war. You see the open area, we have the television tower in the distance again, and the second old building that survived is the little church that comes here on the right. It's the Church of Mary. And Church of Mary is the oldest building that we have in Berlin. It dates back to the 1200 and the 80s. And with that, it's our oldest building we have. But of course you can see there's a lot of open space left and right around. This area here was first of all very much destroyed during World War II, and then secondly the Eastern government, the Eastern regime wanted to build this new socialistic capital. I guess a lot of things in the eastern part of Berlin have to be understood by that the Eastern government wanted to get rid of the old history, because in 45, 46 they started something what they called this new Germany that is now being built up. And that's why they took a lot of old buildings away and built all of these new open spaces, big streets and big new apartment buildings, a high television tower and so on. By the way, 1670s, the Jews get then their first synagogue when they return, and that is if you go to the church, right-hand side, and just cross the street. So it's on the other side of this huge big block here. That's where the first synagogue had been. It was at Heidereuter Gasse. From this synagogue we have nothing left. It was too much destroyed during the war, and it was not kept. We just have a memorial stone saying that this was the first Berlin synagogue. And it was at Heidereuter Gasse, and the second street is called Rosenstraße. And Rosenstraße might sound familiar to you, because Rosenstraße was very popular recently because a film was done about something that happened here at Rosenstraße. At Rosenstraße was the Jewish job office and Jewish welfare offices. And Rosenstraße is down that little street here, and next to this building with the arches, where you see the trees over there, right-hand side, that was where the welfare building was. And that was used for deportation, as a collecting point for deportation till 1943. 1943, there were still about 7,000 Jews living in Berlin, all of them in mixed marriages. So they were married to a non-Jewish partner, and that's why they were still here. They all worked in slave labor, in war industry, and in February 28, 1943, the Nazis decided to get all of the Jews and deport them into the concentration camps out of Berlin. And that's why they went into the factories, and that's why this campaign was called the factory campaign, Fabrikaktion. So they were all brought into this building as a collecting point, and then something happened that nobody believed that it ever could happen. All the wives of the Jewish husbands who were collected in that area, they came. And they stood in front of the building, first silently, and then they started to shout, "Give us back our husbands, give us back our husbands." And the Nazis were so astonished about that they really released them, that they really set them free again. Of course, if you were not able to go into this underground or to leave Berlin, they were deported later. But this was one incident where from a deportation building, the Jews in Berlin were set free again because their husbands and their spouses were shouting, "Give us back our husbands." So that was one building. If you have a synagogue here from 1670, you can think that this was a Jewish neighborhood. Actually it was. The Jewish cemetery was around the corner, down that little street to the right, the first Jewish cemetery. The Jewish boys' school was down that street. The home for retired people of the Jewish community, all was here in this little street, which is called Große Hamburger Straße. Beside of the school, nothing remained of it. The cemetery is gone. The old people home is gone. But the school is again a Jewish school. So we have a Jewish high school here since now 11 years. So since the middle of the 1990s, when they decided to re-establish a Jewish school in Berlin, and it was done in the old Jewish boys' school building. And the center of this area here is definitely the new synagogue, the building where I said it's neither new nor a synagogue. It's dating back to 1800 and the 60s, so it's not a new building. It was just called the new synagogue because it was the second synagogue in Berlin. The first one, where we just passed, where I said this is not there anymore, was just called for all the time the synagogue. And when it became too small for the growing population in the 19th century, they decided to build a second one. And they called the second one the new one, and the other one was called the old one. So that's why we have the old one suddenly, and this is the new one. So new from 1866. And it's not a synagogue anymore because the major room of this building was too much destroyed during World War II. You will see it in a moment when we go inside. And that's why it was not a rebuild, and only a small little room sometimes is used for services. But it's not where you would say this is the place where the Jewish population of Berlin goes for service. Yeah, they have two other big ones. It's Rükestraße and it's Pestalozzi-Straße. These are synagogues for over 1,000 people, and this one here has just a tiny, ugly room. It looks like a cafeteria of a museum somehow. It's not really a interesting room, but sometimes it's also used for services for about 80 people that fit in. So, but it's not really what you would say it's a synagogue. It's mainly a museum about the Jewish community, and that's where we are going in. We get out of the bus and we go forward to the brick building, into the building, and then we split the group into two because we have a guide. Inside in this white building, in a moment you see another policeman standing in front of this old building, and if you have a look at the door you can read Leo Beck House. This building here used to be the University of Jewish Studies till the 1930s, 34, and then it was not used anymore. It was an empty place, and with the reunification we have the Leo Beck Institute for Jewish Studies here in this place. So now look to the left and you see the wonderful structure of Museum Island. You see, we really have an island there in the middle of the river Spree. So this is our Berlin River. It's called Spree, S-P-R-E-E. And right in the middle of the city we have a couple of moments. And we are going to return into this neighborhood after the visit in the Jewish Museum, because we must come back to this area here, because this is the old Prussian city center at Unter den Linden, and there's a lot of remains of the old Prussian history, and we are having an eye on that after the Jewish Museum. Things like left-hand side. This is the library, the National Library. Later,
that's the most famous street. He's thinking of German women that catch that.
Oh, there's a pedestal.
Straight one?
No, a stone one.
Oh. Some old buildings in there.
Of the 17th and 18th century. It's kind of classy, inspired architecture, Greek and Roman inspired architecture. That is very typical. for Berlin. In the middle of the square, the figure is Friedrich Schiller, who's very important. He is somehow next to Goethe, our most important writer in the early 19th century. Friedrich Schiller wrote one poem where you all know at least some words of, a poem starting with Freude schöner Götterfunken. It's the Ode to Joy, which Beethoven took then for his Ninth Symphony. So that's Friedrich Schiller standing here in the middle of this very beautiful area called Gendarmenmarkt. It's the square of the gendarmerie. And that means it's the square of the police. A gendarme is a policeman. And when in the middle of the 18th century the city was changed, the King Frederick II gave the order to take down the old police department. He said it's an ugly place, but instead of the police department we would like to have some beautiful place here, the theater and the two churches. So that's how it changed. And that's why you had only people living here in those buildings, in those apartments, who were from West Europe and the Western world. So this was the area where most of the diplomats and the members, the people working for the embassies in East Berlin did live. The normal, ordinary East Berliner would have never a chance to live here in those apartments because they were too close to the former border area. That's why you had only diplomats living here, because just in front of us, this old building, which will be in a moment on our right, the 19th century building, it was empty. This was already in the no man's land area, and therefore it could never be used, and it could never be taken by anyone. So in the middle of the no man's land, one of the only buildings that we have here in the former no man's land. And that means that we are going to cross the border in a moment. And we have a reminder, we do have a sign for the fact that the wall once was here. People sitting on the left side, if you look at the pavement, or next to the pavement, there is this line of cobblestones in the asphalt, about a yard away from the pavement. And this makes now a corner, it crosses our street, and it then goes to the right hand side. So now on the left and on the right, this is a reminder in many places of Berlin where the wall once was running. I mean, 150 kilometers of the wall, of course we took it down more or less immediately, and then in the middle of the 1990s many people said, yeah, but now we will forget about where the wall was, we will forget about what it meant, and so on and so on, and so they decided to have this line of cobblestones in the ground, so it does not disturb anything, but it is there as a reminder. That means we are now in West Berlin. We are in an area called Kreuzberg here. Most of those buildings here are, again, apartments. Social housing. So this is subsidized housing. So all of these apartment buildings were built with public money. So it's the government to pay for these homes, or at least giving subsidies for building up. And in the middle of all of these low income, low rent apartment area, we do have the Jewish Museum. Jewish Museum is a combination of three parts. First of all, we are going through this yellow, old Baroque part, which is the entry. It's an old court building. This is the entry, this is where the lockers are, this is where the restaurant is. And then we have a combination through a tunnel going into the metal building. This is where the exhibition is. So, and what we do have is, we have 2 hours and 7 minutes here. Because that's
building. Now, what makes this architecture, Edeskind's architecture, so different, although he's by far not the only architect, I have to say, he's a functional architect. If we talk about functional architecture, the architect is trying to provide form and contents. So in the way he's building the house, he's trying to indicate what will be inside. There were two things he wanted to show in the way he was building the house, in the shape. First, that we can only understand the history of Berlin if we understand the contribution of Jews to the history of Berlin, which was, of course, going back to initial plans. Extension to the Berlin Museum with one large apartment on Berlin Jewish history. So what did he do? He approached the whole project thematically. He took a handful of names of both Jews and Gentiles, eminent Jews and Gentiles, have been living and working in Berlin the last 200 years. We talk about writers, philosophers, composers. I just give you a handful of names: E.T.A. Hoffmann, Heinrich von Kleist, Mies van der Rohe, Rachel Barnhagen, Heinrich Heine, Walter Benjamin, Arnold Schönberg. He researched their addresses, then he took a map of the city of Berlin, was basically marking the place where these people have been living and working. Then he was combining each place with each other. What came up was, of course, a very complicated matrix on the map of Berlin. And the form that matrix took, next to the old building, so we were supposed to build, was a model for that zigzag shape. So that zigzag, these lines always come together. Literally the lifelines of eminent Jews and Gentiles come together. Now he calls this concept between their lines. There are two architecture and thematic lines in the new building, which you can actually see on the model. You have that zigzag, but you see there's one straight line. We only have one architecture and thematic continuity, which is actually 150 meters long, bisecting the whole house, and you're standing right behind it, or almost on it. Now just go a bit closer. Now if you're standing here, there are two things to see. If you look down, you've got a black record-like material. You're standing on that line. So this straight line is literally marked out on every level. So every line is literally, you also instantly notice when you're crossing or standing on this line. But if you now look up, there's more to it. And if I was to ask you now to describe what you see, I suppose most people would say it's an kind of sharp in an empty tower, which is just one of five. So on that straight line, you've got a chain of voids of empty towers, which is literally taking up space out of the house. Why this? This is the second theme. The second thing I wanted to show in the house itself was the loss and destruction of Jewish life and Jewish culture in the course of Jewish history, of course, culminating in the Nazi period and the Holocaust. And of course, what he wanted to do, he wanted to stress that something is gone and will never be replaced, and can't be replaced. Loss and emptiness. That's why so much emptiness inside the house. So literally, of course, in every level, you've got a number of rooms, so it will never be filled with exhibition. And as you can see, you've got windows, and these windows are, of course, very important because they lead in the museum, or from the museum inside the voids, if you like. So wherever you are in this huge field, you always come across an intersection. You've got a black floor, the line, you've got a black wall. The black walls, unlike the white walls, are completely empty. On the white walls, you find everything you need or expect in a museum, exhibits, explanations, whatever. The black walls are completely empty. All you have is a window, you look inside the void. So wherever you are in this huge building, you're always forced to confront yourself with emptiness. Now let's continue this. We're now in the basement of the new building. This has a completely independent architecture form in the upper floors. Everything could be upstairs. Just try to think of every basement, every house you know, whether an office house or a private apartment building. Normally in the basement you get an idea what the shape of the house or the outside walls are. Here you've got no idea. Angles. What is he trying to tell us? The message of the basement is, what did German Jews experience in the Nazi period? What does the time in all over Jewish history? So that's why you've got three different roads, which are thematic roads. They're defined by the endpoint. If I take one specific word, where do I end up? And they stand for the core experiences of German Jews in the Nazi period. You get an indication what this first row is actually about. You've got Bombay, Auckland, Nairobi, Prague, Haifa, Rio de Janeiro, which of course all points of exile. The first longest phase of the Nazi policy were German extermination, persecution of expulsion, right? Driving Jews out of the homeland, right? Jewish experiences, of course, exile. So this is a range of exile. We've got a Baltic group standing in front of us, but as you can see in a moment, at the end of this axis, what you find is, first, you go outside into the open. Second,
a sculpture which is called the Garden of Exile. He's trying to convey what it means everybody, not just the Jews, to go into exile, to try to orient yourself, to find your way through a completely different alien culture. So let's have a look.
It's so weird. You know, the floors like... No, yeah.
It's actually good for you, so here we are. So this is the Garden of Exile. I actually don't want to say too much about it. It's very important that you first take your time and wander around yourself. It's literally, how do we feel in that sculpture? And I'm going to be back here in 4 or 5 minutes and I give you some technical details. It's like, where do we go?
It's okay. And you got the tilt to the road, to the path too.
It's very
Weird,
confusing.
isn't it?
It's like, where do you go? You're lost.
You got these big barriers in your way too.
And also, of course, destabilized, out of balance, literally, right? Disoriented. Of course, I mean, for very few, just imagine more people you have to walk very slowly, because the faster you walk, of course, the more you run risk to get run over, literally. You don't know what's happening at the next corner, and you get drawn towards the other side, so you run against the concrete. So if you don't want to run against the concrete, want to be safe or whatever, you have to walk very slowly, so we can move around, but the context is actually determining our pace, right? We can't choose ourselves how fast we're actually walking. Many people actually say they feel dizzy, right? Almost dizzy, almost sick. Did you notice why? Why do you get drawn in that one direction?
Everything's leaned in that direction.
The one point is actually that's tilted in two directions. The highest point is on a diagonal. And the angle is very high, is 12 degrees, and 12 degrees is what a human body can just handle without falling over. So if it was a little bit more, even if you walk very slowly, you have to hold on constantly. And we don't feel out of balance that when you walk up or downhill, but the point is it's tilted in two directions. At the same time, it's a very funny and peculiar mixture between order and the instability, because this rectangular area, you've got 49 rectangular concrete columns standing on the right angle on the floor, to the floor, but because of course we're not standing at the right angle, our body's balancing this, it feels everything is kind of upside down, essentially us is staying right. The right angles. You've just noticed in the system of axes there are no right angles. Upstairs you find flat floors, but no right angles. In the whole new building, you only find one place which is perfect rectangular shape, is the Garden of Exile, which is of course a symbolism, because exile of course means normality. Because you do find normality, you don't have to fear for your life, you don't persecute for what you are, right? But at the same time, you're thrown out of balance at the same time, because you're very insecure, you don't know how long you can stay, you can't grow roots. Of course, you're very worried about what you've left behind, and exile, of course, means you're forced to go, at the end you go where you find an open door, and not where you choose. So at the end you land somewhere where you don't know the language, you don't know who's around, you've never been before, you know how to pay your living, how to keep yourself and your family. When the garden was, as you can see, of course we've got greenery. Liebeskin wanted to have olive trees, but that doesn't work as well. Yet, we're working on the climate change, we're not there yet. Olive trees can actually grow in Germany, but these are all willows, which is the same land. The symbolism of hope and peace, but at the same time, you only see the garden.
I don't even want to look at it.
It's concrete. As soon as you continue, you can't see it anymore. again a very strong symbolism, because of course in nature you find positive things, but how far can you enjoy them in everyday life? But one last comment on Ganovex, so we don't feel very well on that slope before, but there's a very positive element about the whole basin. And always keep in mind what kind of story we're making. Of course, it's Jewish history to integrate. In the basement, you only find one point where natural light and fresh air, we can breathe freely. And this is out here in the Ganovex. This is what exile cruise means. Okay, then I suggest
To help individual visitors, because a lot of research done in visitors research and results they get completely lost. We will sure that five have gotten down. But just going back to the architect, just ignore this place. It's what you need to notice when you turn inside. It's a completely different atmosphere than the XOX side. Because the most obvious thing is that you have a window. In the XOX side, you had a window, so we can let you see, we can see where we can go. Here, it's a dead end. Right? We go somewhere, we've got no idea where we'll end up. It's getting narrow. It actually feels as if the city is coming down on us. It's actually not the city is coming down, but the floor that's coming up. It shows a different angle. It's 1 degree more here. And because it's getting narrow and there's no wind, it's much darker than the XOX are. Now, behind this door, I always said the defining point is the end point. The end point of this axis is what the museum calls the Holocaust. Libeskind is more careful with his terms. He called this voided void, so complete empty. It's an empty cold tower at the end, which works with various elements. One element is acoustics. The thing is, what were here, what am I no longer here once on its side. Temperature, there's no heating in there, so it actually depends literally on the temperature outside. Now it's quite cool because it gets quite cool during the night. And light. If you're interested, we can go inside now, or alternatively, you do it after the tour and go inside. It's actually up to you. Do you want to go now? Or
I can go out.
Okay, then we go outside, but I'm just going to brief you. Try to go outside. Yeah, a little bit of it, you know. I'm afraid not too much. Now, we've got 3 axes. We've got exile, we've got Holocaust. Now, there's a 3rd axis. So the question is what this is all about. And I always say the defining point at the end is what you find at the end. At the end of this day, we find the permanent exhibition on almost 2,000 years Jewish history in German-speaking lands. Now this is quite a different theme. This axis is called the axis of continuity. This is about the continuity of Jewish life and Jewish history. No form of persecution ever ended Jewish history, not even in Germany. Right? So we've got a continued Jewish history, even in Berlin, Germany, and of course in Europe and the rest of the world, in Israel, with the state of Israel. And this is what this axis is actually about. Now you see there's an extra landing. Again, of course, a symbolism, which is very helpful to student class. They love to sit down here. You can sit down if you want to. This is about a very simple means of pointing towards American Jewish life continues, right? Every exhibition breaks off somewhere, but Jewish history continues. So basically, if you like, you can play with this. So in 20 years' time, you can have an extension to an extension, have another building on whatever Jewish life in the 21st century. But one last comment on the architecture, you can look down on, and that view actually with this supporting beams is the most prominent and best known view of the interior of the museum. And I suppose you've had a kind of sightseeing tour with a bus in Berlin. You've been to the Reichstag, past the Reichstag with the glass cupola. You've seen it?
It was pointed.
Because you may be passing by, whatever. I always like to compare this because this is now the most important sightseeing spot in Berlin. Everybody's visiting the glass cupola on top of the Reichstag building, and the architect didn't want it. In his initial plans, there was no cupola at all. It was forced on him by our parliament. The same with this is supporting beams. Libeskind didn't want to have any supporting beams, but he had to have some due to reasons.
because you always take the average of storms and winds in the last 50 years. He wanted to have a freestanding wall, which would be too dangerous. So after his initial anger and irritation about this, having beams, what did he do? He asked meteorologists in which angles winds hit the house, the facade. This is the angles in which he introduced the supporting beams. So this is typically Liebeskin, if you like. He's jumping on what is offered to him, and he's using this quite in a very creative way for some work. And let's see. Now, at the start of our historic recognition, you find various elements bridged first by a tree, which is, of course, a pomegranate tree, and I know that to tell you the Jewish tradition is a symbol for luck. And for Rosh Hashanah Jews, right away have a garlic. The first Jews came to this part of Europe in Romans in the 3rd and 4th century. And Jews did what most people did who were settling in fixed settlement. They were settling both sides of the largest rivers, which was, of course, in Germany, the largest river was the River Rhine. And the largest Jewish communities in Central Europe were three German towns in Worms, Speyer, and Mainz. Now, for the whole of Europe, these three towns, Worms, Speyer, and Mainz, were very important, not only because these were very large Jewish communities, but in Worms, Speyer, and Mainz, you would find the most important Jewish academies in the whole of Europe. So, Worms, Speyer, and Mainz, and Jewish used to stand for erudition, scholarship, knowledge, Judaism. And Jewish scholars from all over the Jewish world would go to Worms, Speyer, and Mainz to learn, to teach. Now, why the scarlet? In the Jewish tradition, Worms, Speyer, and Mainz have Hebrew names. And if you check the first letter of each city's name in Hebrew, that's why you've got actually Hebrew letters here. You've got the Shin for Speyer, Vav for Worms, and Mem for Mainz. You read this as one word, and it comes out as the word Shum, and Shum means garlic. Now, this is a contemporary Jewish symbol for these ever so important places of Jewish knowledge, erudition, scholarship, and life. And this is, of course, the only garlic that only has 3 cloves. Now, if you now look at the depiction of a Jewish woman, a Jewish man at the end of the Middle Ages, there's one element which I think stands out, is the yellow badge they're wearing. Now, of course, this reminds you of something that was introduced in September 1941, the so-called Judenstern, the Jew star. Now, the status of Jews in Europe was determined by the simple fact that Jews are non-Christian, and by the Christianization of Europe, which started very early in the 4th century, but it took very, very long until Christianity was strong and widespread enough to declare herself as the dominant religion and culture. A turning point was 1215, a turning point in every respect for Jewish life and Jewish possibilities, or no longer possibilities in the society and the professions. 1215 was the year of the 4th Lateran Council. Now, from Rome, if you like, Europe was declared Christian, and kind of the constitutional rules were laid out and declared for Christian Europe. So now it was clear what a Christian is allowed to do or not allowed to do, and how do we deal with outsiders, that is, non-Christians in Europe. For example, it was now forbidden to Christians to lend money and take interest. However, you can only lend money if you take interest. At the same time, as a consequence of this Christianization of Europe, many professionals began to organize in clubs, societies, which were, of course, Christian brotherhoods. In particular, the crafts, for example, began to organize in guilds. Guilds were Christian brotherhoods. No room for non-Christians, i.e. Jews and, of course, Muslims. From now onwards, until the onset of Jewish occupation 200 years ago, Jews were restricted mainly in their occupations to money lending and trading. With respect to crafts, they were only allowed to exercise those crafts they needed for Judaism, that is, slaughterer, silversmith, tailor, that was it. And another thing was rule 2. Now Europe is Christian, and we want to see in the public sphere, which is very important for us as a majority, want to see who belongs and who doesn't. From 1250 onwards, all non-Christians had to wear a yellow badge, so Jews and Muslims alike. However, in this part of Europe, this Central, Western, Northern Europe, there were hardly any Muslims. They would be traveling through as merchants, but not as a living population. So that's why also striking historic memory, the yellow badge stuck so much with the Jews in this part of Europe. And in Eastern and Southeastern Europe, there were more Muslims, so it was not so much, but we were always connected with the Jews. Right? Now, one last comment. If we look at this depiction of this gentleman, probably through contemporary eyes, and we're illiterate, of course, now, because most of the people are illiterate, so symbolism, signs are far more important. How do you learn who he is and where he comes from if he's a Jew? He's wearing a yellow badge, of course, he could still be a Muslim. In In his right hand, he's got a bag of money. He's a moneylender, considered Muslim, so he's not a Christian. On his right hand, he's got a garlic. So this is a Jewish moneylender, a very proud one, who comes from the Shul communities, from the garlic communities. Now at this point, I would actually like to leave you on your own. Walk out this way.
Yeah, let's just go through. It's really a cool building. Remember I told you online when I pulled it up and showed it to you? I think that's where we're going. When I saw that design, I was like, oh my God. Cool.
The map of Germany during the divided times. On the left side of the map was East Germany, on the right side of the map was West Germany, and in the upper part of East Germany was Berlin. That means Berlin, also West Berlin, was surrounded by East Germany. If you want to, West Berlin was an island. A western island surrounded, as we said in Berlin, surrounded by the Red Sea. So the island in the Red Sea, the Red Russian Communistic East. That means if you wanted to go from West Berlin to West Germany, you had to drive through East Germany on so-called transit roads or transit highways. Streets that were only there to bring people from Berlin to the western part. So that is the idea. And then within Berlin, the wall was going totally around West Berlin, because on all sides of West Berlin was the east, so the wall had to be on all sides around Berlin. And then there were 5 checkpoints, 5 places where you could, not 5, 11 checkpoints where you could check from West Berlin into the east and go back. These checkpoints were only one way. These checkpoints were only possible and only open for people from West Berlin to go into the east and then back. People from East Berlin and East Germany hardly had any chance to go to the west and stay there, because that's exactly what the East did want to stop. People getting into the west and not come back. So checkpoints, and the most prominent checkpoint is Charlie, Checkpoint Charlie, and that is the little place just in front of us. The name Charlie is very easy. ABC, Alpha Bravo Charlie, ABC 1, 2, 3. It was one of 3 American checkpoints. The 2 other ones were Alpha and Bravo, and this was Charlie. That's why it's named Charlie. And this Charlie checkpoint was so well known, or still is well known, because it was the checkpoint for the international visitors. So people from Great Britain, from France, from Italy, from the United States, when they wanted to see the East, they had to go through Checkpoint Charlie. And that's why everyone who was coming to Berlin from all over the world went here through Checkpoint Charlie. And the third thing is, Checkpoint Charlie was very important because it is the only place, as far as I know, all over the world where American and Russian tanks were really facing each other, ready to shoot on each other. It was on October the 18th, 1961, a couple of weeks after the wall had been built. Here where we are standing, American tanks, about where the yellow building is on the left side, that means 2 blocks away from here, Soviet tanks standing and really waiting for the order to shoot to the other side. So that was, as far as I know, really the only place. And the historians say that we were about so far away from World War III if somebody would have shot and pressed the button here. So this Checkpoint Charlie is really a very, very important place. You have now, I would like to give you 5 minutes for a little photo stop here at Checkpoint.
We got to go in front, don't you?
Oh yeah, I guess we should.
Yeah. Damn, this is really
They don't stop for you.
No, they don't stop, do they?
Just run you over.
It's cars first here.
See, that's why
It is, I know it. It's craziness.
East and comes out in the west again. So what happened with the subway line when the wall was built? Because the subway line is much older than east and west. The subway line dates back to 1912, so it's very old. And so what they did was the trains were driving under the east, but they didn't stop. So it was, we called them ghost train stations. So when you took this train from West Berlin to West Berlin under the east, the train slowed down a little bit, and the only thing you could see was an empty train station. Sometimes there were some guards with Kalashnikovs standing there. So it was always a very eerie and very spooky feeling to drive down under the east. And from the overground you couldn't even see that there's a subway, because the east took down all the entries and they closed the entries, and there was no way for anyone to enter and to see this. But after the reunification, that was very convenient because we easily could reopen this. So the lines was still there, and it only took us a couple of weeks, or a couple of days actually, before the subway train could drive down here again. So we have some people in the bus who just told me that they have been here before in the 70s or in the 80s. When I would ask them now, what do you remember from this street, they probably would say nothing, because here was nothing. It was totally empty here. There was no shop, no cafe, no restaurant. It was absolutely empty. I mean, today there's not much life around because it's a Sunday, and we have very, very strict opening hour regulation in Germany. Shops are not allowed to be open on a Sunday. But during the weekdays when the shops are open, this is a very lively and very busy area here. During the Eastern times, you probably saw on a normal weekday 5 people and a car at the same time on the street here, because nobody had any reason to come to here because it was nothing to go to. And all of this and so on and so on. And the Galerie Lafayette said, okay, this will be the future city center somehow. This is where the tourists are going, this is where the visitors are coming to, and so on. And we would like to be part of this. And that's exactly what I would like to show you now. We go around the corner, and then we drive to the most important place to see and to experience the Prussian feeling of identity, or the Prussian feeling of self-confidence. And unter den Linden, that's very easy to translate. Unter den Linden is under the linden trees. So these trees here in the middle and on the side, linden trees or lime trees. So that's what we have here. And under, oder unter, just means under. So we are under the linden trees. So left side.
Tasha, we got to go to the center. Why don't you let me take a picture with you behind something? We gotta go to the center.
I could just tell everybody that I was here alone with even out here.
Oh. So I must have had a heart attack over here. Is that the not worst mobile? Is that a not worst mobile? Or is that an ambulance?
Not worst? No, it's not. That's
How you what are you talking about?
European, the German and the Berlin flag here. And this is the official war memorial. It is the war memorial since 1918. That means after the end of World War I. It was not built as a war memorial. It was a little police department and a guard house. And the guards who were in here were responsible for the safety of those people who lived across the street. And they were the crown prince and the crown princess. So they had their palace just across the street. And when we, at the end of the war, First World War, there were no crown princes. Crown Princes because we are at the end of the Kaiser time, the end of the monarchy, the beginning of democracy, the Weimar Republic. So the building was empty, and so they said, we can do something else here with this building. Let's transform this into the War Memorial. So it was first the War Memorial only for World War I. And then after the second one, it was also for all the people who died also in the Second World War. It was, as the East called this, the memorial for the victims of fascism and militarism. So that was the official name, fascism and militarism. And now after 1989, it was transferred a second time, and now we have this, the memorial for the victims of wars and dictatorship in the 20th century. So it's kind of extreme left-wing and right-wing dictatorship, so they are both in there somehow. And as I said, it functions totally different, not so intellectual as the book-burning memorial, but much more emotional, because when you go inside, you have a sculpture made by the German female artist Kathy Kollwitz from the 1920s, very, very important artist, and she has a sculpture of mother and her dead child on her knee. So it's the idea every mother or every soldier, every person who dies has a mother who's crying over him. So that's a very easy and very touching feeling you have. So let's have a short look, and then we are on our way to the bus over there. Even when the building is not as old as it might look like, it was only built in 1954. So 54, this is very retrospective. And we have other embassies here, like right inside Poland, at the corner we have Hungary, we have former Yugoslavia around the corner, Afghanistan, Czech Republic, North Korea, but we also have Western embassies here, especially three, and that is the United States, France, and Great Britain. So embassy area at the Brandenburg Gate. And the big construction site on our left is the new construction site for a new subway station. So there will be a new subway line being built. And you see there are these blue pipes in front of us at the construction site. And that is something that is very important for Berlin. Berlin has a very, very difficult ground for building, because we have our groundwater starting at about 6 feet below zero, 2 meters below zero, then you're already in the groundwater. And when you go deeper than that, like here at the train station and at the subway line, you get into the groundwater and it's pumped away. We have a pumping system from the construction sites, from the various construction sites all over Berlin, city center, and they pump away the water from here. So you see this is the big pumping place on the left, and the water is pumped into the river again. So it's led from here and then put into the river. And then hopefully you build your subway station and everything out of water-resistant material, because after we have finished the construction, we stop pumping and then the groundwater slowly goes up again. And in the city center, all of our subway lines, for example, are in the ground water, so the tubes are surrounded by water. And it was had buildings all around, so that the Brandenburg Gate was also left and right touched by buildings. This is the situation how it was in 45. You can see this is the Parliament building, the Reichstag, which we are going to see later. Must be that direction, and we don't see it because there are buildings. And this is a very important photograph because this shows you the totally freestanding gate. And why is it freestanding? Because we are in the no man's land. You see this half circle here is one wall on the other side of the gate, more or less parallel to the trees. And then you see this kind of right angle structure here, that's the second wall, and that's behind the hotel. So that is where we cross the street, where the blue pipes are. So all of this was this no man's land. And you see, more or less everything was taken down. All the buildings were taken down because, what I said earlier, the Eastern government wanted to have this free observation area and the guarding area, the death strip. And only the gate they kept as a kind of symbol. Because the gate was always very important since 1814, very important for the Germans, because it was this idea of this new feeling of a German unity. And what I think is very absurd that this gate, which marks the unity, the beginning of Germany as a national state, was then in the middle of nowhere. And it was not able for nobody, neither the West Germans nor the East Germans, to come close to it. It's really like no man's land. It's like as long as you don't get together again, you will not be able to walk through the gate. That's why the gate was always in speeches of politicians when they were talking about reunification and opening and everything. And even politicians from outside of Germany used the gate as a kind of very symbolic thing. 1987, a man spoke on the western side of the Brandenburg Gate, and then within his speech he mentioned these two sentences: Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, Mr. Gorbachev, open that gate. So Ronald Reagan, of course, spoke in 87 there on the other side. By the way, we all said, thank you, Mr. President, nice words, but I will never see the gate being open as long as I live. 87, if you would have told me you will be seeing the gate open again, I would have said no. Everything was so fixed and it was so established, and it seemed to be no way out of that situation at that time. And then 2 years later, boom, the wall was down. So then the question was, what are we going to do with this land here? I mean, huge, big, you see, big land here, open. So a lot of investors stood in line saying, yeah, okay, first of all, some buildings we gave back to the former owners. Not some buildings, some grounds. The ground of the American Embassy, for example, was given back. The ground of the Academy of Art was given back to the Academy of Art again. Across the square, the French Embassy is located, was given back. The hotel had to buy back. The Adlan Hotel was here before the war, but they didn't get back their house. It was confiscated and never given back. So they're here again. And the rest, banks. Because banks were the only investors who were rich enough to buy this one, because this was A+ ground here. So this was very, very valuable area, and that's why it was very valuable. So we have Commerce Bank, Dresden Bank, DZ Bank, so they are all around here at the empty area. And if you wonder why the buildings more or less are all the same height, they're all having these facades, regulations. All of this was laid out in the big so-called master plan, published in 1992, height regulation, facade regulation, window regulation, and so on and so on. So that is why those buildings are somehow like, I mean, not so innovative as we would expect the 1990s architecture. Okay, what I would like to do is go through me is a field of 2,711 blocks of cement, concrete. It's not stone, it's cement. Altogether this creates the memorial dedicated to the murdered Jews of Europe, which is very important. It's not for the German Jews, but it's for the first time, and it was opened 3 years ago. It's for the first time that the Germans take responsibility in Germany and built a memorial for what happened outside of Germany, in Europe, in Poland, from the Ukraine to the Netherlands and Great Britain and everywhere. So that is what we have here. And I don't want to say too much about this. I would like you to go independently through this memorial. I would say one of these two buses must be ours. So that one there. So if you have the direction more or less over there, take 5 minutes, walk through, and then we get into the bus.
Do you think these people know what it is?
No.
Do you want me to take a picture of you with it in the background?
Yes.
Tasha, come this way. I just saw her going this way. This way. Uh-oh. Where'd you go? There's she. Gotcha.
Suffering of the Jews. So, but who designed it? Peter Eisenman. I think I tell to everyone in the bus now. All of you some further information of this. The man who did design this, or the artist who did design this, was found again by an anonymous competition. It was the largest competition ever done in Germany. More than 1,000 different projects were put into this competition because everyone could take part of this. So it was really a very, very big thing. And then it came out that an American Jew, Peter Eisenman, designed this or made this. And Eisenman says nothing about this. He really says, I'm not giving you any interpretation about this. Everyone should come and find their own, or his or her own interpretation about this, which I very much appreciate. I have to say, I had at the beginning a lot of difficulties with kids running around there and play hide and seek and things like that. And then I said, what did Peter Eisenman say? Yes, everyone should have its own interpretation to it. How should kids, age 7 or 8 years, how should they have a feeling for that? but this is a good place, a cool place for play hide and seek. They have no information yet. They have not the knowledge about. So it's somehow also about this feeling that we have a lot of feelings for this because we know what happens. And if you don't know yet as a child, you have other feelings for this. So that is what I think it's very important for this memorial, and that's why I like it a lot. But of course there are questions, what does this represent? Some people say the one blocks here at the beginning, they look like coffins, sarcophaguses or so, that's true. If you look further into the middle, as the blocks are anchored, all anchored in different ways, it looks like headstones of a cemetery, for example, especially European Jewish cemeteries. Very often they are not taken care about anymore because there's nobody there to take care. So the headstones are falling down. So that is something that people have. Then I had film people recently here from Hollywood. They are very much into film history. They say, oh, doesn't this look like all of these 1920 expressionist movies like Metropolis, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and things like that. So everyone takes with this into the memorial that we know. And Peter Eisenman says that is what you have. And what for me, as I very often stay outside and say to my group, go inside, for me the most striking thing in this memorial is it's about the loss. It's about losing people. Because I stay here, 20 of my people go inside, and after 5 seconds they're gone. I don't see them anymore. At the moment I would say 100 people are in this memorial. Maybe 60 only. But you don't see them. They are gone. They are lost somehow. So that is for me my most important feeling about this memorial. But everyone else might have a different. Right. What is very important, or what was very important when we were discussing about where to put this, was the location. First of all, we are in a very historical area with the Brandenburg Gate around the corner. You can see already the dome and the flags on top of our German Parliament building. But we are also in the former no man's land, so this is also part of our German history, the divided city. And what is probably most important, this was a garden area of a building that I will show you, or that I will talk about in a moment. What I think is also very important, when we saw first the plans and the model of this memorial, we all said, oh God, how many guards will we need to keep this clean? 2. We only have 2 guards every day here in a shift of 24 hours, but only 2 guards at the same time here guarding this. And so far, it's open since 3.5 years. We had 3 times only a graffiti on there. And you've seen a lot of graffitis in Berlin looking around. Berlin is a graffiti city, but somehow there seems to be a certain respect for this memorial by those people who normally do all those graffiti things. It was partly used to build
that was Hitler's
the war
chancellery.
memorials, the Russian war
Nothing left there.
memorials. It was partly used to
Just a big vacant
rebuild the
lot.
subway stations here in Berlin. But most of the material of the chancellery was brought to Moscow and then used there for several buildings. When we drive around the corner, like here, this is now the old major entry. So here's where the former entry was. And then the building went forward till the end of these new buildings here. And what we see on the right-hand side, as you know, Hitler's chancellery had this big bunker underneath. And in one of these bunkers under his chancellery, Hitler committed suicide. And that was right-hand side, behind that bigger tree that you see there where the parking lot is. So somewhere there, it's not existing anymore because it was taken down and off and when these new buildings were built. But somewhere there under this area is where Hitler committed suicide. That means the space behind the chancellery, where we are now, used to be the garden area of the chancellery. So this was a big park area, Hitler's private park, more or less. And one part of this park was then used, and that's why it is here for taking the Holocaust memorial. So that's why we have the Holocaust memorial. Somehow like that, but much bigger. This is how you have to imagine the Hitler Chancellery building. So here on the right, it's the aviation ministry. That means that from this building here, most of the bombing of Europe was planned from. And this building was not hit by a single bomb, other way around. So it's still standing here. While, as you can easily see, everything else was totally destroyed here. Nothing remains beside of the aviation ministry. And this is now still, or again, a ministry building. It's now the German Financial Department that is housing it here. And the balloon to the left, this is a hot air balloon, which is tied to the ground. It goes up for about 20 minutes into 200 yards and then offers a sightseeing opportunity and then comes down again. So here, left hand side, you have a second part of the wall still standing, and the area behind, it's this open ground where we are also, you see the crane, we are building something here. This used to be the area where the Gestapo had their headquarters, the secret state police of the Nazi time, Geheime Staatspolizei. So this was the area where Himmler, for example, had his office area. This was the place where a lot of the deportation was planned from. And if you look behind the wall, once we passed it, you see there's this empty space, and we have a little open air exhibition happening at the moment here about what happened here, how did the building look like, what orders were given here, what plans were done here, and so on and so on. So that is the aviation, the Gestapo headquarters. So we are again, by the way, in the no man's land. Left side is former West Berlin. Right side is former East Berlin. The red building on the left is a old museum. It's the Museum of Decorative Arts, now used for changing exhibitions. And right hand side, this is the City Parliament of Berlin, meeting in this old building from the late 19th century.
It's been weeks here, pretty.
So and just as we go around the corner, also the wall went around the corner. That is this whole area in front of us. From here, from the red brick building right hand side, forward to the high building with the green cube on top.
It's like Times Square. Not that I've ever been there.
And what is very funny, there are two old buildings surviving the war being integrated into the new structure. If you have a look to the right, where you can read Haus Hut. That is definitely an old building from the late 19th century. And as it was not so much destroyed during World War II, it was kept. It was integrated in the new structure. But beside of that, everything else is about 10 years old now.
It's nice
And what we do have here is a mixture. It's not only offices. Here in this building right inside, for example, you can see some balconies in this one and in the next one. These are apartments. So it's also that people live here. All of the buildings have a mixture of about 20% apartments, 70% offices, and 10% mixed use like shops, entertainment, and galleries, and so on. Nicole Kidman, Tom Cruise, Susan Sarandon, John Goodman, they're coming to Berlin, filming here. And the rumor is on that next year we will have George Clooney and Brad Pitt filming in Berlin. So, you see, it's an upcoming business in Berlin. So, left side here in the middle of the this Potsdamer Platz area, we have this little artificial pond there and the musical theater. So this whole area here to the left, that's the musical theater. And we have a gambling casino here as well. In front of us, Spielbank, here's gambling casino. And right hand side we have a Blumex. We call it the Blumex. It's the Blue Man Theater, Blue Man Group Theater. So they have a permanent theater here in Berlin as well. And then we have some artwork standing around in this area, like this blue object on the left. It's called the Balloon Flowers. It's by an American artist, by Jeff Koons. And all the artworks belong to the Daimler Chrysler company. Split between the old part and the new part, because the new part is not lasting on the old building. It would be much too heavy to do that, because, I mean, thousands of tons of new material on a building from the 19th century would not work, and so they had to build the new building around the old one without touching it or without lasting on it. And some of the buildings are not even completed. If you have a look to the front, this is painted plastic. It's not a real building, so this one here with the Esprit advertising. Even the windows are like, it's not painted, I think it's a photograph.
It's a real piece.
They took it and then put it on this, on the canvas or on the plastic to pretend that the building is completed.
That's a cool building, isn't it? Wow, is that the Sony building? Oh, it's there's the Sony Center here. That's the Sony building.
Like you can literally stand on the Berlin Wall. They're crazy.
And people still write. I saw somebody put 2008 on one of those. Somebody's shoes are there. Must be the guy from Baltic Cruise.
Cruise?
Yeah, the homeless guy. Every cruise has to have one. There's the Ritz-Carlton. Yeah, but it's still totally different.
Yeah, I know, but look, Dunkin' Donuts? I just can't imagine.
Yeah, but it's okay. The Blue Man Group?
Dunkin' Donuts in Germany.
I'm sure it's good.
Subway? Look at the giraffe.
Legos. Holy crap.
Oh, man. I didn't get it.
I got
So as I said, the two buildings, the two golden buildings here, that were the last ones from West Berlin. before then the Sony area was built at the no man's land area, the empty space. And these are the two buildings of the Symphony Hall. The Berlin Philharmonics is one of the best orchestras in the world, and this building is, as people say, one of the buildings with the best acoustics, with one of the best acoustics in the world. And it has this funny shape, it is like a big circus tent. There's the two buildings here. Left side, there's this little church. Behind the church is the National Gallery, the new National Gallery. And up the staircase in front of us, you come into the Old Masters Gallery, into the Museum for Prints and Drawings. We have the Museum of Decorative Arts here in this brick building. So it's somehow a little bit like Museum Island here, with ponds like here right hand side where you can run rowboats and row around. We have areas for sports activities and so on.
It does look like Central Park.
And on the other side of the street, that means to our left, we have a number of embassies again, modern buildings, modern, innovative, new architecture like Austria here to the left, the green and pinky building. Then we have the red building, that is India. My favorite, by the way, here in this area with this very simple shape and this stone that was imported from India, from Rajasthan. Then we have the yellow building, South Africa. And some countries didn't even start to build their embassies, like here Turkey, left-hand side. So that's the Turkish embassy, one day when they've started. Then we have Italy and Japan. And Italy and Japan, easy to see, are old buildings. They were here already before the war. They did survive the war. They were not destroyed, and they could be reused after the reunification. Always down the side streets you would find a number of other embassies as well, together in one building.
All the Nordic
one ground.
embassies now,
This is
Finland,
Mexico,
Norway.
the twisting facade.
This one's Mexico?
And
Yeah.
then we have a number of, left-hand
They don't
side,
have a problem
that's
like
also
we
very
have.
interesting, the Chinese Art or Cultural Institute.
Yeah.
It's not really an embassy, but it is like a cultural institute for Chinese art and information. And here at the end of this line we have on the right the glass building of the CDU. CDU stands for Christian Democratic Union, and that is our more conservative party. The CDU party is the party of our Bundeskanzler, of Frau Merkel. And the other party, the other big party, is the SPD, Social Democratic Party. You might remember our previous chancellor, Gerhard Schröder, and he was from the SPD party.
From the socialists. And funny how it swings back and forth. Every country.
Like people from England said the same thing.
It swings back and forth.
It's like
It's just cycles. People get pissed at who's in there, and then it smiles. There are a lot of bears. Must be the city symbol. They must have a bear problem.
Yes, and of course it's a wrong time to visit this next neighborhood, because it's the area that is very busy and very crowded during the weekdays when the shops are open. But to give you a little impression where we Berliners go shopping, and how it looks like we drive down a little bit this area, Tauentzienstraße, Kurfürstendamm.
Which is it? What is that? Oh, the air conditioners. This was the main street, right?
And the most important building of shopping is more or less already the first one on the left, or let's say the second one on the left. It's the one with the red roof in front of us. It's called KDV. And KaDeWe stands for Kaufhaus des Westens, and that means, translated, department store of the West. Okay, department store of the West. That's why many people say, yes, sure, here's West Berlin, and the other side is East Berlin, but it's not that easy because the KaDeWe is much older than political East and West. This dates back to 1907. In 1907 there was no talk about East and West, political East and West. It's just saying this is the department store of West End area. And like in most of the European cities, the West End is traditionally the better area to live in, the more richer area to live in, the more expensive area to live in. And so the owner of the department store, a certain Mr. Jamdorf, by the way, like most of the department, and then the Berliners made a big campaign voting for to keep the old tower, and so the old tower was built, or was kept, and outside, left and right, the new building was built. And I know that most of the people say, oh, this is an ugly building, this new one. Yes and no. It's not very attractive at the first glance. Easy to see this kind of concrete construction. But if you have a look at the squares, here for instance at the bell towers, they're done out of glass. It's blue glass, very deep blue glass from Chartres. This is famous Chartres bleu. You can see some of them, or you can guess some of them there in this. This is the hall for the services. And it's illuminated. It's illuminated from the outside to the interior, and in the night from the inside to the outside. So when you would drive around here in 3 hours when it's dark, or yeah, 3 hours when it's dark, you would have a kind of blue shiny object here. So that is very attractive. And inside, if you are inside, it has this wonderful, very meditative, very deep blue feeling inside. So it's Memorial Church. As a new building, because the old one was too much destroyed during World War II, and so it was taken down and replaced by, beside of the tower, it was taken down and replaced by the new church.
See the big one?
The royals wanted to have a successful hunting. They put some animals inside of this area, and of course because of the park, no way out, and so it was always a successful hunting here at the Tiergarten Park. Till Frederick II came. Frederick II was vegetarian. He hated to kill animals, and so he took down the fence and made this the public park for the Berliners. Yes, and in the middle of the Tiergarten Park we find the monument. It's called Siegessäule, the column of victory, and it stands for the 3 wars that were necessary and that were leading into the German Empire, into the foundation of the German Empire. 1864. There was one war against Denmark. In the middle of the column, and people are able to get up to the top and then have an overview. Building from the 19th century. The old building is called the Reichstag, and the Reichstag was the name of the first German freely elected parliament. That's why this building is so important for us. It's the beginning of parliamentarism and democracy in Germany. And this building, as a symbol of democracy and parliamentarism, went through difficult times. For example, February 28, 1933, 4 weeks after the Nazis had taken over the power, the big fire in the Reichstag when the parliament building burned out. Still today, after more than 70 years, we have no idea who burned the building. No idea. But most of the historians say, I mean, there are certain ideas, but no proof. Most of the historians say it was the Nazis themselves to burn the building, because they were, first of all, the only ones who had free access to it, because Hermann Göring was the Speaker of Parliament, so he decided to make Berlin also the seat of government, if we could use this building for our government, for our parliament, because many people say it's too much history in that, too much of our bad history in that. But what happened was that we took the old building. From the old building we only have the 4 outside walls left, and the whole interior, the assembly hall, the offices, everything, including the cupola, the dome on top, is new. It was a big competition. The British architect Norman Foster won that. We take our history, but we fill our old history with something new, and that is the symbol of this building. The inscription above the entry means, is saying dem deutschen Volke, and that means to the people of Germany, or to the German people. And the dome in the middle is open to the public. Like the whole rooftop is open to the public. Everyone can come every day of the year, open access. The only thing that you have to do is, like at the Jewish Museum, go through security. So that's all that you have to do when you go to the Parliament building. Left side, this is now the home and the area of our German Chancellor. This is the Chancellery building, the Bundeskanzleramt, as we say in German. And it functions like on the 2 side wings. That's where you have the office area where the people of the civil service are working, and the middle part houses Frau Merkel's office area, the press conference center, cabinet sitting room, and so on and so on. So that is in the middle. And this combination of old and new, here to the left, it's the only non-German building in this neighborhood. It's the Swiss Embassy. A building, the only building that survived here next to the Reichstag. You have to know that this whole area, which is now empty, was an ordinary, normal residential area. I mean, it was not really a kind of normal or ordinary. It was a kind of upper class, upper scale area. A lot of officers and militaries lived here. Bismarck, for example, lived here in this area. Everything else down. Not because of the war, that's very important, but because of the Nazis. The Nazis cleared this whole area already from 1933 on. They started already from 33 to clear here, because what they wanted to do was to build a big so-called Hall of the People, 5 times as high as the Parliament building, a big hall for about 250,000 people, being inside and listening to the speeches of Hitler. This project was never fulfilled, but they started already, as I said, they started to clear this up. And the Swiss people, the Swiss state, always refused to sell their area and their embassy. And they also decided, or they also refused to sell in the times when we had here the no man's land, the wall, because we are very, very close to the former wall area again. You see the buildings with the black roofs, the brick buildings with the black roofs. That's already East Berlin. We are in the west, so the Swiss embassy was very, very close to the east, so it didn't give up. And after the reunification, the German Parliament or the German government wanted to buy the embassy because they wanted to integrate this into this new German governmental area. And the Swiss said, no way, now that it starts to be interesting, now we are not going to sell our building. So we have the Swiss embassy as the only non-German building here. So we have one more time under us the river Spree. And if you look forward, that is our new train station that I mentioned earlier. Just opened 2.5 years ago, so it's pretty brand new still. And now I see what you were looking at here.
Much like in costumes. What are they?
Don't ask me what they represent. I have no idea what they are standing for, what they are marching for. But it looks funny, I would say. So, back to the train station. You only see half of the train station. It's you only see the overground. There are still some of the graves visible in the distance, and they really closed, or they flattened the graves here. So it was really that they made out of the former cemetery, like here. This is the piece of the wall that is still standing, and the trees behind are already part of this cemetery, this part of the cemetery that was not destroyed. So you can see there are the graves in the distance, and that continued forward to here. And even when you wanted to see that cemetery there in the distance, it was not possible. Just like nothing, you had to go to a certain office to get a permission, to get a kind of visa, just to see the cemetery, because the Eastern government said this is so close to the wall that if you want to go to the cemetery, maybe people get out or whatever. So it was only on permission that you could see.
We're about to dock in Tallinn, Estonia. There's a helicopter over there.
Will take you around, and well, what we have in store for you is basically the tour of Gothic treasures. Now the Gothic treasures are very wet right now, so what we'll do is that we'll have a quick tour in the city center on the bus to stay here in the warm and dry area, or the bus in other words, for a short while, and then we'll go to the medieval part of Tallinn and count on less rain than we have right now. But still, mostly it is of course walking, and what we'll do is that we'll also have a tour of all the places where it doesn't rain in Tallinn, basically. So that's what we're aiming for. And the two areas we'll be visiting, and we'll have a little bit of free time for shopping or hot chocolate or anything along these lines that make you feel better. So is that fair?
Yeah.
Good. Now, I have this gut feeling that many of you haven't been to Estonia before. So based on that, a little thought of mine, what we'll do is that we'll first of all go over a couple of general facts and figures regarding the country, and then we'll also have the chance to go into a bit more detail what regards the history and all of that later on, as we are taking the tour around the old town. And well, to get started then, as you may know, Estonia is a very small country, and under very small I mean that we only have 1.3 million people that live here. So I guess most people would say that we're just pretending to be a country, but if this is the case, we're doing a decent job at it. And what regards the local population, then the 1.3 million people consists of two major parts. Namely, there are approximately 1 million Estonians. So this, I'm told, makes me 1 in a million, I've heard. And then in addition to the 1 million Estonians, there are approximately 300,000 of the Russian-speaking minority. And most of the Russian speakers moved to Estonia during the Soviet period. So basically from the Second World War until 1991, Estonia was occupied by the Soviet Union, and during that period there was what we call the policy of Russification. So the big idea with this policy was that Moscow had a large number of Russian speakers sent to live in Estonia in order to assimilate Estonian people into this one big happy Soviet family. And this didn't exactly work out as they planned in the first place, and that is something that most people here are, of course, very happy about as well. And actually, what regards languages, then languages go along the same lines. So you have the Estonian language, which is mainly spoken by the Estonian-speaking population, and then you also have the Russian language, which is then the first language of the Russian-speaking population. And to an extent, a lot of people are able to speak both languages. So especially older Estonians speak decent Russian, and then younger Russians speak decent Estonian, but not the other way around, because nearly 1/3 of the population lives right here in Tallinn. And Tallinn is both the financial and the political capital of Estonia. But you see, we Estonians, we like to make things complicated. So in order to achieve that, we have come up with the concept of multiple capitals. So there are a number of unofficial capitals that Estonia has as well. And one of the important ones is that in the south of Estonia we have a city called Tartu. That's the second biggest city, and this city is mainly known as a university town. So as a result, we call Tartu the educational capital of Estonia. And then we also have different capitals for the seasons. So we have a summer capital, which is a resort town that is by the coast in western Estonia. Then we have the winter capital, which is in the place where we're here. And if you thought that you were having a nice walk in the town alone, then you probably were not alone. So that's how they try to make sure that Western spies wouldn't sort of penetrate the Iron Curtain. And also all the tour guides who gave tours in the Soviet days, they had to basically they weren't exactly interrogated, but they had to fill in questionnaires after they gave tours in order to tell the KGB, what sorts of questions were asked and what were the answers and all of that. And we also have this joke about the construction of the hotel, that when it was built, they used this brand new innovative material to build the hotel. So we call this material micro concrete. And the big idea with this material is that it's 30% microphones and 70% concrete, referring to the fact that all the rooms were bogged. And if you lived there, then you probably, the KGB heard every word you said. So it was a very big brotherish approach that was taken here. And of course, by now, I think it's known because it has the biggest congregation of all the churches in Estonia. And under the biggest congregation, we mean basically 3,000 people. and this is a Lutheran church. So this is the Charles Church, and what's important to point out is that Estonia is predominantly a Lutheran country. So Martin Luther's Reformation in the 1530s was very widespread here. But these days we also have a number of other denominations represented in the country, including Russian Orthodox amongst the bigger ones. And we'll be seeing both Russian Orthodox and Lutheran churches on the tour. And now in a minute we are getting off the bus, so just to take care of a couple of household issues. Is the name of this little hill that it's located on. It means the Dome Hill, and this stronghold essentially has been the place where Estonia has been governed from for the past, let's say, 800 years nearly. And as soon as the Danish crusaders reached northern Estonia in the 1200s, they set up a stronghold on this very location. And actually there was something here even earlier on, but it was never permanently inhabited at the time. And then more or less whoever has been in charge, they have always managed the country from here. So be it the Danes or the Germans or the Russians or the Swedes or the Estonians occasionally, then this has been the center of power. And today our parliament sits in the very same building. Now later on, when we see the other side of this whole stronghold, you can see how it has a very nice pink look, which is completely different from what you see over here. But again, essentially this is where our parliament sits. And they started yesterday, after the summer break, so to speak. And then this tower you see over here, this is the tall Herman Tower. And this is a very symbolic tower in the sense that the flag of the country that reigns over Estonia flies up there. So right now we have the Finland flag, which is the blue, black and white. But then we've had all the other flags as well. And right now there is this nice tradition about it that in the morning when the sun rises, then the flag is taken up there, and then in the evening when the sun sets, they take it down, and the national anthem plays in the background. So you can hear it all over well, not all over the town, but just around this area here. And if you take a look at the colors, then the blue, black and white, then what they stand for is that blue stands for the blue skies, which we are terribly proud about these days. And then the black stands for the black soil because of the importance of agriculture, at least the historical importance. Nowadays it's not so big anymore. And then white allegedly stands for the pure souls of the Estonian people, but I think that is debatable. So that's the breakdown of the colors. But we now to be something very important for the Estonian people, because Stone marks the events of 1991 when Estonia became independent from Soviet rule. And it's important to point out that Estonia has actually been independent twice in her history. So the first one was in the Two World Wars from 1918 to 1941, and now the second time has been since 1991. And in 1991, Estonia was very lucky to have a godless change of power. So basically nobody died, and that was possible due to the coup in Moscow. So on the 19th of August in 1991, there was a coup in Moscow, and Yeltsin and Gorbachev were basically struggling over power. And then Estonia declared their independence on the 20th of August, because it meant that the army that was sent out to the streets here in Estonia, they didn't really have a leader to take orders.
It's pretty, huh?
Did you get a picture?
Nevsky's cathedral, and it's well, it dates back to 1900 exactly, so it's not very old. What's interesting is that it was largely built there as a sign of power. So if you think about the location opposite what today is the Parliament, then this is not a coincidence. And also the fact that it's on a hilltop where the onions, they sort of dominate the skyline. And also, if you think about the name, Alexander Nevsky's Cathedral. Nevsky, you see, was this Russian field marshal who basically beat the Germans in the medieval days. He was the first leader to beat the German knights. And he's a bit of a hero for Russians. And this makes even so your prayers are heard louder and clearer up there. So that's the other thing. And then thirdly, now they have just that church mass. So what you'll hear is a whole lot of choral singing. So the Russian Orthodox churches are known for their a cappella music. And there are first of all the male bass voices that are very enchanting, and then you have female choirs mixed in there as well. And there's sort of a saying that the human voice is the most beautiful thing in the world, so why are you ruining this?
It's got a little porcelain key in it. Talent. How appropriate for it to be like this, huh? I don't think we're supposed to walk where cars are going. Look at this old street.
Did you video the cobblestone?
Yeah, I'm videoing it now. Maybe your feet on it. Get us nauseated when we watch it. The way I video. I'm gonna put it on YouTube. Thailand, Estonia, before the Russians came back in. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it?
Did you see all the amber?
Country, and take a look at the weather vane up there. It says 1779, the other way around.
1240.
That marks there when it was completed. So it took them around 550 years to build the thing. A fair bit of time. And now it's a very good example of Gothic architecture, especially early Gothic architecture that was still relatively simple. And one of the things what regards Gothic architecture in Italy, if you compare it to, say, that you have, or that Gothic you have in the UK or in Western Europe, then Tallinn's Gothic is usually much more simple or plain. And we don't have many, like gargoyles and all these stone carvings coming out of these buildings. And this is mainly the case because of two reasons. First of all, the local nobility who was responsible for building all these things, they were relatively wealthy, and they could afford, building a decent church. Then their wealth was never comparable to a king or a queen in Western Europe. So they simply didn't have the resources to build right. Now, to explain these things, the point of having the four eyes is to balance the number 8. And see, the number 8 is very small. So that's why it's done this way. And these clocks are called French clocks, if they're called like this. And the other thing is that it doesn't have the minute hand because in the medieval days, minutes simply did not exist. So it's really as simple as that. And minutes only got created when they started a train connection between London and Bristol. So they needed a more accurate time limit. I think they needed to refer to the train. So what we'll do is that I'll quickly tell you about some of these buildings we see from here. Then you can go take a quick look and maybe a photo if you want to, and then we carry on from this point again. But one thing I'd like to show is on the left-hand side over there, the white spire, or it's not white, it's brown, but the tower bit is white. Now, this is the Church of the Holy Ghost, and I mean, we can really see the spire from here anyway, so we're not missing out on much. But the trouble with this church is that 6 years ago, the spire of this church burned down.
And it's actually pretty ironic because they were just in the middle of renovating the spire, so there was scaffolding up there and all of that. And then all of a sudden there was a cut in the electric circuit, so that's why the spire...
Where's Natasha? Where'd Natasha go? She's hiding from this cold. Behind the tree. Oh, inside out. What are you doing? That is a medieval door right there, isn't it? To the castle. Or the torture chamber.
Or actually, no, it's here right there. Then I'm going to come up there instead. So, can you all hear me from here, yes? Good. Now, by the way, if there are people coming, then let's try to make space for them. But other than that, this place over here is this space. There we go. Little corridor. There we go. So this place over here is basically under this defense tower, as you can see. And this is a medieval gate that ran up to the upper town. And the street that goes down over here, that was the other street that came to the upper town. And actually the two streets, they have funny names. This is the short leg street, and this is the long leg street. And we say that because Tallinn has a short leg and a long leg, then Tallinn lives. You can't walk all the way around here. But now if you start 1.5 miles approximately, and that old town wall was also surrounded by a moat. So if the enemy was trying to conquer the old town, that was quite difficult in and of itself. And now, if they got through the first line of defense, they managed to take over the lower town. So that's where we are headed right now, to the lower town. But if the lower town was conquered, then this small fraction of the whole territory is the upper town where we have just been. And this was only accessible via these two streets. And the fact that they were so narrow sort of made them a bottleneck, and the defenders had an easier time blocking the way up here. And you see this gate over here, it had 2 doors. And if you came through the first door, then you had the other door you had to break through as well. But then above the enemy there was this little hatch where they poured hot tar on you. So that complicated things. And if the enemy was coming up the street, then conquer the upper town without huge casualties, and actually no one ever has. So even the first line of defense was never penetrated, and we say that because Tallinn has never been conquered by force, that Tallinn is a virgin town, and the only way the rulers of the city have actually changed, that has happened by way of contract. So that is one of the reasons why we have a lot of medieval architecture, especially Gothic architecture, which is still intact and it hasn't been destroyed by wars. But what we're going to see next is a little block of the old town that actually was destroyed because in 1944 Tallinn was bombed by the Soviet army, and that bombing did do some damage. But we'll
What kind of dog is that? It's a mud dog?
Sometimes the rain takes some of it away, but that's fine. Okay, now we have now come to the lower town, and historically speaking, there was a very big difference between the two parts of town, because if the upper town was used by the nobility and their winter residences are up there, then the lower town was used by the merchants and the artisans. And actually, the lower town was a free town, so the legislation here was completely different, and it could remain independent from the rest of the country because of the economic power they held. So basically, if one of the noblemen wanted to sell, either the grain or the vodka or whatever they had produced, then they needed the assistance of the lower town merchants to do that. And that's because the lower town was a member of the Hanseatic League. So the Hanseatic League was this a union of merchants who operated around the Baltic Sea. And in order to do any trade, then you had to go through one of these Hanseatic merchants. So they had the monopoly on trade at the time. And the nobility didn't want to bite the hand that fed them. So that's what defined the balance. But there was one law in particular that caused a lot of stress between the two parts of town. Namely, if a peasant who was a serf to the nobleman from the countryside, if he could come here to this lower town area and hide himself here for 1 year and 1 day, then he was liberated by the city there. Now, this means that he was free, and the landlord could not claim him anymore. And you can probably imagine that the lower town had a thriving economy, so they needed new labor force. But their upper town and the nobility, they hated losing their free labor force from the countryside. So that caused a lot of trouble, actually. But again, it never broke out in anything very violent. And this church over here, this is the Church of St. Nicholas. Now, I mentioned that a little bit of the old town was bombed in the Soviet days. This church was one of the victims of that bombing, and the bombing took place in 1944, so basically at the end of the Second World War in Europe, and it was in May. What happened is that Estonia was both under Nazi and Soviet rule during the Second World War, and from 1939 until 1941 it was the Soviets. Then in 1941 the Nazis came here, and they stayed until 1944, and then in 1944 the Soviets came to liberate us. We don't know why they didn't leave after we were liberated, but that's a different topic. But this bombing took place still when the Nazis were in town. So on the face of it, you would think that it was against the Nazis, but in reality, the bombing wasn't necessary for military gains. So the only reason it really took place was to spread fear in the local population. So when the Soviets would return a little bit later on, locals wouldn't resist them coming in. And the bombing was supposed to be a blanket bombing that was to demolish the whole of the city. And Tallinn was saved by weather like this. So it was very foggy, and that's why 90% of the bombs ended up in the bottom of the sea. And the fact that the old town here is the way it is a bit of a miracle, especially if you take into account that there are a few other towns in Estonia that were bombed as well, and these were mainly or largely destroyed. So there were some beautiful Baroque old towns that got destroyed and this and that, and nothing left these days. And now what is also miraculous is that this church was reconstructed during the Soviet period. And if you think about the Soviet Union, it was an atheist state. So an atheist state funding the reconstruction of a church doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. But what the officials probably had in mind is that, you see, this church is a very historical one right in the city center. And they maybe realized that if the Finnish tourists who started to come here in the 60s would see this church, they would obviously ask that, why do you have a church in ruins? And if the locals would have to answer that this is because the Soviet Union bombed Tallinn in 1944, then it wouldn't be a consistent message if you're having this, if you're trying to put on a facade that it's a great place to live in. So they had that little reason to renovate it. Another little reason was that they actually wanted to have a museum of atheism in the church, but they never succeeded in doing it.
Yeah. So we can. Where are we going? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I thought you were going in there.
I was trying to.
Now,
I'm lucky.
the little shelter we have taken here is basically the town hall, and the square here is the town hall square. So historically, there was a market here every day, and then at some point the market became too small, or the square became too small for but the problem is that Riga, that is the capital of Latvia, has changed names.
I'll zoom in on that guy's head.
The market in December is fully equipped with mulled wine and handicraft, and then literally a couple of sheep live on the square in December, so city people can go see what animals are like. But it's very nice to have them here. And then there's Santa, of course, who takes all the wishes as well. And now, if you look across the square, you see there is a yellow building right there in the corner. It has a little protruding part with a red roof and all of that. This building houses Europe's oldest pharmacy. And
Oldest pharmacy.
If you want to go in there during your free time, then I can recommend doing that. And it's a public pharmacy that dates back to 1422. So it's been there for nearly 600 years. And today it tells you, what pharmacies tell you.
See?
But in the medieval days, the selection of foods they carried was quite old. And on one hand, they sold things that you don't really think of as medicine in a way, or in a way we do as well, because they sold a special claret, or in other words, a spiced wine. And that spiced wine was supposed to make your blood circulation faster, so that was a little bit tempting. And the other thing they sold was French cognac. So it's sort of a medicine.
You just didn't care after you drank it.
And now, another thing was that they sold candy, that maybe reduced your stress levels. So all sorts of very good stuff. But then what they actually sold was medicine. I wouldn't touch that stuff for they sold cat's blood, fish eyes,
Cat's blood.
and then also powder made of Egyptian mummies.
You said cat's blood.
One of their big products was powder made of the unicorn spore. And that was the Viagra of the time. So they have a theory that because this was sold, that's why unicorns are extinct right now. So we're terribly sorry for having done that. But that is Europe's sort of pharmacy, and if you go in there, there's a little museum bit as well, so you can take a look at some of the old Prince Passage. And the street is known for, first of all, the fact that today we have one of the few functioning guilds that is still operating here. And the point of the guild is that it's sort of a union for all representatives of particular trades. And this isn't the authentic guild from the medieval days when they functioned like trade unions, but it's still a very good marketing tool because you see local artists, be they glassblowers or potters or if they do quilting or whatnot, then they have their little workshops over here where they produce their own artwork and then they sell the stuff on the spot as well. And the reason this passage is called the St. Catherine's Passage is that on the left-hand side, when we pass it, you will see these are all tombstones.
Oh, they're like kind of old, aren't they? Somebody. When were they found those? Oh my God. They're like what? It's mold. stuff up here. God. Man, talk about medieval stuff. I feel like I'm in that thing at Gwinnett Place. Yeah, I guess it is a little bit different, huh? I'm telling them, yeah, we got a mall in Georgia, and they put on this medieval times. You can eat dinner with your hands and stuff. You'd be like, what? Something, huh? Gosh, look at all the sweater stuff. Neat market, huh? They got some, that's all handmade stuff, isn't it? Oh, yeah.
Medieval town wall that I mentioned before as well, it used to be, as I said, 1.5 miles long, and we still have around 1 mile left. So a fair bit of it is still in place. And there used to be 40 towers just like that all over the city. So as I mentioned, it was extremely well defended. And then you could historically walk the wall all around. And now some of the parts are still accessible to the public as well. And all these towers they use sometimes for museums and sometimes for concert halls. So not each and every one of them, but a large number of them are still in use in one way or another, which is very, very nice, of course. And then over here you can see what is today the sort of main gate into the city, even though historically it was far from being the main gate. You see this street over here was known as the Mad Street in the medieval days. So this refers to the fact that it was one of the last streets to be paved, and it was actually used to take the cattle out to the paved street. So cattle lived inside the city at the time, and then quickly get out for the daytime. So you know the level of hygiene in the town was not very sort of acceptable by our kind. And some people actually say that if we were sent to the medieval days with a time machine, then we would die in a couple of hours because we couldn't take the bacteria in the air. So you know, this place wasn't as clean as it is nowadays. And now, unfortunately, what can be said is that these are replicas of original towers because these also got bombed in the bombing of 1944. And this was just the two small towers. The two big towers were right over here, where the town wall ran. And then if you take a look at this building, then you can imagine that building this here also met some resistance. So that was one of the buildings that was bombed as well. And about 10 years ago, they decided that, you know, it's a very sweet spot of land right on the main street. So they decided to build a little shopping center there. But not everybody agrees. But at least they try to make it fit in with the lifestyle. So that's you know, a good move, I think. Yeah. But we now continue this way over the past 15 years especially, and of course the economy during the Soviet period was very bad. So Estonia was mismanaged very much like the rest of the Soviet Union, even though Estonia was a bit better off than the rest of the Soviet Union altogether. So the fact that people here are relatively hard working and all of that led to Estonia doing quite well also at the time. But then in the early 90s things were very problematic because the Estonian economy was integrated to the Soviet economy, and with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Estonian factories and whatever we had here, they didn't really have any customers to produce for anymore, which meant that unemployment rates went up and some factories were closed down and so forth. But Estonia took a new course after the collapse of the Soviet Union towards Europe and the European Union in particular. So since 2004, Estonia is a member of the European Union,
and the economy has developed very rapidly ever since. So, for example, for a couple of years in a row, we actually had economic growth of about 10 and 11%. Now, such growth rates are not very sustainable, so this cooled down very quickly, and this year it has actually gone to the extent that we are having a very small economic recession of about -1 or -2 percentage points of the GDP. And this partly has to do with the global situation, but then it also has to do with the fact that the real estate boom that fueled our economic growth has come to a halt, and there are very few mortgages that are being issued these days. But that was exactly what fueled the economy for a short, for 5 to 7 years. And to generally describe the Estonian economy, then Estonia is known for its liberal approach to setting up the economy, meaning that we have taxes that are quite entrepreneur-friendly, and there are very few restrictions on importing goods, and also very few restrictions on foreign ownership of companies and real estate. And
Costa Mediterranea is coming in, which is a ship that we've been on, actually. And that's strange. All the way across the ocean in Estonia.
Sister ship to the Miracle.
Well, not really. They don't. If it's a different cruise line, it's not a sister ship. I think it's just the same design. But
I think it's snowing.
huh? No, it looked like that earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know. What is that? It's not snow. It's just light somethings. Sure looks like snow, though. Look at those big propellers in the front. I think it had that before. Those are like a design or something. Costa Mediterranean.
That's snow. That's snow.
That's not snow. I mean, I shouldn't be standing out without a shirt on. Yeah. They're like, look at that idiot over there without a shirt on. It's freaking cold. That's a pretty ship, yeah. There it is. Russia. We're pulling into port. About to dock. Steven's out here without a shirt on. I feel like I'm in Motherland. It's comfortable. Huh?
Conditions are partly cloudy skies with light winds and calm seas. The air temperature at the moment is 48 degrees Fahrenheit. And have a wonderful day. Thank you.
This is
Now we can put our tickets out. We want to tell our friends we went on private.
a line to go through immigration. It's 40 degrees.
If the band stops playing and use them people as immigration, we'd be through by now.
I know. Why put them behind the counter. Look at that guy out there dancing in front of them. Did you see that?
Merry Christmas from Florida.
That's funny.
He's probably from Miami.
Great, but cold, right? It's almost winter here. But anyway, welcome to St. Petersburg. And we have full day tour, Pushkin and Hermitage, and lunch. And I'm your guide for this tour. My name is Catherine. Our driver's name is Michael. So first of all, we are going to Pushkin. And first of all, I would like to tell you a few words about this tour. So we have early opening of the Catherine's Palace. And we are going to Pushkin right now. After Catherine's Palace, we'll see Catherine's Park, and then we have lunch in the restaurant called Russian House. It's also located in Pushkin, not far from Palace. We walk into restaurant for lunch. After the lunch, we go back to the city. And during our tour also, we have a possibility for some shopping. Later I will tell you where. I will show you where.
Shop.
And after this afternoon we have a visit to the Hermitage Museum. Okay, this is the program for today. We'll be back to the port by 4:30. Okay, so on the way I will give you special equipment. And we will use it inside Catherine's Palace, inside Hermitage. This is for our convenience and for the convenience of the guide. Because this is, I will give you earphones and...
Boy, it don't look like Germany, does it? Well, it's probably east side before they unified. That's probably what it looked like. Exactly, look.
Yeah.
They got the graffiti too.
Everywhere in Europe there's graffiti like that.
Terrible life for being Jewish here. Can you imagine?
See, those are like those cars that came over the border, Stephen. Called trappies. They're doing yoga.
Russian exercise. Those soldiers? Please. I'm sure it's still pretty corrupt here.
Sure.
Their roads suck.
actually lanes on the street?
Oh, it was pretty nasty.
Yeah.
It's removable against the gas price.
Yeah.
Reminds you of one of those poor Caribbean countries, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure there are other sections that are better.
Sure.
Damn right, it looks backwards.
No, it is backwards.
No, in both places, please. For what? 25 now. It's increasing. Just a week ago it was 23, today 25. 36 for euro.
On top of the building, we kept it. Crispy fries.
Well,
Very schmucky. I bet the inside of them it's not too bad. I see a little aluminum foil in the windows and stuff.
I don't know. It looks pretty scary.
so ladies and gentlemen, have a look. We approach into the Victory Square, and on your left side you see the monument dedicated to the defenders of our city during the siege. In the center is the obelisk of glory, and this monument is in the shape of the broken ring. In front are figures of soldiers, workers, defenders of the city. This monument was unveiled in 1975 to commemorate 30th anniversary of the victory in the Great Patriotic War. So the period of World War II in Russia we call Great Patriotic War.
That's what they call it, what they say, World War II? Church way back there. Oh, we're starting to see some buildings already back there, look. See that?
Yeah.
We're gonna get it down. Damn, that is a weird looking picture, Tasha. Look at it.
I know.
It's awesome. Isn't it?
Flights. So the way to airport is leading to the right side. We approach into these Pulkova Heights. During World War II, by the way, this hills was the front line. You see how close Germans stayed to the city. During World War II, in Leningrad was the period of the siege, lasted about 3 years, between 1941 and 1944. This was very harsh period for the citizens. A lot of people died during this siege. About 1 million people died. Died of starvation, died of bombing, of artillery fire. A lot of them were buried in mass graves on the cemeteries in the city, because there was no possibility to bury everybody separately. So now you see the cupola on the hills. This is cupola of the observatory, built in the first quarter of the 19th century. And at that time, this observatory was delivered with very modern equipment. So this was the front line during the siege. Because Pushkin was occupied by Nazi during the siege, Almost all suburbs of Leningrad were occupied by Germans. They stayed there the whole period of the siege. 900 days and nights lasted the siege of Leningrad. They tried to penetrate the city, but occupation. When they left Pushkin,
the Nazis stole the Amber Room.
Took away this Amber Room from the palace, and the last time when it was possible to see was in 1944 in Königsberg. This is now Kaliningrad, the Russian city, very close to the Polish boundary. So we will see the exact copy, because the new Amber Room was made according to survived photos representing the original Amber Room. Photos, drawings of Amber Room, and in general all interiors were evacuated. That's why all restoration was made according to these survived photos and drawings. This is exact copy, and this Amber Room, new Amber Room, was completed 5 years ago in 2003. A bit better, winds are less, and it's a little bit warmer there. It's very green suburb, very quiet, with its own population, about 100,000 people.
That's where we're going. It's a lot smaller, isn't it? We get a little break later on. Email them and say, well, we're here.
Hey, Al Gore, look at the fumes coming out of these
stacks. Al. Hey, Al, why don't you talk to the Russians? They pollute too. Like a lot more, looks like.
Yeah.
I don't
So
think they care about
Zaz
environment.
village was the original name of this area, of this suburb. After revolution of 1917, Bolsheviks changed this name, changed Zaz village into Children village. They did not want anything associated with the name of the Tsar. They changed Zaz village into Children village. Then in 1937, this suburb got the name of Pushkin, the great Russian poet, because Pushkin studied at the Imperial Lyceum in Zaz village. We'll see also Imperial Lyceum there. I will show where Pushkin studied. And in 1937 there was 100th anniversary of Pushkin's death, and it was decided to change the Children village into Pushkin, town of Pushkin. Now we use two names of this suburb, town of Pushkin or Zaz village. Besides Catherine's palace in Pushkin, there is another palace intended for the Grand Duke Alexander Palace, future Emperor Alexander I. The palace was commissioned by Catherine the Great for her grandson Alexander, Grand Duke Alexander, and built at the end of the 18th century. Designed by another architect, Quarengi, in the classical style, because classical style was in fashion at the end of the 18th century. By the way, Alexander Palace was the favorite palace of the last Roman family of Nicholas II. Over there they were arrested, and from there they were transferred first to Siberia, then to Yekaterinburg, where were shot by Bolsheviks in 1918. Alexander Palace, also I will show this palace on the way. So we're approaching actually to Zaz village. Just in a few minutes we will arrive. remind us about days of the siege of Leningrad. And soon on the right side we will see the memorial monument dedicated to the days of the siege, dedicated to the siege. Now on the right side, 1941, 1944, the period of the siege in Leningrad. So the first railway route was built in 1830s in Russia, and soon in the middle of the 19th century was built the first railway terminal in St. Petersburg. The third railway route built in Russia connected two big cities, St. Petersburg and Moscow. Between two cities there are about 700 kilometers. You know that St. Petersburg was the capital of Russia for 200 years, for more than 200 years. In 1703 our city was founded by Peter the Great, and already in 1712 Peter the Great transferred the capital from Moscow to St. Petersburg. Only after revolution in 1918 the capital was transferred back to Moscow by Bolsheviks. That's why this city was built for emperors. It was imperial city. That's why we have so many palaces, beautiful churches and cathedrals. So here we are already in Pushkin, or in Zaz village. And just in a couple minutes we will see the Catherine's Palace and Alexander Palace as well. Approaching now to the Egyptian gate, decorated with Egyptian bas-reliefs, Egyptian motifs you will see on the gate. This gate was set up here in the first quarter of the 19th century and symbolizing the triumphal entrance to the Zaz village. Now it will be on your left side, Egyptian gate. And also on the left, by the bushes, you will see dark monument to Pushkin, black monument on your left side. This is Pushkin. So Pushkin visited very often Zaz village. He studied here in Zaz village for a few years. He visited Zaz village very often. He spent his honeymoon in Zaz village. On the way to Catherine's Palace, I will show you the former Imperial Lyceum. The Lyceum was established in the beginning of the 19th century by Alexander I, Russian Emperor Alexander I. And this Lyceum was intended only for the boys of nobility, for the sons of nobility, intended only for the boys. In St. Petersburg there was the high educational establishment intended for the daughters of nobility, Smolny Institute. Now on your left side you can see Roman church, Catholic church, Roman Catholic church, and we're approaching now to the Alexander Palace on the right side. In a moment you will see yellow palace behind fences. This is Alexander Palace. It's also open as museum now, but the restoration is not completed yet. So on the right you see the Alexander Palace, Alexander Park. And ahead you can see the corner of the Catherine's Palace, blue and white. This is it, Catherine's Palace. Now we stop here. And then we walk into the palace. You can leave.
Is she speaking?
She was a second ago, yeah. The balls bursting in air, gave proof through the night that the flag was still there. I'm homesick. That was funny. Wow. Yeah, you could. Tasha. Glory, Georgia. Glory, glory to Georgia. Listen.
Hey.
Glory, glory to Georgia.
Speaking?
Nope.
Okay.
She's got it all. Glory. Wow. Beautiful.
So then if you will see this building and scaffolding, this is former Imperial Lyceum where Pushkin studied. It's connecting to Catherine's Palace.
Tasha.
Architect was really who built this Catherine's Palace. А вообще вход в парк тоже платный, вам туда, вот как раз перед парком. Не, вас туда не пустят. Направо и направо парк.
Exactly. Wow.
So ladies and gentlemen, join us please. А есть кто-нибудь в Baltic Cruise? Внутри нас по второй. На второй? 38 человек. So ladies and gentlemen, we enter in, and we enter. When we enter, you can take pictures on the way to the palace. We have no time here. Let's go.
Nope. No time here. No time here. Let's go. Wow. Man, it's gorgeous. Gee.
On the way to the palace, you can take pictures. This is free. It's free. So you see the lot of the groups. Right, you can see the palace. But we will enter another entrance.
Stand right there.
Get this one. Back. Feel like I'm in Mexico. Well, besides it's, 20 degrees. Where's Tasha?
I think I got like 500 pictures already. I'm just joking.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Gorgeous. I got some good pictures.
Tasha, I like your shoes.
Thanks. I feel like a smart owner.
That's that thing they said that, look, mine has a hole in it. My feet are too damn big.
I like your shoes. Do you want me to get a picture of your feet? Yeah.
Get a diaper inside.
Oh my gosh. You know, are these going to come out without the lashes? Wow.
somewhere you will see her symbol E1 in the corners. For example, you will see letter E1. Do you see it? E1.
No.
That means Catherine the First. Will you please come here?
What is the
It's
E1?
another group here. Okay. And Catherine, the name Catherine begins with letter E in Russian. Yekaterina. That means E1, Yekaterina the First. Now we are going to see another TV.
Got a big screen. Man, she had the best. Didn't she? I know it, man. She was ahead of her time.
Some rooms in the palace are rather small. We can rather
Sure.
do the TV. That's why I would like to ask you get in the room, the rest of the group. So this is the second empty chamber, and here you can see beautiful shirts, very popular in British time, in the first part of the 18th century. You could see probably outside the church, covered with a special lamp or something, but representing the same dance outside. This church they used as the garage for motorcycles, and the church was nearly destroyed. Icons, most of icons were evacuated before the war, but some icons left in Catherine's Palace and in the church.
Yeah, a big screen.
So they were destroyed at all. So that's what we call the original icons from 18th century. So this palace also was intended for the waiting of the guests. Ladies in waiting also were here, and plafond again symbolizing Catherine I. Somewhere you will see this is new painted, but this is original design. This is the same pattern like it was in the 18th century. So we are going to the next room, please.
God, they're unbelievable. My gosh. Man, she had a nice crib.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Put this on MTV Cribs.
Yeah, man.
Flash is prohibited in this area. But there are some which there are special sites, no flash. That's why there is not. Here maybe yes. So this is the chamber, and here they left unrestored elements. If you look there, you will see two uses, two unrestored views. This is how they look like before restoration. Four students you see in this very made of those tiles, of course. Peter especially loved Amsterdam, and that's why he wanted to design to build new cities. Largest room of the palace, and on the ceiling you can see original plafond. This plafond was evacuated before the war, transferred to Leningrad and saved in one of the palaces in Leningrad. It was evacuated and saved. The Germans have never been in Leningrad, inside the city. That's why this is right after the war, and this is original of the 18th century. This plafond consists of three parts: the central part, and on the both sides parts of this platform. In this room, you can see one of the main elements of the Baroque style, illusion of space. There are only 7 meters of the height of the ceiling, but it's much more higher. Now we can make a very interesting experience. If you walk ahead slowly and look at the columns on the ceiling, and walk ahead slowly, you will see the columns change the point. It seems like they rising. Do you see? This is illusion of space. Painted in such a way to present us illusion of space. So another main element of the Baroque style was the panels. You see everything like the previous gilded master buildings. This is exactly the real gold leaf. And you see in the largest of many like painted opposite each other. You will see illusion of the corridor. Nearby mirrors were real cameras which these electrical lamps appear to be but originally the movie can change a few times a day. So we entered the palace from the square. From the square is one of the main entrances with telephonic carriages. Carriages were running through this golden gate to the palace. Because guests in the last centuries came to South Village by carriages. And the main entrance to the palace was in the center of the palace. And next we're going to see this main stage.
Palace in the 18th century and was marble bust of Catherine the Great and Alexander I in the former which on the fourth.
And in the next room, I would like to show you the folder will represent the 18th century.
I told you before, here right here I told you before that in Peter's time the palace was much more smooth. The palace was built by the architect French Stein, especially for Catherine I. And this was the palace in the first quarter of the 18th century, completed in Peter's time. The central part of this was the palace. That's it. In the middle of the 18th century, Empress Elizabeth wanted to enlarge the palace. That's where Rastrelli added 2 more galleries on the both sides here and 2 more small pavilions also on the both sides. So this is the view of the palace in the middle of the 18th century. You see even the different color from time to time, very seldom, but they change color of the palace. Like of the Winter Palace. We'll see this afternoon the green Winter Palace, but in the 18th century it was also yellow.
And we go to the main staircase of the palace.
And I can take pictures outside. So many take a picture of that.
Japanese vases.
And on the right side you will see rock, and opposite is the the main staircase is made of natural marble. During World War II, during the occupation, it was damaged very badly. Later it was the staircase soon after occupation. Well, no people here. Alexander III. He was the only peaceful emperor during whose reign there were no any wars inside the country or outside the country. You see also here photo representing family of Alexander III, who's sitting on the chair, and then Duke Nicholas, future Nicholas II, standing nearby. And because this is very end of the 19th century, appeared photo already, and that's why somewhere you can see photos. So on the way to the next room, which here on the floor, it will be very slippery. That's why we did it.
Is that his actual uniform that we see in the painting? Wow. His boots and everything. Wow.
It is just restored now.
Yeah.
19th century. I'd like to show you the beautiful tables. Some vases made of lapis lazuli. This is made in the mosaic technique. This is not solid stone, just small pieces of lapis lazuli put on the top of the table. Later in the Hermitage, we will have a possibility to see the mosaic technique. I will show you. But now just believe me, this is mosaic technique. Small pieces of lapis put on the top. You see the mantelpiece here, made of artificial marble, and some other portraits representing relatives of the royal family. Cubes of emperors. This portrait you can see because these were boys, sons of Nicholas I.
The children's uniforms.
Nicholas I was the third son of Emperor Paul, and from the beginning he couldn't be the Emperor of Russia. Only the first son should become emperor, but the first son of Paul, Alexander I, he was in Russia for 20 years and died. And Alexander I had no male heirs for the Russian throne. And according to the law, only boys could become emperor, not daughters. This law you see on the right side. This is Nicholas I. And now we are going to see the famous emperor in the next.
Nicholas I. And there's his actual uniform right over here. He's a little guy, wasn't it? That's his original thing? I think he said a kid. These are kids. Wow.
Yeah, before we go to the emperor, I'd like to show you the portrait of Catherine II, Catherine the Great. She's represented here as empress. And this is also Catherine the Great. So please, in the emperor.
Wow. Gorgeous. Oh my God.
Historical, mythological, biblical, landscape, whatever you see here, over 100 paintings purchased in different European schools of art. You will find here Flemish, French, English, German, Italian, Spanish paintings. You see very different signs of the paintings because paintings were required to decorate the room, one of the rooms in the past. That's why they were put on the quality of Victorian way. But I would like to show you how all paintings represent Peter the Great, two battles. On the both sides of the stew, you see here battle, this painting representing battle, and very similar from another side of the stew. Peter the Great, you will see on the horse dressed in the green uniform, Russian regiment. Do you see this man in the green and white and here were used ebony, mahogany, oak, some other kinds. Yeah, take pictures. And we did it in see next.
See, look at that piece of furniture over there.
Wow.
God, I like that piece like that, huh? Kind of reminds me of our War.
Century, have a look. Its original silk survived, but the furniture it was not upholstered with the new, just because the original silk has survived. Not gilded and new. The original gilding you see here. This is end of the 18th century. And on the left side, you will see the painting representing Catherine's palace of the 18th century. The same here. You saw. Scottish and the current architect of Catherine the Great. He worked in the classicals. Classicals is based on antiquity, which includes its street walls, these variants representing antique motifs. And this was the green dining room. Green dining room. Instead of the stools, you see the mantelpiece here.
Man sieht hier beispielsweise das allererste Mal diesen Kamin und nicht einen Ofen wie früher. Viel Stuck an den Wänden. Auf den beiden Tischen natürlich schon gewisse Haus. In diesem Fall aus dem höchsteisensten Wiedersehen Maria Söderhoffners, Ende des 18. Jahrhunderts Moskauer Arbeit. Und was hier ehrlich gesagt fehlt, ist ein Deckengemälde, das heißt ursprünglich seit noch gehörte zu diesem Raum eigentlich barockes Bild. Während des Krieges zu vieles hier verloren ging. Und in diesem speziellen Falle wusste man in der Nachkriegszeit einfach nicht, was das für ein Gemälde war. Seinerzeit sind keine Zeichnungen, keine Entwürfe, keine Fotos, keine Beschreibungen, keine Entwicklung geblieben. Man wusste einfach nicht was und deshalb ist man in
Design on Chippendale.
Chippendale dancers?
Chippendale, really? Wow, it's gorgeous. Let's see that inlaid wood, like her. I love it. It's gorgeous.
Can you get a good picture of her?
Mm-hmm.
Can you get a picture of her?
I got one. Wow.
So now we are going to the staircase. Please go away.
Here's Natasha. So where's Natasha?
Tasha's out here.
Unbelievable, huh? Wow. It's gorgeous. It's not me, is it? Even the staircase. Look, Tasha.
Still full.
And there's so many paintings everywhere. You can't, you know?
They cut trees
the Germans just cut down the trees. Serves them right. I saw that picture of a bomb. It's gorgeous. Look at that. Really defies imagination, doesn't it? Natasha! My little Natasha. The bathhouse?
For the royal family. These small ponds are artificial ponds. In our village there are no natural springs. All ponds in the Catherine's Park are artificial. So now, we live in the Catherine's Park. We go into the restaurant for lunch. You take pictures?
Excuse me, do you want my book on Cameroon Captain Palace sandwich? First class, 5 euros, you get $8. Always by me. Cameroon Captain Palace,
It's $2 cheaper than up there.
$2 cheaper?
Yeah.
I thought that was the cheapest you're gonna get. Stay right there. We're like the first people.
And we come back tomorrow.
Here?
Well, we got another tour, so I'm sure they're going to take us to shop. Aren't they? Do you think he's really tripping? Oh, I would doubt it. So we're going to go to a real Russian restaurant now.
I saw the restaurant.
You did? Where'd you see it?
I saw it when we drove by it.
Oh.
Very Russian. Steve got a Russian hat.
So he got $1 more, $2 more, big deal, right?
Oh, this is best deal. I've seen it.
No, what he said is the stuff, basically he was saying the stuff coming up is better deals than in the stores. So he said don't buy in the museum shops and stuff. You pay too much. Like that postcard said, he was even selling for like $10. Give it to us for $1.
So we have a beautiful day.
I told you. I mean, I don't want it to rain tomorrow either, but at least we got 1 out of 2, so it'll be nice tomorrow too. And it's not, actually it warmed up. It's not as bad as it was this morning. What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be used to this stuff. They look fake. Here we are. Is this it? This is what we're eating? Guess so. I guess this is it.
So ladies and gentlemen, first of all I will show you table service for us. Then you can occupy your seats and then go to the battlefield meeting. Okay?
Okay. Let's go down this way. Can we eat here? Tasha, right here. Let's sit on the end. Right, both tables. Sit on That is so great, isn't it?
Not have possibility for other shopping today and tomorrow as well. So in the gift shop there are different kinds of souvenirs. All souvenirs are of very high quality. All goods in the shop are certificated, and they accept in the gift shop not only cash but also credit cards and any kind of cash, euros, dollars, rubles, whatever you have. Just spend it.
Just leave it here.
So, in the gift shop you will see cheap souvenirs, but at the same time you will see very expensive souvenirs. So you will find matryoshka for $10 up to $1,500. So depends on many reasons.
They got diamonds.
That's on the other side. That's on the Bulgarian side. The Russian side. It looks like
you see it's designed in the Soviet style. You see Soviet symbols, Soviet star, sickle and hammer and sickle. So intended for the Leningrad government. Now it's rented by different offices, and a few research institutes are inside. And we are now driving along Moscow Prospect. This is one of the most, one of the main thoroughfares, one of the longest prospects in our city. Moscow Prospect is leading to Moscow Highway. Highway is leading to Moscow, of course. This is one of the longest prospects. It's about 10 kilometers. This is very end of Moscow Prospect. This prospect ends at the Victory Square. We've passed it before. And we're driving to the beginning of Moscow Prospect. History. In the 19th, 18th centuries, there were a few Russo-Turkish wars in 1770s, 1820s. So the gate was set up here to commemorate victory over Turks. And in the 19th century, it was set up here in 1830s. So in the 19th century, this area was the boundary of the city. The city was smaller than now. That's why this was the boundary. This was like a triumphal entrance to this city. When Russian army came back from Turkey, they marched through this gate.
Okay. Still turn out good.
Petersburg. This is it on your right side, and in front there is a monument to Russian scientist Plekhanov.
Russian soldier. See him up there? There's a soldier right there. Zoom in on this guy. On the side.
In St. Petersburg is Niva River. This is a small river fountain. This river got its name in the 18th century because the water from this river was taken for the fountains in Summer Garden. Summer Garden is the oldest city park in St. Petersburg, laid out by the order of Peter the Great. And that's why Fountain River, the water for fountains. So in St. Petersburg, there are over 360 bridges. This is just one of them, the small bridge. Only bridges across Niva River are drawbridges. They open every night during navigation period to let ships sail under bridges. Bridges across Niva River are very low bridges. That's why they lift up every night during navigation period. This period begins usually in April and ends in October. So every night bridges open at the same time, approximately from 2 up to 5 in the morning. And we're approaching now to the beginning of Moscow Prospect. This prospect begins at the Haymarket Square and ends at the Victory Square. So we are very close, by the way, to the St. Isaac's Square. And we will see it soon. You will see the huge St. Isaac's Cathedral, one of the most beautiful cathedrals in our city, one of the biggest in the world, St. Isaac's Cathedral. And we'll see St. Isaac's Square, one of the most beautiful squares of St. Petersburg.
I like it back far tour.
I know. I'm sure you have a back one.
This is it, Haymarket Square, and on the right side we will pass right now. You can see this obelisk on the right, this obelisk with inscription in different languages of the world. This obelisk was set up on the square in 2003 when we celebrated 300th anniversary of St. Petersburg, and this obelisk was presented by the French French President Jacques Chirac in 2003.
That's the beer we had.
Was it? Take a picture and see the other side.
We're crossing now the small canal. This is canal named after Griboyedov, Russian writer Griboyedov. In the 18th century, this canal had another name after Catherine the Great. It was named, but later it was the name changed into Griboyedov Canal. All canals, as I've told you before, in our city are artificial canals. They were dug out specially to decorate the city, to protect the city from the floods. Within the whole history in St. Petersburg, there were about 300 floods. Some of them were very devastating floods, very dangerous. In 1777, 1824, 1924, and 1975, there were most devastating floods in St. Petersburg. The water during the flood rose over 3.5 meters above sea level. So this is another river on your right side. This is Moika River. Moika. All rivers are natural springs. All canals in the city are artificial canals. And we approach into the Blue Bridge. You will see blue banisters. This is the widest bridge in our city. Now we are on St. Isaac's Square. Ahead you can see St. Isaac's Cathedral. Have a look. And on the left side, in the center of the square, you can see the monument to Nicholas I. Have a look. This is very rare equestrian statue. There are only 2 points of support, 2 hind legs of the horse. And around the pedestal there are 4 female figures representing wife and 3 daughters of Nicholas I. The monument to Nicholas I was set up here in 1859 after Nicholas' death. Transferred into museum. So now it's just a museum. This year, by the way, we celebrate 150th anniversary of the cathedral. Around the main cupola you can see colonnade. It's also open for visitors. You can climb upstairs there and see the city from the height 48 meters. Because cathedral is located in the very heart of St. Petersburg, from there opens very beautiful view to St. Isaac's Square, to the Palace Square, to Petersburg Fortress. So it's
Yeah, quite a few of these things. Got that gold leaf stuff everywhere, don't we? Wow, look up.
The Solitude Palace, it was originally small palace, mobile, called Hermitage, was intended for emperors, where they stayed alone, to have a restaurant and state duties, to have a party with their close friends and courtiers. That means Solitude Palace, the Hermitage. In French, it is Hermitage. And with time, Catherine de Grey, which was one of the first who started to in this very winter palace. This is the new construction. Other architects were invited to establish the Victorian period. That's why most of them factories not a different size, not baroque like they take in all these things, they restore according to the original size. Other rooms were renovated in different sizes. Here you see, designed by Montserrat, a Venetian architect who built this island of the And here you can see the map of the Hermitage Museum. Have a look. This is Winter Palace, the largest building of the Hermitage Museum. This is small Hermitage from a private museum of Catherine the Great. Here you can see the old Hermitage, and the last building is the new Hermitage. So you can see only 4 buildings on the map. The Hermitage Theatre is in this direction. All buildings you see are linked with small passages. That's why we don't need to come outside and come in again. So we will pass all these buildings. Are you ready? Yeah, that's why each chandelier in the palace had a special mechanism to have the chandelier up and down very easily to change it.
Isn't that amazing, Tasha? That those are so old, there's before electricity. Huh? Which one was that guy? Franz Kruger. Whatever. Kruger.
Below you can see the throne commissioned especially for Winter Palace made in England in the beginning of the 18th century. What we call the original goblet made in France, commissioned especially for Winter Palace. That's why it's representing double-headed eagle, symbol of Russian Empire. And now we have to read the emblem.
Oh, man.
That's 195.
Holy moly.
This is for dancing.
My gosh. Wow. Man, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Wow.
Napoleon, it was very popular after the war against Napoleon. This style is characterized with 2 colors, gold and white, you see here. And it's called emblem because of the chandeliers you will find emblems of Russian provinces. In the last century, there were 52 Russian provinces altogether. Each province had its own symbol or emblem. All these emblems you see on the chandeliers. Upper you see balconies. This was the way for the evacuation. After the fire, the architects designed special ways for the evacuation. So these balconies are not only decorative, but also for the evacuation. This room was intended for reception, for the balls. Such big rooms, all big rooms in the Winter Palace were intended for the balls and for the receptions. In the center you can see the decorative wall.
Holy moly. Look at this. Portraits in here. Oh my gosh. I know, it's incredible, isn't it? Wow. Oh my God.
So the gallery of 1812 dedicated to the war against Napoleon generals and field marshals. Portraits of field marshals are the largest in the gallery. On the both sides you will see that. This is the portrait of Alexander I, emperor, during whose reign there was a war against Napoleon. And all portraits were painted by English artist George Hill after the war. Over 300 portraits are in the gallery, but besides portraits somewhere you can see
Look at all the generals.
over the years. Altogether 14 empty frames because some people were killed in the war and it was impossible for the artists to paint their portraits. That's why it was decided to leave these frames empty but with their names underneath. Look also at the ceiling. It's a beautiful Brazil technique. Brazil is gray from French, and from below it seems like mountains, right? But actually it's a flat surface. It's a flat ceiling. It was painted on the ceiling. That's why it's Brazil technique. We are going to see throne room.
You gotta be kidding me. There's so much in here. Just go stand over there and I'll get it. Oh, you got it recording. Go ahead, stand over there.
Go sit in a chair.
I think it took it. It's recording, but I think it took it.
It says no. That thing said no cameras. That one thing said no cameras in front of it. Everybody's taking pictures. Is this the way we're going? Jesus. Look, Tasha, look at this furniture. Look at that chair. No, I think they got that thing on there for a reason. Look at that. Look at that ivory right there. Some old stuff. I don't know, but she's like booking, man. I can't hear either, so don't worry.
This wonderful is you will find in the big mushroom by the oak tree. See, it shows now three. It shows three now. See, it shows only hours, not minutes. Come closer, please. I've seen it many times. So,
the mushroom. See the mushroom by the tree? It says 3.
The people grab its crazy. The old is down, blinks your eyes, and the rooster begins to cry. Bells ring, so very beautiful.
What time is it?
It happens only during serious occasions in the hermitage. It's not for everyday use. Unfortunately, very seldom. But it shows only hours but not the interesting show. Bells ring, yes. Christmas lights. Very seldom. Very seldom. Not every day. Yes. You know, even I visit hermitage at least twice a week. I've seen it once on TV. Just galleries in the world. All his paintings we will see in this section like this along right side of the gallery, because on the left side are paintings by Rembrandt's pupils. This is not Rembrandt there. Rembrandt is only here. What is going on? So,
Это ваше? А что они тут вот так вот просто это? Меня толкают.
Rembrandts.
The father in the heritage into same class between brothers. That's why this oldest brother standing in the background is this dad. So Rembrandt depicted here very interesting detail. If you look at the hands of the father, you will see hands are very different. Female and male hands, very different, right? So let's go to see another famous subject. David sent Uriah to the war because wanted to marry Uriah's wife. And this was very known fact. Uriah will be killed on the war. That's why Rembrandt wanted to show us one very interesting detail. He painted Uriah's eyes in the shadow to show the spectator that this man will die soon. And on this painting you can see the real traditional color scheme used by Rembrandt, very dark color scheme. Only 3 light spots he painted on this picture. Body of Christ, heaven of the shroud, and face of Virgin in the crowd. And if you watch this painting from a distance, it seems like there is a light behind this painting. So clear was painted, the shade, the contrast of light and shade, that seems like there is a light behind. On the opposite side, 2 more biblical personages, David and Jonathan. They were very close friends, but Jonathan's father wanted to kill David. That's why David is leaving Jerusalem, and on the painting you can see the scene of their farewell. David is leaving, the scene of their farewell. Now we are going to the next section, please. So this is Danae by Rembrandt, and in front of them there are 2 Danaes. This is by Rembrandt, another one who will be painted by Titian, Venetian artist. I will remind you about Danae. This is from the Greek mythology. She was the only daughter of Zah of Argos. How convenient to use this zero instead of the loud voice. So she was the only daughter of Zah of Argos, and to this Zah there was a prediction that she will be killed by his own grandson. I don't know what it is. So this Zah wanted to put his only daughter into the tower, but Zeus, god of Olympus, knew about her beauty and wanted to get in the tower. So later, the Greek hero Perseus was born. When he grew up, during the competition, he occasionally mortally wounded his grandfather, so the prediction was true. There is another story about this very painting, this very canvas, because it was spoiled a few years ago. In 1980s, one crazy man spoiled the canvas. He put acid on the canvas and cut it once with knife. So the picture was spoiled very badly. For many years it was under restoration, but even now you can see traces of acid coming down. If you look at the legs of the nail, you will see mixture of colors. So restorators tell us this is the original color scheme of Rembrandt. Let's believe them. And now it's protected with a special glass. Well, it was a political reason actually. The man was from Lithuania, and 1980s was a very troubled time in the former Soviet Union. So it was like a protest of Lithuania. Actually, тебе видно. Okay, let's change course. Like on this
Rembrandt's wife.
But this is the portrait of his wife, Saskia. They had lived not for a long time because when she died, Rembrandt 7 months boy. So now, by El Greco, here you can see El Greco and some other Spanish artists. Two apostles, Fit and Fall by El Greco. If you have seen some paintings by El Greco, this technique is very recognizable. Elongated faces and hands, very dark color scheme. Peter is in yellow, he's always with kiss. Paul is in red. Some historians suppose Paul's face resembles the face of El Greco himself. But it's not proved, it's just one of the versions. Nearby is the portrait of a poet, also by El Greco. And in the next room we will see more Spanish paintings.
Gorgeous room, man. These rooms are absolutely amazing. God.
This is actually the part of another building of the new Hermitage. And because New Hermitage was the last building added to the Hermitage complex, it was completed in the middle of the 19th century. This building initially was designed as a museum. That's why skylight rooms like this were designed for paintings of very large sizes. So here you see Spanish art and paintings by Velázquez. You will see on this very wall. This is a portrait of probably the most famous Spanish Antonio Zerat. This was, by the way, the gift of American businessman Armand Hammer, who presented this painting to the Hermitage Museum in 1972. The only painting by Goya. Upper you see painting by Murillo, according to the biblical subject, Jacob's ladder. You see on the next wall is very similar, but another biblical subject, Isaac is blessed Jacob, also by Murillo. And in front of you, you see the painting by Zurbarán representing St. Lawrence with the grill. The executor there, and because he was burnt on this grill, he was executed, he was Christian. He's dressed in medieval clothes, and Zurbarán painted him in such a way, especially. For Ribera, you will see on the right side, this is his painting. And we are going now. So, this is Italian art. Here is the painting of the 17th, 18th century. The collection, Italian collection, is very rich in the collection, very large. So, and I promise you malachite here, have a look. We have missing piece of malachite here. That means mosaic technique. Up here and you will see mosaic technique. 4 pieces of malachite put on the top. We have some missing malachite pieces here. That's why you can ensure here that this is mosaic technique. But at the same time, if you look at the bars and the table, you will see a certain pattern on the bars and on the table. 2 or more, 3 millimeters only thick for each piece of malachite. So as for the Italian art, here you see 17th, 18th century. This was the time when it appeared new genre in Europe, city, landscape genre. And paintings, some paintings represent the genre. For example, here you see Canaletto. This is the reception of the French ambassador in Venice. You recognize Venice, the Palace of Torches here on the painting. And in other city landscape shot, you will see on the right side, Rialto Bridge, Venice, by Marieschi. This is Marieschi. You see here 3 very huge paintings by Tiepolo. 3 here and 3 on the next wall, represent mythological subjects. One of the battles in Italy, it was Saturn, but the garment was purchased by the Hermitage Museum.
Boy, that's some wild stuff, isn't it?
Get a picture of that statue.
Have a look. Rhodonite floor lamps. This is solid steel, rhodonite. But lapis is again mosaic. This is mosaic here. Now we are going to see Michelangelo and Raphael in the next room.
Michelangelo. Leonardo. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Look at this floor. My gosh. Beautiful museum. Wow. Whoa. That's nice.
So in the Hermitage, there is the only sculpture by Michelangelo, but not only in the Hermitage, in Russia in general. This is it, the Crouching Boy. This is probably not very famous compared to his other works. But anyway, this is by Michelangelo, the Crouching Boy, made by him in one of the monasteries where he found a piece of marble. Marble was probably not of very high quality. You see gray shade, not very white like it should be. For example, you can compare to these sculptures. Very white and gray, right? Crouching Boy. Some historians suppose this is unfinished statue because there are some traces of chisel on the back of the boy. Other historians suppose this is finished. I suppose only Michelangelo knew it. Finished or unfinished. And in this room we will see also a couple paintings by Raphael, famous Raphael.
Let's go down. Let's go on it.
Amazing, isn't it?
This is it. Madonna with Christ and beardless Joseph. If you take pictures of these paintings, please no flash, okay? Because Romans had no beard that time. That's why the man who sat to Raphael also had no beard. Another painting by Raphael presented in the Hermitage. There are only two paintings by him. Is here, Madonna Conistabile. This is one of the first paintings by Raphael, painted by him when he was only 17 years old. One of the earliest, one of the
Wow,
first.
it's amazing.
So you see Madonna and Christ, but it's also called Madonna Conistabile because the Hermitage acquired. This technique was very easy, was very cheap. This is just clay. Majority technique is made of clay, which was fired, painted, and glazed. All these things were always decorative, never used. These plates, bowls, cups, and vases are always decorative.
There's a wall there,
Now,
one over there
we are
on that side. It's Mary holding the...
It's okay.
You can take pictures, but no flash, please. Why is this Linda, Madonna Linda? Because the Hermitage is protected with a special glass. So you have a look, take pictures, then we go this direction to see another painting by Da Vinci. I will wait for you. You take pictures, please.
Для этого надо было довести вот эту работу с бумагой, как я говорила, до величайшего совершенства. Это движение света-тени. Оптика нашего глаза, она сама подчеркивает это движение. И тогда рождается улыбка, улыбки Девы Марии. Значит, в целом это иконография образа Девы Марии млекопитающей.
And here, Leonardo da Vinci used oils. It was painted with oils. Leonardo was one of the first who started to use oils in his technique because oils give painting much more subtle gradations. This is oils. Madonna Benoit it's called because initially it wasn't the private 17th century Tisha, and I promised you another name. See if you will see in this area. Another than me. You remember Rembrandt's name? No one. My dear, you exhausted already. I see. This is very difficult, sure. But anyway, you see a lot of things. The name, I promise you, very similar, yes, to the Rembrandt's name. But this is painted by Titian, famous Venetian artist of the 17th century. The name next to the left is Repentant Mary Magdalene, the personage from the Bible. And on the opposite side, have a look, you can see Saint Sebastian. very popular personage in the 15th century, painted by many artists of the Renaissance time. Saint Sebastian was the head of Roman army. He became priest. Come here and look at the painting. This is Judith by Giorgione. Giorgione, this is from the Greek mythology. Giorgione was the young widow, and her native town was conquered by collection of Italian art, but we started with the end of Italian collection, with the end. And this is the beginning of Italian collection. Here in this room you can see the oldest pieces of Italian art. Some of them date back to the 13th, 15th centuries. Most of them are former icons, sculptures, whatever. I would like to show you here this one part of the diptych by Simone Martini. This is Annunciation, but this is one part of the diptych. Another one is presented in the National Gallery in Washington. This is by Simone Martini, 15th century.
This is Rembrandt's room again, and on the left are his students' artwork. On the right are Rembrandt's originals. So you got all his students that he taught. The paintings on the left. Amazing. It's fantastic. You see there's a lot of people in here. I mean, everybody in the world's in here.
Not very large like we've seen in the Italian collection, very huge. This is probably the largest size of the painting. So they painted different genres: animalistic, still life, landscape, portraiture. I will show you some of them. By the way, first who started to collect small Dutch masters was Peter the Great, because you remember he especially loved Holland, Amsterdam, and here he was the first collector. Started to collect paintings, and with time was established a museum.
People are sitting behind
this Hermitage Museum. So, Jan Steen, the old Dutch master, this is his revelers, where he represented himself and his wife after the party at their house. Have a look. They are drunk a little bit disorganized at their home. When his wife saw the painting, she was angry, discontent absolutely, because look at your pose. They are drunk a little bit here. But this painting technique. In the next room, you will see in the left, on the left side showcase, you will see names. Dates back to the 15th century, former church utensils like triptychs, small icons, whatever. This is beautiful. Now,
oh my gosh, it's weird. I think they were real. They used real ones. I think that's what she said. I thought that's what she said. I don't know. Is that real? I'm not eating out of that bowl. I'm not eating out of that bowl. She said those were real things in there.
Real what?
Snakes and stuff.
Really?
I thought so. Yeah. There's some gorgeous art in here.
You don't really see it.
Here's a pretty one. God, I've done monster. I don't hear nothing.
I think
Her. Hope we got slow motion on our thing. If we got slow motion on the video, then I got it all. It's just going to be real slow. Okay. I'm done figuring. She must be around here somewhere.
So now, my dear, are you all here? We go to the second floor of the Winter Palace, where there is a permanent exhibition of French Impressionists and Post-Impressionists. This will be the last step. Okay?
Claude somebody. Isn't that neat, Tasha?
It's gorgeous.
Isn't that a pretty one? This one's nice too, look.
Paintings were presented to the committee by two when they went abroad, they presented their collections to the competition. But after revolution, this collection was split into parts, divided between Moscow and St.
That's a famous one.
So you will see just one part of the collection, but you will see the famous paintings by Renoir, Cézanne, Bouguer, Van Gogh, Picasso, Matisse, and many others. I will give you free time for the exhibition, and I will give you 20 minutes for the exhibition. I will recommend you to start in the next rooms, to the left side, 2 rooms. To the left, where you see Renoir and Claude Monet. And then you go to the right side, to the last.
It's one of those, if you stare at you see something else in it. Yeah. Wow. I'd like some of these in the house. Hey, go. Think you could paint me one of those?
These Russian women, they're absolutely drop dead gorgeous, or they're freaking ugly.
There's no in between. No in between, is there? None. I think you're right. Whoa. Psychedelic art. That's cool. I like that one. Do not adjust your set.
Peter the Great deposed her into a convent and married to Catherine I. So the fortress was built on the smallest island of St. Petersburg. It's called Rabbit Island, very ancient name of the island. This island was chosen by Peter the Great for the construction of the fortress. This was the best location to watch Swedish ships in the Gulf of Finland. Because, you know, the reason to construct new city was northern war between Russia and Sweden. So on the left we are passing by Winter Palace where we entered. On the right hand side you can see Basil Island. At the spit of the Basil Island you see 2 red columns. 10th century, here was the main harbor of St. Petersburg. These columns were used as lighthouses for the ships. Now they are decorative columns, we call them rostral. This word derives from Latin. It means bow of the ship. They are even decorated with bow of the ship around the column. By the pedestals there are 4 sculptures representing 4 main rivers of Russia. And because here was the main harbor of the city, of course here was also the stock exchange. This white building with columns around is a former stock exchange. Now it's Central Naval Museum. All these buildings I am talking about are located on the spit of the Basil Island. You see the one of the drawbridges across Neva River. This is Palace Bridge. And you see a green and white building with the small tower on the top. This is Kunstkamera, the first museum founded in Russia. by Peter the Great in 1716. It's called Kunstkamera, Chamber of Curiosities. Collection of oddities, rarities and curiosities was brought to this museum. Next building after Kunstkamera is Academy of Sciences, and next is the State University. The university started to operate in St. Petersburg in 1819. And now on the left you can see again bronze horseman.
Get another one straight ahead to Tasha.
The monument to Peter the Great.
I know.
I mean, it is filthy.
It's on the outside too.
A few higher educational establishments, the State University. We are driving now along English Embankment, and soon on your left side, have a look. Look to your left side. You will see many wedding cars, limousine, and even maybe some wedding couples, because this dark brown building is the wedding palace. This is wedding palace number 1 in our city. Probably in the city, but we haven't been in the city, inside the city, but anyway, probably you've noticed somewhere wedding couples. It's very popular in our city, driving after registration, driving around the city and stop at some places to take pictures, to drink some champagne at some places, at squares. And it doesn't matter which day, actually. They get married every day. Not only.
We're back to the ship. I got my Russian Army hat with all the various things on it. I have no idea what it means. And the Russian hat here, all kinds of other stuff. And it's really pretty right now, actually. Very nice out. It's a little sunny. And in the background you can see St. Petersburg. Try to zoom in a little bit. Yeah?
Which hasn't suffered a single fire in the city. We are going to walk a little bit upstairs, please, so we'll see some of the interiors.
Революция, свержение монархии, точнее говоря, Шереметьевы отдают ключи новой власти. И здесь устраивается музей дворянского быта.
After the communists seized power over here, they confiscated all the private properties of wealthy people, and so the museum was arranged over here.
Потом здесь было учреждение, и только в 1989 году здание вернули музею.
After that, they decided to close the museum. There were different offices over here. The palace was so badly redecorated after it, and only in late 1980s the property was given back to the museum.
Сейчас дворец является филиалом музея театрального и музыкального искусства.
Nowadays, the palace is considered one of the departments of the Museum of Musical and Art. Musical instruments and art.
Да, поэтому мы с вами увидим немножко экспозицию музея музыкальных инструментов.
So we will see the short exposition of musical instruments.
Но на данный момент мы с вами начнем знакомиться с балетной выставкой.
But the very beginning will be the ballet exhibition.
Эта выставка посвящена двум основным сценам, балетным сценам. Это Мариинскому театру в Санкт-Петербурге и Большому театру в Москве.
So the exhibition is dedicated to the two most important stages in Russia, the Mariinsky, the former Kirov, in St. Petersburg, and the Bolshoi in Moscow.
Акцент идет на вторую половину XIX века. Это постановки, которые ставились еще Марисом Петипа.
The emphasis is on the second part of the 19th century, when the French choreographer Maurice Petipa worked over here.
Вот здесь, например, декорация балета, который ставился один раз в жизни на день коронации Николая II. И фанфары, которые участвовали в этом балете.
You can see the pieces of the decorations prepared for the ballet, which was staged only once, and it was dedicated to the coronation of the last Russian Emperor Nicholas II.
Look at these floors are just incredible everywhere we go.
Это бывший оружейный зал. Здесь хранилась коллекция оружия.
Yes, there was a collection of weapons over here when Sheremetyev lived in the palace.
Это была одна из самых ценнейших коллекций, принадлежавших Шереметьеву. Она собиралась на протяжении 10 веков.
The collection was the oldest and perhaps the most valuable in Europe. And it consisted of different weapons of 10 centuries.
Вся коллекция была отдана в Эрмитаж, и на данный момент коллекция Эрмитажа, оружейная коллекция, она как раз состоит на 50% из коллекции Шереметьевского дворца.
The whole collection was given to the Hermitage Museum later on after the communist coup, and 50% of the very famous collection of the Hermitage is from this house.
Здесь мы можем видеть костюмы участников балета, и обращу ваше внимание на плащ, который находится в центре.
Over here we can see some of the costumes for ballet dances, and we would like to draw your attention to the outfit which is in the very center.
Это плащ спящей красавицы, который шит из настоящей.
See over here.
И еще обращу ваше внимание на серый цвет костюмов.
And look at the grey color of the costumes.
Это не случайно. Дело в том, что белый цвет на сцене выглядит ярким белым пятном, поэтому их специально покрашивают в серый цвет, чтобы просвечивались формы тела, чтобы было видно красоту движений тела.
On the stage, if you have white outfits, it does not look beautiful whatsoever. In order to just emphasize the shape, you need to use grayish. And that's why most of the...
Мы с вами пришли в зал, который называется Этрусская. Назван он так, потому что рисунки, нанесенные на потолок и на стены, был списан с ваз, найденных при раскопках, производимых на юге Италии.
The room we are now in is called the Etruscan room, because if you look at the pattern over here, they repeat the patterns of the patterns found during the archaeological excavations on the south of Italy.
Вообще, в тот период, когда проводятся раскопки Помпеи, в моду входит стиль неогрек. Практически в каждом дворце появляются подобные залы.
That was the period of time when there were great excavations on the south of Italy, Pompeii area, and the style became very, very popular all over Europe.
В этой комнате очень хорошая акустика в связи с тем, что здесь при Шереметьевых проходили семейные и камерные концерты.
Very good acoustics in the room, and when it was the living house of the Sheremetyeves, they had very private, very small concerts over here.
На данный момент здесь выставка, посвященная 200-летию со дня рождения Михаила Ивановича Глинки, основоположника русской классической музыки.
Right now we have the temporary exhibition over here, which is dedicated to the bicentenary of Michael Glinka. That was the Russian composer, the founder of the National Russian Opera.
Мы с вами пришли в желтую, чтобы оценить красоту этого зала, стоит поднять голову.
We have come to the yellow room. It's due to the yellow color of the silk. And perhaps the most beautiful part is the ceiling over here.
No, стоим.
So just please look at the ceiling.
Хотела обратить ваше внимание на эту витрину. Здесь представлены национальные музыкальные инструменты разных народов.
Over here in the showcase there are national musical instruments of different peoples.
Такие как киманча, кабыс, гусла, саринда, гиджак.
То есть названия абсолютно разные. Все они объединены тем, что на них играли смычком.
So all of them are string musical instruments, and they are from every different part of the world, and the names tell so.
Именно от них происходят виолы.
So violins originated from these musical instruments.
Они делились на два основных вида. Виолы были да браччо и да гамба. Браччо – это плечо, гамба – это нога.
They were divided into two main groups. In Italian it was called the braccio because of the shoulder. People were playing on the shoulder. Or the gambra, which was put on your lap.
Именно от них уже происходят все современные струнные смычковые. Это вот виолончели, скрипки, альты.
And from over there, all the modern musical instruments originated, like cellos, violins.
Самый выдающийся скрипичный мастер, как известно, был Антонио Страдивари. К сожалению, скрипка его находится в госколлекции в Москве.
The most famous master was probably Stradivari, and posh, which means pocket. So you can put it in your pocket.
Эти инструменты носили в кармане.
Yes, and the musicians kept them in the pockets.
Играли на них в основном учителя танцев.
And mostly people who taught dances to aristocratic children, they held them.
Именно они сделали их такими красивыми. Они не жалели денег на их украшения. Дело в том, что, имея более дорогой инструмент, ему было гораздо проще устроиться на работу.
And they made them so beautiful, and they wanted to get a good job, and the more beautiful instrument they had, the better chances they had to get to the aristocratic family to teach their children. Sacred instrument for the Oriental cultures.
Его всегда ставят перед входом в храм.
And it was always by the entrance to the temple.
Человек, прежде чем туда войти, обязательно ставит фон, только потом он входит.
Before people enter the temple, they are just pushing it, and with the sound they entered it.
Это не случайно. Здесь изображен Бог.
Because over here there is the depiction of the main god.
В храм мы с вами должны ходить очищенными. Вот когда мы ударим гонг, то этот Бог поедает все негативные эмоции, какие есть у человека. Зависть, злость,
Has all of your negative emotions over here when you push it, and so you come to the temple all purified. Like this. Anyone? Picnic, meaning it's made of ebony, wood, brass, and tortoise shell. The brownish is tortoise shell.
Изготовлен для дамы. Она могла играть и любоваться своей красотой в зеркала.
So it was made obviously for a lady. So she was playing at the same time looking at a beautiful reflection in the mirror.
Ну, теперь мы с вами пройдем дальше. И сразу предупрежу, то, что следующую комнату, белую столовую, мы два зала этих проходим, потому что эта коллекция была подарена в Русском музее. Нет отношения ни к музыкальным инструментам, ни к чему.
The next room of the church is behind the doors over here. It was the chapel of the palace. And now, unfortunately, it's under restoration, so we cannot see.
В этой комнате мы с вами видим портрет третьего владельца этого имения.
And over the main portrait is the portrait of the third owner of the palace.
Это Николай Шереметьев.
This is Nicholas Sheremetyev.
Именно при нем Шереметьевский крепостной театр становится самым лучшим в России. Он лучше даже императорского.
During his lifetime, his private theater and all the actors were serfs. All the actors who performed on the stage were serfs. It became the most famous private theater in Russia, even more famous than the Imperial Theater.
Он также известен своим браком, неравным браком на одной из крепостных актрис, Прасковьи Жемчуговой, вот ее портрет в голубом костюме.
And also he became famous because he actually married his former serf, who was the actress in the theater. You can see her portrait over here, Жемчугова. That was her pseudonym. She performed after.
При том, что их отношения длились 17 лет, это были тайные отношения, и когда они все-таки...
One of the close associates
Именно он получил некогда от Петра подарок, в подарок вот этот кусок земли.
So that was him who bought this piece of land as a present from Peter the Great, remember, on one condition, that he developed it and he made it safe from robbers. He cut all of the woods and made his estate over here.
Его сын, то есть наследник, построил уже вот этот дворец, заказал его Савичу Мартовскому, русскому архитектору.
And his son actually made the palace final. He commissioned it to one of the Russian architects who was trained in Italy.
Я хотела обратить ваше внимание только на один шкаф, который выглядит в форме лиры.
Only one piece of furniture would like to draw your attention, shaped like a musical instrument.
У меня к вам вопрос, как вы думаете, что хранится в таком шкафу, хотя это все логично?
And what do you think they have inside?
Нет, хранили ноты.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just forgot that if you took pictures over there, I need to collect the fees, which is $3. Sorry, I forgot.
It's a morning show. Yeah, she said she may be doing it today.
Hello, everyone.
No, she's not on our tour.
Good morning.
We were listening to the
there
Russian
are only
morning
24
show.
of us, small group, but it's nice.
Yeah.
Yes, we are going to Peterhof today, just to remind you. And it is one of the best environments in our area, Peterhof. So we will see the Great Palace and a little bit of the garden, just a little bit. Because of the timing, you know, and we have special tour on, not this one, but special tour gardens.
Okay.
And you will see just Great Palace, and we'll have an idea about the gardens of Peterhof. So, you noticed probably that I give you headphones, and now let's fix this stuff and.
Never Stalingrad. Stalingrad is another Volgograd. Now Volgograd is down to the south, you know. Stalingrad, because maybe
used to be Leningrad.
if you know from the history, Stalingrad battle was the crucial point during the Second World War, but it was on the Volga River, and our city is on the Neva River, N-E-V-A, yes. So, you know the names good. Do you know what is the population of our city? He is exactly. Almost 4.8, but with environs, we usually say 5 million just. Yes, 5 million. You know, we have 10 environs in our outskirts, which form the big St. Petersburg, you know. In Petersburg, we have 18 administrative districts, and in each district there is a special administrator, but the governor of our city is just the only governor in Russia, I mean the only governor woman in Russia. She is the governor of our city. When I say governor, I really mean the governor, because St. Petersburg has the special status. It's like a province, just one city, like big province, yes. Only Moscow has this status and St. Petersburg in our country. Other cities, they like administrative, I mean big cities, the administrative centers of the provinces, you know, and here's just the city like a province, huge. So, and by the way, our governor, Mrs. Matvienko, she is listed in the top list 100 of the most influential women in the world, the latest in the journal Forbes, you know. Yes, she's number 31. Hillary Clinton is 28. The wife, yes, the wife of George W. Bush, she's, I think, 43 or something. You see, so she's doing fine, you know. She's doing fine. She is really good, and this is her second term to be the governor in our city, and we feel the difference, you know. Before there were men. The city was, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but the city was so looking depressive and not so clean. But now you will see lots of flower arrangements. It's because of her, of course. She's the woman.
What, will you pronounce her name again?
I'm sorry?
Will you pronounce her name again?
Valentina Matvienko. Valentina, the first name, Matvienko, the last family name. Yeah. Matvienko. Yes, she is number 31. Just look. And he called it Venice of the North, you see. So the first bridge appeared after his death. And people, you know, they were forced to buy sailboats, to build sailboats, and they were forced to sail on the weekends. It was a special order of Peter the Great. Every weekend on Sundays, you know, each noble family should appear on public, just sail in a boat, whatever weather is. And it was very hard for this climate, you know, we are not in Italy, you know, it's not Venice, it's Venice of the North. So, yes, and actually, you know, he was a very strong person, and when he founded the city in 1703, he forced Russians to come here to occupy this land, and it was not easy because people didn't like the climate, you know. But his order was to construct the stone mansions and stone houses only in St. Petersburg. All masons were brought from all over Russia just to St. Petersburg. And people, noble families who wanted to live in stone mansions or just in stone houses, they had to move up to St. Petersburg, you see. So, and especially government, can you imagine? They were staying in Moscow, comfortable, you know, no problem. And then Peter the Great asked, you must move if you would want to do the career. And they, of course, moved, you know. He was not Ivan the Terrible, but quite a strong person. Anyway, yes. And do you know that the first prisoner in the jail of St. Petersburg at those times, which is located in the fortress, was his son Alexis. His son Alexis was the first prisoner because, again, the father there was conflict, like, you know, parent-child conflict in normal families, but he really wanted his son to be his follower, you know, also to be the monarch and to be the Tsar someday. He sent him to Germany to learn sciences, navigation, you know, this geometry, this kind of, you know, sciences. But he was the guy who liked arts, languages, kind of different country. And Peter the Great sent 50 agents to search for him all over Europe. And finally they found him in Italy. And of course he was forced to come back. When he came back to Petersburg, put in jail because he didn't like the reforms that father promoted and didn't support his father in all ways, you know. So the fortress of St. Peter and Paul Fortress, some of the area of this fortress has become the jail. Because at that time it was the only territory, like the fortress was everything in the fortress. It was like a town, a city in the fortress, everything. The jail, the mint where they did money, and everything. So we are coming to the area which was constructed during the Stalin time, except of this arch. You see the triumphal arch, the gates? It is called Narvsky Gate, and was constructed after the Napoleonic War, when Russia had the war with Napoleon.
That's what she meant,
in 1812. The first designer was Kvarengi, Italian architect, and later Russian architect Stasov changed a little bit.
Look at the people.
It is made of brick and plated metal. Bronze. No plate. You see, the troops were coming this way. At that time, at those times, in 18 and something, it was just the outskirts of the city. And before the city were this triumphal arch, the troops were coming this way to the city. We are in the neighborhood. You see, look at this construction. It was constructed during the Stalin times. You see the housing. These are just the apartment buildings. The first floors are businesses, but the others are housing apartments. And please, I would like to call your attention on your right. You see this yellow building? It was constructed in 1932, and it is just a regular school, just a regular school for children. What is special about it? When you look at it from the bird's eye view, you will see hammer and sickle. You see? Because it was the construction of the Soviet times. And it is a very special school because of this architecture, the shape of hammer and sickle. And maybe you remember that it was on our Soviet flag, on the former Soviet flag, red banner and hammer and sickle. You see the yellow color and the shape. So just it is elementary, middle, and high school in one building. So, and on your left, you see the statue of the communist leader who ruled here in St. Petersburg. His name is Kirov, and we are in Kirovsky district. Everything is related to him here. Kirov Ballet, yes, we have the theater, opera and ballet theater, which in the Soviet times used to be called Kirov Ballet because of him. But it was Mariinsky theater. It was constructed in 18th century and the residential area of people who work in the Kirov factory, Kirov plant. It's heavy machinery plant. Very soon I will show it to you. So back to the apartments. Anyway, you know, apartments are very good. They are still of a good value because they're spacey with high ceilings, very good size, big size kitchens, and people love, you know, and very warm, thick brick walls. So, and during the Stalin period of life, they used to construct such apartment buildings.
What's the cost of rental? What's the cost of rental?
Oh, you know, studio will cost $500 per month.
That's expensive.
That's a lot if you're working.
Not in this area. In this area, maybe 400, but closer to the good neighborhood, you know, it may be even up more. And on your right side, you see Kirov plant, huge heavy machinery plant. People come here to work actually from other neighborhoods as well, and they use the subway system, you know, the metro. And look please, on your left you will see the subway station, which is also called Kirov subway station or metro station. So everything here is related either to the name of Kirov, we passed Kirov market, Kirov metro station, Kirov plant, or to the communist leaders or heroes of the revolution and the Soviet times, you know, I mean the names of the streets, avenues in this district. And you know, in front of us is the square of the Young Communist League square. All the names are kept from the Soviet times. And once I had tourists, they were originally Russians, but they immigrated to the United States in 1974 or so. And when we came to this part, they said, nothing changed in the country. I said, no. If you go to the city tour, you will see other things, you will see the changes. But here, yes, exactly. Everything as it used to be in the Soviet times. You see the square of the Young Communist League. And all these houses are apartment buildings. Very good price. In spite of the working class areas, but they're very good price.
Young Communist League statue. Whatever the hell that is. Yeah. In other words, Democratic Party of the United States.
What do you mean by the Young Communist League? You know, in the Soviet times we had young pioneers, then young Communist League members, then communists. You see, it's like Boy Scouts, then young Communist League members were preparing to be the communists, you know, to serve to their country as communists. And then if they were deserved to be communists, they were communists, but not everyone. All of us were young pioneers, like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, all of us who were born in the Soviet time. And almost 98% of us were young Communist League members. But only maybe 50% of us were deserved to be true communists, you know, true believers of the communists and true supporters, you know. How they determine you must be perfect in all ways.
You take tests, or how do you?
Oh, you know, but I was in the Young Communist League. I was the leader. Yes, but you know, I was proposed to join the Communist Party, and I've been thinking. I will tell you, I've been thinking for a few days, because if you're a communist, you will make a good career. You know, for sure. You will be going up and up. But then I was thinking, oh my goodness, I just got married, I'm going to have a baby very soon. Okay, it's not the right time. And it was my excuse. Sorry, I cannot. But both of my parents were communists. Yes, I had second choice. But not, you know, it was an honor when they came up to you and asked, you know, we think that you deserve to enter, to join us, you know, to do the submission or to apply, you know. See.
It's not a secretive organization, is it?
Oh no, no secrets. It's just the perfect people, the very best people were wanted to be true communists. It means that you leave more of the interest of the society, and your personal interests are kind of on the backwards, that you serve your country first. If the country says, you know, like Mormons, they say, it's your mission, go this way, and you have to go. Okay, you understand? Sorry. You see, this kind of similar. So it's your mission to set the country. It's your mission to go to the Far East of Russia, to the Pacific Coast. Yes.
Great. So much trouble.
My friend of ours just got one before we left. She's going to join the Pacific Coast.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're going to be just about to get done with leaving. So yeah, I just want to have
It's really good.
It's nice and light, isn't it?
We have a bigger television with bigger light on it, but it's not bad.
Construct new cities. We must develop new land. Just do it. And they were put on train and said, okay, yes, we go. Yes, it was the older generation people, like my grandmother, great-grandmothers, it was the generation of them. And of course the interests of the society, the interests of the country were number one. The family was, now it's coming like family is more valued than the interests of the country.
When you got up to that point, did the men have to serve in the services then, in the armed services?
You mean the army?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, we still have the same rule that every boy, when he is 18, he must enter the army. If he is not in the university, if he is lucky to enter the university by 18, you know. Of course, his service is with more people, and not so long lines, not waiting list, you know. Just more people will get it. So, but it's not government at all. Right now, no. Right now we own them. But in the Soviet times, they used to be granted just for free. You see? And maybe, yes, right now we buy, and those that were granted to us, we had the right to privatize them after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and after all these, you know, changes. Of course, it used to be like the government, but if it was granted to you, of course it belongs to the government. But anyway, it was yours until the lifetime, you see. So, but
Catherine I was his Peter the Great's wife, and Catherine II was his grandson's wife, both from Germany.
Stephen likes the German guys too.
Well, I'm royalty, so why not? Yeah. Gorgeous. Maybe easier to stay.
I got good ones.
She just said 11 to 14% interest for her mortgage. God, they must have Jimmy Carter over here. Jimmy Carter must have set up their plan. Oh my God. For 10 years you live on the street, then you get an apartment. Then they give you one. Still something socialism. That's now. That's socialism. You don't want to start sliding down that slippery slope. Wow, that's nice. Gee.
Toy, doesn't it? That you build.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, that would be nice, right?
God, just slow down.
Wow.
See the gates?
Yeah, I see the guys.
Thank you. круто. Чуть-чуть помедленнее.
Kidneys gonna slow down? No.
You see the upper part?
Jeez, beautiful.
And the
Oh my
palace?
god.
Oh my goodness.
Now you may take pictures.
Holy moly.
What kind of booklet? What's the name? If it is all over, like Peter House and environs, of course it will be. If it is just St. Petersburg, nothing. If it is St. Petersburg, maybe a little bit about environs. What time did they come? They look cold, you see?
Wow, that's unbelievable. We just have to pull over and stop a second.
Very fast.
Oh my gosh.
Are you doing okay? Or I'm too fast?
Alright.
Maybe it's good. You know, right now I see that we don't have handicapped people. It's fine.
Yeah.
Because the weather is cold, it's chilly. For you, it's just like jogging
Russia.
almost.
Just like Russia.
Yes. Now, I would ask you just to talk. It is visible from the park, from everywhere. If you get lost for some reason, just over there by the ladies, or just in this area, you see, by the eagle. It's like the point in case if you get lost. I'm not kidding. Normally, at least one, because of the beauties, they just get lost and then no group. So it's visible from all the sides. Normally, it's just two-headed eagle. Very knowledgeable, very about things.
5 or 15, euro be 10. Хочу домой. Я понимаю, что моя задача. Ну, вы сказали, тут от меня ничего не зависит. Все, что знал, рассказал. If you want to buy, you're welcome. 5 or 15.
See the doggies?
The dog? No, the people.
Look at the dog likes it.
15 US for the back. Take each one down, open, and have a 5 inside. $15, 10 euro for 5.
Very good. And how about Star Spangled Banner?
Ballroom, normally tourists are not allowed, but they do rent it for special occasions, for special weddings, for huge non-fungible. The same time, the same tendencies of the. It's the man educated on the Holy Gate of Horse. This is Catherine the Great. Can you imagine? Catherine the Great.
And there's a German girl in Russia.
Yeah, that's really good argument. I can wonder if oh, there they are. No, I just
Wow, is it beautiful, isn't it? Tasha, stand here. The crew were here in that background. Alright.
Oh,
take
your
a picture.
video.
Yeah, video. That's all? Wow, is that gorgeous. That's really some beautiful pictures. God, it's racist around here, my goodness. Hey, he's wearing something.
What?
Is that her?
Yep.
Where are we going? The bus?
The bus.
I thought you said like 12:45. Tasha, you know, I'm gonna have like carpal fingertip syndrome.
Terrible.
Both of us. We're taking so many pictures so quick.
Could you imagine getting married?
That would
like
be cool. It would be cool, wouldn't it? Look, here they come, the bride and groom. Da 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 da. $1,000.
Yeah, it would be worth it.
Yeah, that's not bad to rent a place to get married and Peter the Great's.
I would pick a warmer freaking
Look,
time of
look
year
at her
to get
dress. It's a cool one, isn't it? This is warm. Oh, look at that fountain. Oh, how pretty. How sweet. They're gonna jump in. Yeah.
I got him kissing. I got him kissing.
Escape with Samson. Yes. And what does the Samson symbolize? Samson, Peter the Great and Sweden. You know, everywhere.
Welcome back to the bus.
In all the cathedrals, in all churches, in all parks, you will find at least one symbol or whatever sign of his victory over Swedish troops. Yes. Because Paul the 12th, he was a really strong leader, you know, Paul the 12th. It was very hard to
How are we gonna get by that?
and this was the big crowd of Peter the Great. Okay, we stop.
How the heck are you gonna get through that?
Okay, we're stuck.
That's a nice piece of machinery. No, that cabbage is not like cabbage.
I don't like that either, Joe. Get that right. Get that word right.
I like the green one.
That's the one I like the best. That's the one I like the best.
There it is. Okay. Okay.
Oh, there's a church, Joe.
That's the one. Yeah. I like that.
Wow, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Oak study of Peter the Great.
There you go. There you go.
Square and shade, all standing forming with oak shutters.
People, he said, okay, let's do Crimea to be the part of the Ukrainian Soviet Republic. And it was just his gestures. And when we were in the one country, it was not big deal. Not big deal like in the United States. You have states and no borders, no visas, no problems. And now we can cross it. Same with South Ossetia. South Ossetia conflict in Georgia. Stalin was Georgia original. And he said, okay, let it be the border here. But within the Soviet Union it was fine. Now again. Ethnic conflicts with Georgians and South Ossetians. It was just, way back.
It goes way back.
Ages. They wanted to be independent.
Leave them alone.
Now, we're in big conflict within the world because of this minority.
Yeah. Leave them alone.
1 million Georgians reside in Russia, 1 million Georgians reside in Russia, and they're Russian citizens. But they have businesses over there.
That was,
and Ossetia, they're very small minority. Like, so far in South Ossetia, there are 2,000 reside. In St. Petersburg, we have also the community of South Ossetians.
It's a nice community coming up. I want to get a picture of that. That's the nicest subdivision. Get a video of it.
there's the oak study.
And about the Soviet Union and stuff like that, worldwide,
that was over here.
Was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Well, right here.
And very soon on the 18th of September, I think we do put a special prize in the United States because it's the 20th anniversary of this curtain, and the wall was destroyed.
Mr. Gorbachev.
So he will be able to get a special prize.
Right, that's the stage. Because there's the, there's the oak one.
Oh, they don't like it. Now, just for the record, during this tour, it was not me filming. It was this Russian driver who drives like a bat out of hell. Doesn't know how to shift gears. He slams on the brakes and turn the heat on to bake us. But that's okay. We saw a great palace today. Just ready to get back to the ship and get some lunch. Alright? They don't hear that. There's a redheaded. That's military?
No, kiss me, my dear. No passalo.
We've been on this ship too. Another one. Saw the Costa Mediterranea. Where is that thing? Oh, there it is. We were on the very aft of that ship. Went to Aruba, Bonaire, bunch of fun places. Here's Tasha, Big Year Syndrome. It's a little chilly out here though. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing with the short sleeve shirt on. Russia. Russia. Oh, it is cold in Russia. Die. Let's go inside. It's got some fuel in Russia. I just got through putting some diesel, I guess, in that big tube right there. That big, I'm gonna push. Look, he's pushing them away down there. You gotta push hard. Oh yeah, there you go. You got to push off.
Huh?
They're about to push off from us. Think how many gallons it takes, Tasha. Remember, I think they said it was like 23,000 gallons of... What was it?
Look at the sky.
I forgot. Okay, now look at the sky. Look at the sky over there. Look at the sky over there.
I know, everywhere I look, it's amazing.
Look at that sky.
It doesn't look like our sky at home, does it? It's a different sky. It's Russian sky.
Russian spy. Russian spy. Look at that. That's rain right there.
Yeah. Slightly.
Look at the sun over there.
Hopefully it's not.
September 11th, 2008.
Another moment of national grief. Former Governor George Pataki now at the microphone. What you're seeing, we'll listen to Pataki in a moment here.
With the American flag.
Skydivers
Gorgeous.
with enormous American flags trailing beneath their feet. What a sight that is on this morning, September 11th.
Wow.
And even in our sleep,
And we're in Russia on the anniversary of September 11th.
falls drop by drop.
It's a little strange, Tasha, being in Russia.
And in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom to us by the awful grace of God.
Yep.
May God bless those who defend our freedom.
Thinking about it too.
And all of those.
We're in Helsinki. All these ports kind of look alike, but you can get an idea how beautiful it is this way. Look. It's a little brisk out. But what a nice day today. It's going to be really nice.
The archipelago of Helsinki and see Helsinki from the sea. So today, fortunately, we have a sunny day. It's a little bit chilly, but you can sit inside. You don't have to sit up on deck, but those who want to can do that, of course. And on board we are going to be served coffee or tea and Finnish cake. After the tour, we are going to stay for a while at the marketplace of Helsinki, so you can see all the berries and mushrooms we have this time of the year. And then at 12 o'clock we will depart from the marketplace. I point out where the bus is, and then at 12:15 we will be back here at the Western Harbour, in the Western Harbour where you are docked. And I hope you enjoy the tour. Here Helsinki is a city today which for us is quite big. We have 500,000 inhabitants here, and in all Finland we are only 5 million, so we are quite few in Finland, even though we have a big country. Helsinki has a very long coastline, altogether about 180 miles of coast, and we have 300 islands belonging to the city of Helsinki. So now we are going to see some of them, and I put a map on your seats, and there you can have an idea where we are going. We are going towards the east of the city of Helsinki. So close by where we are you are docked, there is a big shipyard, and metal industry is very important for us in Finland. Actually the first place, and that's followed by paper and wood industry. And today Finland is kind of a country of welfare and high technology. 60% of us work in the field of services and 30% in the industries. 5% only cultivate land. So we used to be a rural country, but nowadays times have changed, and especially after the 1940s, the society changed here. So the shipyard, and many shipyards have sailed away from Helsinki, many made for the carnival, cruise lines, and also the Costa company, 2 big cruise ships. And as Helsinki is a growing area in a way, because lots of people come here, there is work available in Helsinki. We have built new houses, new flats on every spot we can. So straight ahead there is an example of new apartments. They are very expensive though, and some have not been sold yet because they are so expensive that people can't afford to buy. But one apartment here, according to the newspaper, cost 1,700,000 euros, and one euro is $1.50, so it's quite kind of expensive to live here. And all this area will be by and by new housing, because the shipyard will move away, and we have a new harbor outside Helsinki, also on the eastern side. So the southern parts of Helsinki are a little bit older, and from the late 19th century, early 20th century, the buildings straight ahead. And they are in a very particular kind of style we call the Jugend style, and lots of bay and bow windows and ornaments and towers and balconies, which is very typical for the Jugend. So now we are close to the park, and a park called Kaivopuisto Park. So we are going to follow the park first and then go out towards an island fortress outside Helsinki, and to the eastern archipelago. So now we will leave the bus, and we depart here from the park, close by a park called the Kaivopuisto Park, downtown Helsinki, and you can see that there are many marinas all over, and people in Helsinki like to have a boat of some kind. So of course in winter time all the boats are taken up on land.
Wow.
Sea freezes here sometimes in late December, sometimes later, it depends on a little bit. But even though we speak about global warming, which we have not seen much of this year, so last year, for example, we had a mild winter, but still sea froze. Late, but it froze and stayed frozen for 2 months. But generally, from late December till April, sea is frozen, and all the sailing boats are taken up on land here and wait for the next summer and next season. You can see that the islands here in Helsinki, they are in granite, so bedrock is mostly granite here in these parts, and nice color, very smooth and lean also, pinkish or grey. And on many of the islands outside Helsinki there are some yachting clubs, The islands here, some of them used to be military areas, but nowadays most of them have been opened for public. And this used to be a very important part for the defense of Finland. Finland is a republic today, and since 1917 we have been a republic. At the moment we have our 11th president. She's a lady, Tarja Halonen, elected 8 years ago. Our president can be elected or is elected or can be elected twice, but Tarja Halonen was re-elected 2 years ago. She will stay in office for more years. And Finland, our history can actually be divided into 3 parts, and already in the 12th century the Swedes brought in the Catholic Church here and made crusades to Finland. And at the same time Finland became part of Sweden, and we stayed under Swedish rule for more than 600 years. So we have a lot of Swedish influence here in Finland still. And then in 1809 Sweden lost the province of Finland, and Finland was conquered by Russia, Tsar Alexander I. And Finland then became a Russian Grand Duchy. We were called under an autonomous Grand Duchy, and we stayed under Russian rule till 1917. So our history can be divided into the Swedish times, the Russian times, and our independent Finland. And of course we have a prehistory also here. So the first people who came over into these parts of the world after the ice age that melted away sometimes like 10,000 years ago, the first settlers came, but they came from somewhere where Hungary is, and brought with them language also here, which we speak, the Finnish language, Finno-Ugric language. And the first ones came about 8,000 years ago. So our history then can be divided into the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. Ended with the crusades made by the Swedes. And we also then got our written history. So here, in this part of Helsinki, I mentioned the nice Jugend style. It's also called l'Art Nouveau in French. And parts of Helsinki are very uniform in their style. Lots of Jugend from the late 19th century. Helsinki was founded in 1550 by a Swedish king, Gustav Vasa. Was planted then, and there were villas in wood, for example, for the Russian wealthier people to spend their summers in, and now we have also, it remained here, a nice park for everybody here in Helsinki. So we are very close to the waterfront all over. Helsinki was built on a promontory, so it's surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Here on the left there are wooden jetties, and this is a popular place to wash your carpets and mats in the sea water. So there is nobody there at the moment, but you can see. You know, you scrub your carpet on the tables, and there are many embassies situated. So on the left-hand side, you can see kind of a modern building with a glass roof, and this is the British embassy. There is a pinkish villa, which is the residence of the British ambassador, now to the left. And there are also many other embassies situated, like the Embassy of the United States and the Consulate of the United States. The Consulate of the United States can be seen straight to the left, red roof and grayish facade. And then there is the embassies of Estonia and Italy and Brazil in the park of Kaipuisto, which is also a residential area. So we are now on the Gulf of Finland, and this is of course a part of the Baltic. Water here is brackish, and that's why it freezes. as lots of big rivers run into the Gulf of Finland and makes it brackish. It's not very salty, less than 0.5% of salt. And the Gulf of Finland is kind of a delicate sea also, as the whole Baltic is, because there is very little water entering from the Atlantic here. The strait between Denmark and Sweden is quite narrow, so very little new water enters the Gulf of Finland. So it's delicate, and the bottom at the moment is not doing so well, bottom of the sea. So it has kind of little oxygen. But we try to improve the matters, and all our wastewater is clean before it's let into the sea. And so they do nowadays also in St. Petersburg. There is a new wastewater plant, and that also, of course, improves matters here. When St. Petersburg was founded, the sea here became very important for example, Peter the Great. And then the Swedish king decided to have a fortification built to protect the country against Russia. And by 1742 the border was very close, because Russia started to occupy already a part of Finland, and it was very close to Helsinki, so that's why the Swedish king decided to fortify 7 islands here outside the small town of Helsinki. The biggest island is called the Island of the Wolves, and now you can see that there is a barrack painted in yellow and the walls in granite. So we can say that 3 flags have flown on this island fortress. First the Swedish one. You can see the cannons also on the walls there on the right. So after the Swedish, the Russian flag has flown here, and the barracks, for example, are from the Russian flags. The granite walls actually was hoisted here on the island fortress for the first time in May 90 years ago. Today the island fortress is kind of a popular suburb of Helsinki, and there are about 800 people living here, and they have all the services. There's a ferry coming from the marketplace of Helsinki, Green Copper Room, and that's the Uspensky Cathedral, the Orthodox Church in Helsinki, most important Orthodox Church in Finland. We are coming closer there when we come to the marketplace. On the right, the steeple of a church. On top there is a lighthouse also to show the Reds who believed in the Bolshevik rule, in the communist ideals, and they were formed out of people who were communists or socialists, and the poorer part of the country of people. And the Reds started to march towards the Soviet Union from the western parts of Finland, and they behaved very badly, and they killed a lot of people as they went on, and dragged people out from their houses in the yards and shot them cold blood without, any reason at all. But then a White Party was formed, and the White Party was led by a man called Carl Gustav Mannerheim, who later became Field Marshal in the wars against the Soviet Union here in Finland. And then eventually the Whites won. But once the Whites won and the Reds lost, this island fortress became a labor camp for the Red soldiers. And they were then treated very badly, and they died of famine and diseases here on the island fortress. And the Civil War was very difficult for us to forget. It took a long time to cope with the Civil War, and only in the 1980s many of the Red soldiers were destined to the grave, so many decades. But then when Finland was attacked by the Soviet Union in 1939 in Karelia, everybody stood in a united front against the Soviet Union. So after that we had 2 wars against the Soviet Union from 1939 till 1940, the Winter War, and then the following year the Continuation War, and that ended in 1944 in September. So Finland lost a lot. We lost 10% of our country, and also 90,000 men. So heavy losses, but we consider that a victory because we never became, we were never a socialistic country in Finland. We have always maintained the independence since 1917. Here, as the ship enters there, you can see on the right-hand side the Viking line entering. And this is a very narrow strait, actually. It's called the Strait of King Gustav's Sword. And this was a strait which earlier could be closed by chains, heavy iron chains, in order to prevent sailing boats to come in. So at the right-hand side of the strait, there is a gate we call the King's Gate, and that was a place where very often the Swedish king used to get off his sailing ship when he came visiting Finland. And first he came to the King's Gate here at Suomenlinna to receive the representatives of the city of Helsinki. And the big cruise ships, a cruise ship like yours, can't enter this strait any longer, so that's why they go to the western harbour. You can see the Finnish flag flowing there, and this is the site where the flag first was hoisted. And in Finland we have blue cross on white, and the colors symbolize the sky, blue sky, and the white, of course, is the snow, and the blue lakes also. The blue. Finland has lots of lakes, about 190,000 lakes altogether. So once we used to be called the country of the 1,000 lakes, but then somebody counted the lakes and discovered that we have many, many more. So about 10% of the countryside is covered by lakes. The lake district is not in these parts, further up north. And today, Laajasalo is kind of a suburb of Helsinki, but there is a lot of nature still left. So actually, Helsinki has forests, and we have lots of parks, and then the houses are built in the forest. The Laajasalo is connected with Helsinki by metro, so it's not very far to go downtown from here. Suppose you take a bus and then you take the metro, and it will take about 20 minutes to come to downtown Helsinki. And on the right-hand side there is a military area, island, Santa Hamina, and there many boys make military service. So we have a compulsory military service in Finland. It's not very long, it's only 6 months at the moment for the boys, but you have to make the military service. You can't refuse. But if you don't want to carry arms and you happen to be a pacifist, you can make a civil service instead, and that's far too longer time, 13 months. And you can't refuse completely because then you are put in jail. So some girls can enter too, but there are not very many girls. A year about 150 who make military service. Finland is a country covered by forests, so also on the islands, lots of trees, and our forests are a mixture of different kinds of trees. So you can see pine trees and spruces, most common coniferous trees. So the pine trees have a orange trunk, and the spruce is a Christmas tree. Then many other kinds of trees like birches, the birch with white trunk, black spots on. The birch is anti-grade. The coldest it gets here in Finland is -40. That's too cold. But here in Helsinki very seldom. seldom, but occasionally it can happen, and then everything has to function. So I remember a couple of years ago we had an extremely cold winter, and the sun, from New Year's Eve it went below -40 and stayed there like that almost as cold for 6 weeks. Yeah. So then in February we went out, and temperatures had risen to 14 degrees, -10, and everybody thought, oh, it's very nice and warm. Now you can walk out in the streets. So you get used, of course, to everything. Here we are going to go under a bridge that connects the military island to Laajasalo. And in Laajasalo, even though there are newer ones, but then summer cottages, and we very often have saunas also, sauna baths. Many like to go sailing in the archipelago sometimes, but they have holidays. And we have quite a long holiday in Finland. We have 4 weeks paid holiday. And once you save 1 week for winter time, you can have 1 week doubled. So you can have 3 weeks in summer and 2 weeks in winter. And of course many take advantage of having 3 weeks in summer and 2 weeks in winter time, because here it's very dreary and dark in December and January, and cold also, so people go maybe abroad to find some sun in winter time. Many saunas all over here, the saunas. We don't know where the sauna or the idea of having a sauna bath comes from, but they say that maybe the idea have traveled up north from the thermal baths in ancient Rome, to sit in a damp, hot room. Our first saunas were called smoke saunas, and the huts, or the small huts in wood, did not have any chimneys, so inside it became very dark out of the smoke, and you got also a little bit dark yourself out of the smoke and black. So that's why people started to jump out into the sea or lake to wash themselves. So we still do that, but in winter time a lot of people like to roll in the snow after the hot sauna bath. You need a good heart for that. And nowadays Finnish people start to become quite crazy in winter time, because a lot of people like to swim also all year round. So if you come to Helsinki in winter time, you can have a swim. There are many holes kept open in the ice, and you jump inside. You have a swimsuit on of course, and a lot of people have a woolen cap and gloves and socks. And then you go in and you stay for half a minute, maybe less. And those who do it say that it keeps them very, very fit, and they never get the flu and so on in winter time. So according to the statistics, there are 300,000 people who swim all year round. So I mentioned that Finland some fish and have competitions, and
ice fishing.
Yeah, everything freezes here. Far out. Okay, I had a question about our education in Finland. And, our children in Finland start school quite late, at an age of 7, or the year they become 7. Today we have a preschool also, but that's not compulsory when they become 6. And a 9-year comprehensive school. After that you can go into choose a high school or a vocational school. And high school, there is a summer cottage which is painted red, and a sauna close by below. And the red paint was used, and was a very cheap paint earlier. We have a lot of marshland, and in that marshland there is kind of rusty soil, red soil, and that was put in oil of linen, and the paint was made. And
A very good paint and very inexpensive. So this is typical for these parts of the world.
There's an outside sauna or pool or something.
So the Villinki or Villinge. We are bilingual in Finland, so 2 languages are spoken here. Swedish is spoken by about 5.5% at the moment. But it's an official language together with Finnish. And it took a while for the Finnish language to become a written language. Only 9 stories high, but here in the suburbs, this is Vuosaari suburb. There will be by and by higher buildings. This is an apartment building actually, and people live quite high up and have a nice view. But I think we just can manage to go through the canal.
Got the green light. That's a tree. She said if there's a lot of berries, it's going to be a cold winter. And there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah. What the hell are you eating? I got some cool pictures of that. It's nice, isn't it? Sit there in the winter and look at the ice. You could come ice fishing on this. Yeah, that's nuts. I can't imagine. It's really cool. Beautiful view, isn't it?
Nice.
They got their own boats. They have to take them out in winter. Where do we put it? For dogs only.
So today in Finland we have a unicameral parliament, 200 elected members, and elections every 4th year. At the moment the biggest party in Finland is the Central Party, followed by the National Coalition Party and the Social Democrat Party. We have many parties, but 3 major ones.
We have a socialist democrat.
Here in Herttoniemen Ranta, this is kind of a new suburb of Helsinki, and wooden jetty. There will be a hole in the ice then in winter time where you can jump in, and then a beach for those who live here. About 8,000 people live in Herttoniemen Ranta. And you can see the metro, the orange train on the right.
Then, of course, Finland is known for its high technology, and the Nokia is a Finnish company.
I got a BlackBerry.
Not a Japanese, as many think. But the Nokia company is kind of a story of success. And in the 1870s, the Nokia was a sawmill. When we got our sawmills in those days, and of course sawmills were very important for our economy in the 19th century, when economy started to grow here in Finland. And then Nokia then later on they started to make tires for cars and rubber boots and tennis shoes. And in the 1960s the Nokia bought a company that made TV sets, and from there they started to make mobile phones. It's a word, but once we got the mobile phone, everybody started to speak.
It's funny how that works.
The island here on the right is called Kulosaari. There's the embassy of Iraq on the right, in a kind of Arabic style, and there is a church also in the middle of the island. This is a suburb that was built in the early 20th century when architects decided to move out from the city into the countryside. And today is a kind of nice residential area. The dream of a Finnish family is, of course, to have a single family house somewhere close to the nature, but that's not, of course, possible for everybody here in Helsinki. But here we have some nice villas and also some embassies situated. So here, those who live in Herttoniemen Ranta, they go skiing far out here into, almost to the into offices. And the Blueberry Island.
Look at that on
straight
that
ahead
rock.
on the right hand side, and
it's amazing,
straight ahead on the left, the zoo of Helsinki, Korkeasaari. And in the zoo, there are animals from the tundra in Finland to Africa.
What are you doing? Coming into downtown Helsinki area. Am I going to have to
here our
sit down
water
again?
is heated. So we have central heating in Helsinki.
Yeah.
And the water is heated and runs underground in pipelines and enters the radiators in the flats.
No, it's our politicians.
So
She's too lazy
almost
to do
all
something.
houses have central heating here. We heat by coal, and we are very dependent on energy from abroad, mostly from Russia. So we import coal and gas and oil from
But
Russia.
that's polluting, isn't it?
And we need a lot of energy and electricity for our sawmills and paper mills here and industry. So we have 4 nuclear reactors in Finland, and the 5th is under construction. A little bit against public opinion, actually.
Look, that one's from Stockholm, which is where our next stop is, isn't it? No, don't do that. It'll confuse us.
And the part of Helsinki here on the right is called Kruunuhaka. That means pasture of the crown.
Wow.
So here
Look
the
at that one
first
over there, the
Helsinki
sky.
was situated when it was founded in 1550.
Oh, look at this, Nash. We're coming up to a good shot. Wait, just wait till we get on the
We
center.
call sometimes that part the Manhattan of Helsinki.
Wow, it's pretty.
The zoo, yes.
Get a good picture of that thing. Wow, it's beautiful. Look at the architecture.
They're approaching the icebreakers.
Yeah, these.
So the icebreakers are very heavy, and they incline.
Yeah, they go
And
up
then with
down.
the proper weight, they go crash,
Look at those things.
smash the ice. And by.
That's what I want to get on one of those icebreakers.
Makes a road in the ice.
Makes a road in the ice. Look at that.
Behind the icebreakers there is a yellow
Yeah.
building, and that's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Designed in a style we call the neoclassical style, or imperial style, which you saw a lot of in St. Petersburg also.
Yeah, we saw that.
When Helsinki became a capital in 1812, the Emperor of Russia, Alexander I, he sent an architect to Helsinki from St. Petersburg, and this architect was in charge of designing a monumental, elegant center for the new capital, and he liked the neoclassical style, so he brought it here. So the church on the right, the cathedral, is also in a imperial neoclassic.
Is there a setting on that?
Now we enter the southern harbor
Take into the sun.
of Helsinki.
Yeah.
Then we have 1 hour when ladies can ask gentlemen to dance. we are very democratic here.
It's called Ladies'
in
Night.
Finland, so equal we can say.
Look, Pasha, look at that.
So women have had very important positions here ever since 1906 when we go to university.
We're coming around the other side to it.
So the southern harbor. This is actually the traditional way of entering Helsinki, to the southern harbor and the marketplace.
Oh yeah, we're going to go to the marketplace.
So when you have a walk in the marketplace, you can see that there are lots of seagulls. And the seagulls, they are kind of a nuisance, as a lot of people eat at the marketplace. Ice creams and sandwiches and so on. And the seagulls, they become cleverer every year. So last year they flew into your sandwich and took it, but this year they have learned to pick your head first, and then you get frightened, and then the sandwich falls down on the ground. They can take it from there. Very nice backside. I can tell you that she was sculptured in Paris by Ville Wallgren. Many of our artists in the early 20th century stayed in Paris to meet other artists. And the model for Ville Wallgren's Venus
That's the symbol of
were actually
Helsinki or Finland?
So the head is an Italian girl and the body is a French girl.
What's that supposed to mean?
She will get a student's cap on on Valpyre's Night's Eve at 6 o'clock, and everybody gathers here to see that, and everybody who has a matriculation exam wears a white cap on 1st of May. So Havi Samanta will also have one, where she is washed by some of the students of some of the faculties of the University of Helsinki, and then she will get her cap. And the Esplanade, back, and on the right the oldest restaurant of Helsinki, the Kappeli.
It's neat with that church in the background, isn't it, Tasha? That's pretty.
Yeah, the neoclassic style is like the city hall is a neoclassic style, but behind that there is the Senate Square, and there are more neoclassic style. The church, the Lutheran cathedral, is also in the neoclassic style. Wrocław, inspired by the style of St. Petersburg. This is the Union Street, to commemorate the union between Russia and Finland. Then a hotel here on the left-hand side was built for the Olympic Summer Games in 1952, called the Palace Hotel. Like I mentioned, as we have some British here, Prince Philip stayed over in this hotel when he visited the games. And the Olympic Summer Games in 1952 were very important for us. In Finland, very important for the self-esteem of the Finns, as we had fought the 2 wars against the Soviet Union. We had to pay heavy war repairs to the Soviet Union. Also, as we were accused of having been allied to Germany. So we paid a heavy war repair, but by 1952, the year of the Olympic Games, we had paid everything back. So that's why we remember that year. Also, and the Olympic Pier here was built for the Olympic Summer Games. Then the Observatory Hill and Park. There's an observatory on the right, on top of the hill. Designed by Carl Ludwig Engel, who designed the oldest parts of Helsinki.
Embassy of Soviet Union.
50s.
Well, I think it's called Russia
As
now.
a result of the war repairs we were supposed to pay. So Helsinki was heavily bombed in 1944 by the Soviet bombers, and by mistake they just destroyed their own embassy downtown Helsinki, so then we had to build a new one after the wars.
I hate when that happens.
And all over this, the style I already mentioned, the Jugend style, L'Art Nouveau. So there are very often nice decorations on the buildings, stilized flowers or leaves. Sometimes they look like medieval castles. And then on the left-hand side there is the Street of the Villas, and there are lots of the Jugend style, which becomes quite heavy here in Finland. And a private hospital here on the right, already the building looks like a medieval castle. The church on the right-hand side is the Agricola Church, Michael Agricola. Used to be our reformer of the church. When Finland became Protestant, or Sweden, Finland became Protestant. So in the beginning, when church was introduced here, we were Catholics. But then in the 16th century, the Swedish king decided to have the Reformation, and everybody became Protestant.
We're on our way from Helsinki to Stockholm.
Stockholm, Sweden.
Sweden.
We're gonna for the Swedish king team.
Oh boy.
What was that movie?
Here we got a beautiful Baltic sunset. The sky is really cool.
I guess you won't be seeing the northern lights.
It's just not winter time.
It's winter time again?
Sunset. You see this way. Not so dark. I mean, not so light. Okay, so we booked another cruise. Well, put a deposit for another cruise before we even finished with one. And because frequent cruisers. Here it is, right here. See that?
Go back tonight again.
What? That's a frequent cruiser. Look. Anyways, so because we got our deposit in, I won, or we won. Tasha said, go downstairs, downstairs. I won a gift certificate for getting our laundry done, which is $25. And I would show you, but he drank a bottle of champagne for dinner at this restaurant. And I had the lobster tail and half of her fillet and mushrooms and asparagus and lobster bisque and shrimp cocktail and apple crisp, and then I'm going to roll over.
I'm showing my Russian egg.
You got to put it where it's in light, because
this is a Russian egg.
Russian. It's really pretty.
Do you see it glistering in the light?
That's pretty. Yeah, that's really from Russia.
Look, there's even a little dot on the end.
That's from Russia too.
What's from Russia?
This right here. Ah, it's gorgeous. I don't know if this thing picks up the colors as good as it really is, but man. On our way to, or coming close to Stockholm. Wow, it's really pretty. So pretty. Already up. see the shadow of our ship. Oh, it's pretty. Oh look, a ham radio antenna. Right there. That's an amateur radio antenna. It's a Swedish ham operator. No question about that. It's gorgeous. So pretty. Tasha. Look how pretty. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that house up there. Isn't that nice? I saw back there, I got it on video. Big old ham radio beam. No question it was ham radio. Look at that house up there. That's a view. They're right on that little peak too. On that peninsula, huh? Is that like two houses? There's one down. Yeah, look at that one on top. Wow.
Man, look at the one on bottom, see, look at that all glass.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Right in the mountain there, the flat roof.
I want that one.
You want that one? Okay. Tasha wants that one.
There's my house. The Swedish house. Look at that house, Steve.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, look at the second part of it. That's like what you see on that TV show.
Yeah. The most bizarre homes. Maybe not too bizarre, but cool.
Looks like the roof even has enough of an angle on it.
That is neat.
Oh, there's some beautiful ones up there, huh?
Yes.
Make the good deal. How pretty. You got some old, some kind of something.
Stockholm is huge and
You mean by our pool?
Yep. Seagull. They look just like that. They must be getting something to eat up there because they keep flying around.
Well, also just what gets dumped out of this thing, you know. Tasha, our tour today is called Panoramic,
See, look.
which
You
means
gotta give me this.
Tasha, say.
Sweden. My name is Camilla O'Gorman. I'll be your guide today, and our driver is Olavi. He comes from Finland, so it's you've been there.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can practice your Finnish. Hey is Swedish hello, and Finnish is terve. Yeah, very good. So today we're going to have a look at Stockholm, and we'll also visit the most famous museum of them all, the Vasa Museum. And just to check out, you've done most, in fact, the largest archipelago in the world, and archipelago means a group of islands, and we do have lots of islands, 30,000 islands of different sizes and shapes, and you saw that there were houses on some of them, and some were just empty. The further out you go, the more bare they are. You find just rock, and then the more you come into Stockholm, then you will see greenery on the islands. On these 30,000 islands, people usually come out during summertime and visit their summer cottages, but in the wintertime, not so many people stay on them. About 150 of these islands are inhabited in the wintertime. And some of them have ferry services, and some actually have bridges. But if you live on an island without any ferry and no bridge, and in the wintertime, if there's ice around it and it's not too thick, so you can't walk on it, but you can't even put your boat in, then you are entitled to subsidized helicopter service. But then you have to live there all year round. You can travel by helicopter into Stockholm to visit a doctor or perhaps go shopping or something. So that's quite good. So we want people to live everywhere, and especially make the archipelago alive and not just be some place where you come out in the summer. But we're now in the city of Stockholm, and there are islands here as well. Did you get any maps? You did? Okay, what about if you open the one all the way up? So I'll show you, or I'll tell you where we are. You'll see on the maps that Stockholm city is a city on islands as well. It's built on mainland, but also on 14 different islands. And they are connected by about 55 bridges. So we'll see quite a lot of water today. And the largest, if you open that big map, the largest of the islands is called Södermalm, and that's where we are right now. And let's see if there's a number. Yes, 17 exactly. You're down on the big island to the right, and 17, that's where we start off. And we are traveling, the island in the middle is the old town, where Stockholm was founded. And then we're going to the island called Djurgården, and that's where the Vasa ship lies, in the Vasa Museum. But to start off with, we're
Natasha. Hang on. So instead of me being on the opposite side of the road, like turn this way, turn this way. Isn't that pretty?
Yeah.
I can't believe she's cold. I mean, you know, it's just a little brisk. Just a little brisk.
Like 20 degrees.
Is that a roller coaster?
Yeah.
Steven in Stockholm. Natasha in Stockholm. Is she talking? I can't hear her. She's talking, and I can't hear her. Got that Swedish flag on top. Panoramic speed.
Pirate ship, Stephen.
Huh?
Isn't it cute?
Yeah, look at that little thing. Get a view that way.
Flag. So there were some Norwegian students that changed the flag during the morning. So shock, we were invaded by Norway. But we got that back. And behind the flag, you can see a leaning rooftop, round. That's the Vasa Museum. That's where we are going.
The Vasa.
Yeah, that's what we're heading for.
That is. The leaning roof. The leaning roof is the Vasa Museum.
Okay, we continue, and now we're on an island called Djurgården. That's the green island, and you have the amusement park. If you want to take pictures, and we continue. We have Skansen, which is an open air museum. A lot of old buildings that have been moved to. They've been torn down and rebuilt. About 150 different buildings just to show Sweden in the old days. And you have a tower, a gray tower. That's a radio television tower. And that used to be our absolutely highest building.
The TV tower.
About 4 to 50 feet. Brick ones. And that's, you have to imagine, that's what Stockholm looked like a few hundred years ago. And it's very difficult to get hold of one of these houses. You usually have to be an artist or a painter or something, and to promise that you will really look after your house. They won't sell it to you, they will rent it. It's owned by the city of Stockholm. And in all of Stockholm, or in the municipality of Stockholm, there are 800,000 people, and in the county of Stockholm, 1.8 million. And have a look at this tiny little theater here with a red carpet. That's a children's theater to the left. They can squeeze in about 30 children tightly. In all of Sweden, the country of Sweden, there are 9 million people. Most of us, we live down here south, Stockholm, which is the largest city, and then we have Gothenburg, which is on the west coast, the second largest, and Malmö down south. The further up you get, the fewer people you see, but you get to see more reindeer on the other hand. Perhaps even Santa Claus. We're in a bit of a battle with Finland here about where does Santa Claus live.
Yeah, they told us that.
Yeah, we say he lives up in north of Sweden. We have a Santa Claus world there. And all the rest, you have one to the right of you. They're almost everywhere. And Stockholm is a very good city to go on a bike. It's usually the quickest way. You don't end up in any traffic queues. And also, if you don't have a bike, you can rent one. It's a good system. If you on your left-hand side up front, you can see some white and blue bicycles, and you just pay a few hundred crowns, and then you get a card, and you can pick up any bike anywhere in Stockholm and use it as much as you want, and you return it back again. So you don't even have to own a bicycle. And of course, we have McDonald's here to your right.
Of course.
We got our first McDonald's in 1976, and they became very popular. So now you see them almost everywhere. There's a lift or an elevator to your right. It's called the Katarina elevator, and that takes you up to a restaurant with a bar, which has a very good view. Quite expensive though. So if you still have your maps, we're leaving Södermalm, and up front we have the old town, which is right in the middle of your map. And look to your right, you can see the lock is open now towards the Baltic side. And on the other side we have the lake now to the left of us. And we have a man on a horse here, a equestrian statue. And that man was a marshal from France. His name was Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte, and he was actually imported to Sweden. He was adopted by one of our Swedish kings who had no heirs to the throne. He needed an heir and wanted to get closer to France. So in the early 1800s, he adopted Jean-Baptiste, and he came with his wife and his son, and he became the crown prince of Sweden and later on the king of Sweden. Our present king, his name is Carl Gustav, Carl the 16th Gustav. He's the 7th generation of the Bernadotte dynasty. So we have some French blood on the throne. And he married Sylvia, and she is half German and half Brazilian. And they have 3 children. They are now grown up. The oldest child is Victoria, she's 31. And then there is Carl Philip, he's 29, and then the baby girl, Madeline, she's 26. They're all single, but they are dating. And we're waiting for Victoria probably to get married soon. She's dating a man called Daniel, and he's a commoner. Just like Sylvia was, she wasn't belonging to any royal family. But the king and queen, they met when at the Olympic Games in Munich 1972, and she was the VIP hostess, and she was supposed to look after the king, and she did a very good job, and they got married in 76 and had their first child in 77. And now when Victoria, our crown princess, she was going to the gym, she asked for a personal trainer, and she got Daniel. And that's how they met. And now, according to the gossip magazines, the king thinks that Daniel is not really good enough. But, well, we'll see. They've been dating for 6 years, so probably he will be our next prince, or whatever the king decides. It's the king who decides what title he will be given. He won't be king. So now we have the old town. We have the sort of outskirts of the old town, and the houses now you see on the left-hand side, they are the fashionable ones. They were built, most of these, in the 17th century. It was the king who thought that the houses looked so bad, because when you come into the old town, there's smaller and less elegant houses. And he wanted to show that Sweden was a great power. And by doing so, giving land to rich people and asking them to build themselves nice homes so it would look good when people came traveling by boat. Today, a lot of these houses are now, this one is a hotel, but otherwise they're offices, most of them. But people do live in the old town. About 3,000 people live in the old town, and the apartments are usually quite small with low ceilings. Coming up to the left is the big house, the Royal Palace of Stockholm. It's built in the Baroque style. It replaced the palace that burnt down in the late 1600s. And this one was completed in the 1750s. It's the largest palace in Europe, if you count the rooms, still in use by a monarch. And it has 608 rooms. And those from England, I have to tell you, Buckingham Palace, as far as I know, 607 rooms. Right in between two elections. It was 2 years ago we had the election. And then we changed from a social government, which we've had for many, many years, to a right-wing coalition. And on the right you can see several tour boats, sightseeing boats. The flat ones, they are so flat so they can go into the lock and under bridges. And the bigger ones, they take you out into the archipelago and visit all the islands. How many political parties? About 8. To the right we have the Grand Hotel with all the flags, and we were speaking of the Nobel banquet before, and this is where the Nobel laureates stay when they come to Stockholm by tradition. They always stay in the Grand Hotel. They usually stay a week and they have a hectic schedule. And then we have coming up to second bay. There are 2 bays if you look in your maps, and sometimes people are confused. They look quite similar, and you find the white boats on both of them, so you perhaps sometimes you get a bit lost. Some of the boats that we have now to the right are old steamboats that have been converted into diesel engines, and they take you out through the archipelago. On this side the boats usually do guiding. On the other side they are just transportation boats.
Look at that cool building next to it.
Oh, they're neat, aren't they?
If you look to your right, you can see the Vasa Museum. You can perhaps see the masts sticking out from the rooftop. And they are not the real masts. They were placed there afterwards just to give a nice architectural touch to it. But they're also there to show the size of the ship. That's as far as she reached, which is 50 meters, about 150, 160 feet. And now we have left the old town. We're now traveling in mainland, and this area belongs to Östermalm, which is the most fashionable, exclusive part of Stockholm, where the homes are the most expensive ones. And to buy an apartment here, or a condominium, you usually pay about 6,000 euro per square meter. And they are quite large, they can be about 200 square meters. And the ceiling is very high. They are built, now you have a lot of trees, but the architectural style, if you look up on the roof, you can see that it's a bit St. Petersburg wannabe, at least. And the houses here on this road are from the 1890s, almost every one of them. If you look to the right, you can see the other side of Skeppsholmen, the island where they built ships before, where you now have mostly museums and some offices. There are some famous people living in this street. For instance, Tiger Woods, he's not Swedish, the golf player, but he's married to a Swedish girl. And I'm sure they have homes everywhere, but they have one apartment here in Strandvägen.
I'm sure they do. Gosh.
And his mother-in-law, she used to be part of the old government, the socialist government. We're going to cross the bridge now over to the island Djurgården. So we're leaving the mainland and going over to Djurgården Island. And Djurgården was a long time ago a royal hunting ground. not open to the public, just to the king and the court. They could go hunt for different animals, a lot of deers, but also they bought some more exotic animals like lions, and then they brought in some bears to make it more exciting. But today it's much more peaceful. It's covered with different museums and amusement parks. So we check our watches here. So it's about 25 minutes to 11 Swedish time. And we'll stay here an hour and 15 minutes. Ja, gör det. 12:30, 12:30.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh my gosh, that is cool. That is unbelievable. Where'd you go, Tasha? Where'd you go? Why can't you? Why? Here's the radar. Wow. Oh my God. That is cool, isn't it?
It's crazy. I want to get over there so I can get a full picture.
Gosh, she's gonna let it get plenty.
Anymore? So you found the ship? Yeah. Very good. So we have the boss. I just give you some practical restroom information first. Behind you, if you look, you see the sign of the man and the woman. There are several people that are cut off. So the real ones haven't been found. The ones that we saw outside are just new ones. But they are showing her actual size. So she was that tall, 50 meters high, which is 160 feet approximately. And this beautiful ship was built between 1625 and 1628. So they built a big ship in only 3 years. And why was she built? Trade? No, she's a warship.
It's a warship, yeah.
The Vasa was built during the time when Sweden was a great power in the 17th century. We owned so much more land than we do today. We owned Finland and Norway and Baltic states.
They said it was oak.
We wanted to conquer the king wanted to conquer more of the Baltic Sea because the water was the most important thing. That's where you traveled on. So the more you had of the countries around the Baltic, the larger you were. Sweden was a great power, and as I said, that's why the king also wanted the old town to look more impressive. It looks like a small village with a tiny house with the goats walking on the grass. That's why I said build a nice home so it looks nice to have visitors. Okay, Sweden was in a war, or those days they were always in war, but Sweden had a king called Gustav II Adolphus, and he had a cousin called Sigismund. Sigismund was half Swedish and half Polish. He was the king of Poland, but our Swedish king say that Sigismund wanted to say that, well, I believe the king of Sweden as well, but I'm half Swedish. He really wanted to show his cousin who was in charge. So he ordered a big, powerful warship to be built. That was the Vasa. And it was named after one of the most important kings, Gustav Vasa, who lived in the 16th century. Usually before this ship, they had only built ships with one gun deck. And now the king said, I want more of everything. So I want 2 gun decks. If you have 2 gun deck. They carried 64 guns, 64 cannons, and had 3 masts. But it's only 50 or 160 feet high, but only 12 meters, which is 40 feet wide. So it's a really narrow ship. And then with all the guns, it weighs 700 tons, including 120 tons of ballast. Not only that, it's full of decorations. There are ornaments, and there's 700 sculptures. One of the largest is the lion up front. You can see the lion ready to leap out and attack you. And that was the king who wanted that. There are several lions. He was called the Lion of the War. And today, when you build a warship, you camouflage. You don't want people to see that you're coming. You want to sneak up on your enemy. But they considered a totally different way of thinking in the 17th century. You wanted to impress and you wanted to frighten people. So impress by making it large and decorate it with sculptures. There are soldiers here up front. He ordered the ship to be built. It was made of oak trees, 1,000 oak trees, and the oaks were very valuable. They were preserved for the Navy. If you chop down an oak tree, if it didn't belong to the Navy and you did it for the king's ship, then there would be death penalty to that. It was worse than killing a man. And in the 17th century, the laws were very interesting. If you killed someone in the morning, the punishment was more tougher than if you killed someone in the evening. Why was that?
You've been drinking.
Yes, you got it. You drank so much beer, so people were constantly drunk. So if you killed someone in the morning, you were probably more sober. You should know what you were doing. And if you killed someone in the evening, then you've been drinking all day. That's very interesting. Yeah, try that. But it was in the evening. Before, well, I want 2 gun decks, and I want this, I want extra sculpture, everything. So they just had to do what the king told them. All right. So they built the ship, and then they had the stability test made, which they did. They had 30 men, soldiers running from one side to the other when it was in the water.
Yeah, go with that thing.
They did that a few times, and it was shaking so much they had to stop. So by that time, they probably knew what was going to happen. But they couldn't say anything. You know, the king was chosen by God. If you mess with the king, you're sort of sad because it's God. So therefore, no one said anything. They just crossed their fingers, hope for the best. They set sail. Beautiful sunny day in August. And it was a Sunday, so people were off work. They could watch this big event, and they were sitting along the shoreline, and some were out in their own boats, and they set sail. This boat could carry 450 crew members, 150 sailors, and 300 soldiers. When it left Stockholm, there were some women and children on board because the soldiers were out on one of the islands, the archipelago, waiting for the ship to pass by. And it was just the sailors and their family members. And they were allowed to travel a bit, and then they should get off. So they set sail, everything was nice, and they started by the royal palace and saw, and they sailed slowly out to the harbor of Stockholm. And of course they saluted, saying, "We're leaving now." All these 64 cannons in Stockholm. But there was a gust of wind, and the ship leaned towards one side, but then it managed to right itself up again. Okay, they sailed on a few minutes, another gust of wind, and this time it went further down, and then of course the water came into the open gun ports, and then it couldn't right itself up, so it sank. After 20 minutes on a maiden voyage in the harbor of Stockholm.
Oops.
So, oops, yeah, you can just imagine the people's faces, they're sitting there cheering, and they had flags, the sails were up, all sails, they had 10 sails, and flags on top, and it was a beautiful, joyful day. We're going out to show the No. So, it's sad. And the king, he was already traveled through Poland. He was waiting for this ship. And he didn't know, and they didn't have internet or telephone. So it took a while. It took him 2 weeks to find out that there was no ship. So what happened to the people on board? Well, some actually drowned. Most of those that were down by the cannons. The ones on top on deck, they got out. They could. Not everyone could swim. That was a compulsory sailor. So they think about 25 people died in this accident. Some were saved by other boats, and some managed to get to land. You saw it wasn't very close. I mean, it wasn't very far out. So not until 2 weeks later he found out, and he was upset. And who could he blame? Maybe the crew were drunk. That was probably the problem. No, it was Sunday. They had proof that they weren't drunk. They had been to church. He blasted before the trip. No, they were not drunk. Okay, maybe the captain had to follow regulations. Yeah, he did. But the captain survived. He did what he should have done. Okay, what about the ship constructor? Yeah. And, well, he died a year earlier. And he was dead. Oh, very good. So, yeah, it was his fault. So they decided to blame him. And so no one was punished because no one thought about blaming the king for adding, because they had never done the 2 gun deck thing. So they used the same calculation.
Here's what it looked like when it set sail. Wow, it was gorgeous, wasn't it? There's the radar. Wow, it's elaborate. Gorgeous.
And that is the king that had this order. Gustav II Adolphus. And this man who was a firm believer in the Protestant faith. We, Sweden had been a Catholic country for many years. So he robbed a lot of churches and he tore down Anyway, this king was 100 years later. He was a firm believer that the Lutheran Protestant faith was the real one, and in Poland there were still Catholics. How old-fashioned can you get? So he wanted to show them. So he had this ship built. It's sank every 20 minutes. Not very good. And then he had heirs to the throne. He had no sons. He had one daughter, and that was Christina. She became queen after him. That was the only child he had with his queen wife, of course, not counting other children. So his daughter became a queen. She was brought up almost like a man. She was said to be a very male-like person.
That's how it sat under the water, I guess. Sorry.
Got it.
Oh, look, that's how they went down there. That's the gust of wind that blew her over. Oops. That's the gust of wind that blew her over. Not good. That's how the cannon sat inside the ship. What was that? The booze? I don't know, but they didn't do it right, did they? Wow. Look how gorgeous that ship was. Nice looking ship, just didn't float. Man, pretty amazing. This was the back part. Behind me. It's a pelican. It's a big pelican. It's a pelican. Pelican. The original pelicans. Oh, goodness. Pelican. Gorgeous. Pelican.
Bob, you get good pictures.
I know it. Well, fat people were in funny. Yeah, but there were like 3,
I mean, it's amazing to think this thing. King thought this would be so good. Look at the carvings of the oak. You can actually like see in there. Oh yeah. Look at the bow. That's amazing, isn't it? Tasha, let me take one of you with it. Huh? Come over here with it there at the end. Like, I was one of the sponsors of this thing, and it's paper made from that of a shooter anchors which were not reserved. Tasha, they're selling it. Tasha, they're selling this paper which is made from the original anchor cables. They're selling the real paper. I mean the real deal. They have a big lion on the front of this ship. And then of course you got the, I mean, what an amazing thing to think they did this so long ago. What was the year of it again? Had all that stuff in the bag. 16? Think about what was going on across the ocean. Let's see. Can't remember. Let's see what this thing says. 1628. Wow. Now look, you can go up on different levels and look down on it. Some kind of something. It sure is cool though. Uh-oh. Where is she? Is she counting them? No, that's not. They all look alike. It's really pretty. Goodness, never figure out which one. What? I don't know. She may be down there counting. Look at that sign. Oh. Jesus. That's ours right there, isn't it, Tasha? On the side of the curb?
A copy of a Danish castle.
1907.
But it was built as a museum, so it has never been royal. But there was a plan originally to make it even larger. It should have 2 extra wings, but then our king in the early 1900s, he objected. He said, if you make this larger, no one will, believe that the royal palace is the royal place. This looks more royal than the palace does. So he stopped construction, saying that's enough. But it's a very spectacular building. Sadly enough, the museum is not really interesting. That's why we never have any stops there. It's nicer from the outside than inside.
What is the collection?
The collection, it started off a man called Arthur Hazelius. He was a historian teacher. He realized that in the 1800s, when the industrialization came to Europe, it changed lifestyles forever, would never go back. People used to live in the country until the 1960s. And then there was a referendum asking, should we continue doing that, or should we change to right-hand side traffic like most of Europe? And the people voted, let's keep it the way it is. But in Sweden, the referendums are just to give advice to the politicians. They're not obligatory. So a few years later, the traffic changed, so now we have right-hand side traffic. And then they couldn't use the trams anymore. Coming up to the right, the amusement park, the entrance. You saw it from Södermalm when we were looking at all the islands.
On the Six Flags.
And as you can see, it's quite popular.
The Swedish Six Flags.
Yep.
We're very good at queuing in Sweden.
Right.
Very good at what?
Not standing in line.
And there are more wooden houses, old wooden houses here. To the left, circus, which it used to be a circus mainly for horses, but now it's a musical stage. And I was actually there yesterday. I saw the dress rehearsal of a show that will start next week. No famous actors that you know. They're all just known in Sweden. To the left, Skansen, the entrance. And if you walk into Skansen, you can visit these houses that were moved. About 150 different houses were taken or bought from different parts of Sweden and moved to Skansen. And if you come in summertime, there's always someone there dressed in the regional costume, and they will tell you what life was all about in that particular house, who lived there, and if they were poor or rich, or what they ate, or what they did. And there's also a church in there, which is very popular to get married in. Apart from that, there's a fairly large zoo. You can visit the Nordic animals, but also more exotic ones, and there's an aquarium. And a small amusement park for the kids. So you can spend an entire day walking around Skansen. Icelandic and Swedish, they belong to the same group. Finnish is completely different. We don't understand Finnish very well. And I think we were talking about money. We use the Swedish crown. It's our old currency. There was a referendum, should we join the euro? And that was voted, no, we should not join the euro. And in fact, the politicians actually listened to it. They wanted so much to join the euro. But I think so far, most of the countries that changed to euro, the prices have gone up. We are part of the EU. We became part of the EU in 1995. It was a very close, very tight yes, by only a few percent.
What is the crown to the dollar?
Okay, the crown about to $1. I think now the dollar is almost 7 crowns. 7 crowns to $1 and about 9 crowns to €1. It's easy to count 10. It's 9 point something. It changes up and down. But it's quite good. It used to be 5 crowns to $1, which was good for us. Then we could travel, go shopping in New York.
Still is over there.
So we are now leaving the island Djurgården, and look to your left. You can see all these bicycles and canoes and kayaks, and also they have inline. So that's like a sporting center if you want to walk around or discover Stockholm in a healthy way. Use a bicycle. We're back in the mainland. And the Swedish flag, if you have it, you saw it in the Vasa Museum, but it's the yellow and blue hanging to the right. Most Nordic countries have very similar design, that's a cross. And the Swedish is the blue sky, and then the yellow sun. And in Finland, it's a white background and a blue cross. And Denmark is red and white. And Norway, red, blue and white. Still a cross. Du kan köra så fort som reglerna tillåter utan när vi är precis i ambassaden. We're going into what we call the diplomatic town, the quarters. And here you find several embassies and ambassadors' home. We have the Hungarian embassy coming up on the left-hand side. And to the right, you'll see something that I think is familiar to a lot of you. The U.S. flag. And this is where the U.S. ambassador lives. Michael Wood, I believe his name is. He has a very nice house here.
Oh, very nice.
In the greenery, and across the water he can look into Skansen and see some of the buildings. We also have the British ambassador's home, the white building, and then we have the Belgian. I don't think we have any Belgians on board today. We have an orange house. Korea and Turkey also have their embassies here. Across the water you can see perhaps an old wooden house standing on the cliff. That's what when we want to be funny, we refer to it as Norwegian embassy. Norway is the country that we make fun of, and vice versa. It's actually the oldest house that moved to Skansen, and it is Norwegian. When Skansen was built, Sweden and Norway were still in the Union, which ended in 1905. But it's a nice and peaceful area, prison. Very well covered with fences. And especially after 9/11, one of the streets here that coming up was closed off, so you can't drive up here, which you used to be able to do. On the left-hand side, a brick church, which is the English church. All the services are held in English. And this church also was moved. It was originally in the downtown area of Stockholm. And then it was moved brick by brick over to here. For people that went out, left Sweden to go out to trade, but also to rob and plunder. It wasn't the name of a group of people. It was when they left Sweden to do this, then they were called the Vikings. When they came home again, then they were farmers. And these were not only Swedes, but also Norwegians and Danes. The Swedish Vikings went mostly to the east. They went into Russia. Along the rivers, they traveled with their very narrow boats. And the Norwegian Vikings came to UK and founded Dublin, among other things. So if they were nasty, don't blame us. We went to Russia.
nästan till Sturegatan och Kungsgatan upp på Sergels torg.
Det blir jättebra. Jag kan inte jobba över idag, det funkar inte. Nej.
Man ska aldrig.
Nej, men ofta blir det att man gör det. Jag tycker ofta det är liksom 10 minuter hit och dit. Ja. 7-Eleven, something that looks familiar probably. Yeah, we do have it. We have most of these big chains that you would find at home, both in the UK and US. But I'm sure you have some shops that we brought to you. For instance, H&M. That's a Swedish clothing chain. And IKEA. Thank you for reminding me. IKEA, the furniture shop. We won't see it here in Stockholm. It's outside of Stockholm. And then we have a Volvo car now going to park in front of us. So that's also a Swedish car. And then now he changed his mind.
He doesn't know how to parallel park.
I think he's getting nervous. He has this big bus behind him.
He's going to hit the car.
And also the Saab is a Swedish car.
That was close.
So Saab and Volvo. And then we have Ericsson, the phone.
You don't know what he's doing.
No, but we want to pass him.
Yeah, he's not too good. Not too good.
He doesn't know how to parallel park. He was way too far away.
The first time would have been fine. He almost backed right into the other one before.
And what else do we have? AstraZeneca, pharmaceutical. And ABB.
Power generation.
Pardon?
ABB is power generation, isn't it?
How?
Electricity.
Yeah, well they make tools. ABB, vad är de? Alltså, sammanfattar de bäst? Yeah, electronical devices. It's not my specialty. We have lots of parks here in Stockholm. We haven't seen so many so far, but we are coming up to one of the nicer ones. As we're turning, it will be on our right-hand side. It's called Humlegården. That means the hops garden. And that name was given because hops was grown here. And you made beer of hops, of course. And on the Viking, I forgot to tell you that, sorry, not Viking, in the Vasa ship, the people, the crew there, if they had sailed on, they were entitled to 3 liters of beer each day. That was a normal portion of beer.
3 liters. Consider that an alcoholic.
Today, if you want to buy beer, you have to go to the state-owned liquor store if it's a stronger beer beyond 3.5%. We don't sell any beer and wine in the grocery stores except very low alcohol beer. We've come to a square now called Stureplan if you're following on your map. And this is considered one of the trendy squares. There are lots of nightclubs. We have to the right Leroy and Spy Bar, 2 nightclubs on top of each other. And a few years ago when the prince and the princess, when they were younger and not dating the same people, then they would be found here quite often on Friday night. You would see them. And this is the trendy square where you find the celebrities.
Are we going straight? That looks real. Look at this. Straight.
And we're now moving in onto Kungsgatan, meaning the King Street. This is one of the shopping streets of Stockholm. And now when it's fall, it's cold, but we don't have snow yet. We will get snow eventually. And when you have snow, you usually bring in all the snow into the shops. But this street is well prepared. They have heated sidewalks, pavements. So you don't have to bring in a lot of snow. It never freezes here on this pavement.
Wow.
And there's some movie theaters here. Rigoletto showing, of course, Mamma Mia. I'm sure some of you have seen it, perhaps seen the play.
Mamma Mia.
It's based on the ABBA music. And Swedes in general speak quite good English, which has to do with perhaps that when we watch a film, it's not dubbed, it's shown in the original language, and then we have Swedish subtitles, so you can read it, you get a lesson, a language lesson. The only time we dub films is that when we show for small children who cannot read, then we dub. But otherwise, everything is shown in its original language, both in the movie theaters as well as in the television. But also, English is the first foreign language that we are taught in school. From the 2nd grade, we are taught English. As we turn now, a blue building on the right-hand side, and this is the 2nd concert hall, and this is the place where the Nobel Prize is awarded. The ceremony takes place on December 10th, which was Alfred Nobel's death day. That's when he died. And the prizes are awarded to people in different categories. The ones that have made the best churches, the Lutheran churches, coming up on the left-hand side with a big golden cross. It looks almost like an office, but that's like one of the Catholic churches. And if you look into the left, you can see a corner of a Jewish synagogue, the white corner. And we have mosques. One is on Södermalm.
It's okay.
A lot of people ask about the red church that you can see to the right. And that's a Lutheran church called the Jacob's Church. It's a bit of an unusual coloring. And on the right-hand side in the park, during the winter, there's an ice rink. You can go ice skating. And they play music. So it's a bit like Rockefeller Center in New York. Not so expensive though. You can rent skates if you don't have your own. Otherwise you can be free to use your own.
Does the bay freeze?
Does the bay freeze? Sometimes. Now with the global heating, it's sort of the winters are milder. The lake used to freeze. I mean, there's some salt in the bay, but the lake being freshwater. But it hasn't frozen in, I think, about 10 years. But when it freezes, then you can walk from one island to the other. It's really interesting. There are so many boats going here, so it doesn't really have the chance to freeze up all that much. But sometimes you have a ring of ice around the islands. But climate is actually changing. So we have Parliament once again to the right of us with the Swedish flag. And they're doing some construction work here on the road, on the bridge. And once again, the Royal Palace. Now it's on the left-hand side. The previous palace, when Stockholm was founded in the 13th century, there was a defense tower placed here with the palaces, and that defense tower grew into a fortress, which grew into a castle. And that castle burned down in 1697. And then they wanted to build a new one, of course, and the plan was to build it within 6 years. But because Sweden was constantly out taking parts of different wars, all the money went into war. And they didn't have enough money to build the palace. So instead of taking 6 years, it took 60 years to complete it. So this palace that we have today is in a Baroque style. It was completed in 1754. It's mainly Baroque on the outside and Rococo on the inside. Crossing now is pedestrian street to the right called the Queen Street, and on the other side, left, then it continues on the old town where you can find lots of souvenirs. And he also made it a tradition that you inherit the throne. Before him, you would have to fight or be elected king. And he was elected king in 1523. But he decided no more elections, now you inherit the throne. And he thought that would be a nice, peaceful way, but in fact his sons were constantly fighting who should be king, and one son was killed. He was poisoned by his brothers, who also wanted to be kings. We've come to another island. This is the island of nobility. And I want to show you another man, of course, always a man on a pedestal. To the right of us, we have a man, and his name was Birger Jarl, and he was considered to be the man who founded Stockholm in 1252. And the reason why he got the honor, well, he was in power in Stockholm, but he wrote a letter, and it was dated Stockholm 1252, and that was the first time we saw the word Stockholm in writing. So that's why we say that Stockholm became a city in 52, 12. Part close to the outskirts was built on poles. It used to be the harbor area, and there were jetties. And when people sort of got tired of what they had, they threw it out. The garbage was thrown out, and when they tore down a house, they would just smash it in small parts and then build a new one on top. So eventually the land grew. And also we do have some land elevation after the last ice age, when Scandinavia was covered by ice, and the ice was several kilometers thick. And this pressed down the land, and when the ice melted, then the land came up again. And this also caused the islands to grow a bit. And this is still going on, a few millimeters each year. The land is growing. So we're back in the lock now. To the right of us we have the lock. So that's the end of the lake, and then we have the Baltic Sea outside. And the blue and silvery train, that's the metro train. We have 100 stations, both open over surface or underground, both in Stockholm and out in the suburbs.
In St. Petersburg. Nice. Those guys like experts.
Have a look at the big White House on the right-hand side. Today, this is a museum of Stockholm, but it has a long history. If you go back to the 17th century, that's when people believed in witches. If you were a woman and you knew more than the average, then you were considered to be a witch, and then you would be put on trial and usually sentenced to death. And one death sentence would be that they would throw you in the water. If you floated, you were a witch, you would be killed. If you didn't float, you were not a witch, and then too bad. A lot of the witches women considered witches went on trial there, so that was an old court. And they sentenced several women to death, which was really having done nothing, just having medicine and trying to help people. I was asked about Swedish neutrality, and we were neutral through the First and Second World War. We were not part of it. We haven't been into any war since 1818, so that's a long time ago. And today the king is just a symbol. We have to show you the boat here to the left. It's a newly built boat, but it's an old type of boat. I have never seen it sail, so that's very interesting. You can see the sails out. It's called the Brig 3 Crowns.
Yeah, you saw it when we stopped there. Yeah, I think you got a picture of it, didn't you? So it's never sailed?
Sweden we have a military service that if you are a man over 18, you should do military service. If you're a woman over 18, you can do it if you want to. It's not obligatory. It used to be that old men had to, but now, because of lack of money, if you're a man and you don't want to do military service, you can just claim that you have a bad knee or something, and then they will probably let you be. we are not part of NATO, although it has been debated. And our climate varies over the year. We've had a fairly good summer with some nice warm days, and now we have autumn, fall, and eventually when we get winter we'll probably get snow. Sometimes snow stays, sometimes just comes in the morning and disappears in the evening. It varies quite often. If you want to be sure that you get snow and you can go skiing, then you have to move up to north of Sweden. You have to visit the ski resorts found north, and that's where the snow stays on. But we can go cross-country skiing here in the parks of Stockholm some winters. But there are some ski slopes just outside of Stockholm if you don't mind having very small ones and if you don't want to travel far. And those ski slopes are hills that replaced old building material on. When we tore down houses, we make ski slopes out of them. Like before, they would just stack everything on top of each other and then build a house on top. But now we move it, and we have made one island, which is just outside of Stockholm. That's a man-made island.
Day 9 of our cruise. We're in uncharted territory. I love these long vacations. Huh? Kitties, not so much. Stockholm. Look at that green building, Tasha. Like a car alarm. So nice. So peaceful. So pretty.
Take a picture. Smokey Bear, there's fire. Do you see the animals?
There's those idiots gonna burn down the whole mountain.
No, there's no fire. No wood on there.
They got a swimming pool out there. It's really pretty.
Do you have anything to help me? Stockholm.
They got a bat or something. Isn't it? I'm still out of breath from the stairs. Haven't eaten that much on this cruise.
What?
So I haven't eaten that much on this cruise.
Laundry special.
We got free laundry.
15 degrees and 12 minutes east.
We're in the Baltic Sea.
The ship's present speed is 24.2 knots.
Wow, we're flying.
And the course is 239 degrees. Since we left Stockholm, we have sailed 375 nautical miles, and we have to sail another 530 nautical miles before we arrive in Oslo, Norway. We expect to arrive in Oslo tomorrow morning around 9 o'clock. The present weather conditions are cloudy skies with northeasterly winds up to 20 miles per hour and rough seas. The air temperature outside at the moment is 55 degrees Fahrenheit or 13 degrees centigrade. And more or less we expect the same weather for the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
The Ruby Penthouse. A regular dumpy room. Another couple dumpy rooms. This is where the captain stays. This is his room right here to the left. This is my favorite part of the ship. I don't know why they all don't do this. Uh-oh, he's looking for an iceberg. See? Look. He's looking. Uh-oh, he gave them to his friend. Oh, that's a bad storm up there. Don't try to avoid it, Tasha. You no, see it? We're heading right for it. We're heading for the storm. I guess they'll do a circle around. Tasha, why they got a pirate flag? They're they're not pirates. Maybe they are and we just don't know
No,
it.
I should have brought the big camera because I'm going to take a picture downstairs. I have to do that before
What is
I leave.
this?
That's the propeller. It's rusted.
Tasha, hang on. They close the thing if they don't like it. 1, 2, 3. What's wrong with this thing? There's our radar. And the depth. Got all the nice complicated controls. Course, track blocking. And you got this one.
Look, there's people making our food.
I know, I saw one guy sneezing. Where is it? Yeah, man.
See it?
You know what? We're a long ways. We're not going anywhere close to
We're
it.
not that far away.
Nah, he's fine. Don't spill that water on the control, buddy.
It's in the bottom.
So the steering wheel don't do nothing. Yeah, we're gonna have some rain, aren't we, Tasha? There's a guy over here with binoculars. You see him over here on the left?
Look at that little ship. It looks like it's about to go. Little sailboat.
I don't know, but I'd want to get away from that storm, wouldn't you?
I mean, our wake is going to knock it over.
Nah. We'll see. We're coming up close to him quick, aren't we? You sure that's a boat?
I don't know. It would be.
I don't think it's sails.
It looks like sails.
He's like, let me get the hell away from that thing. Oh, I can see it good through here, Tasha.
You have it zoomed in?
Yeah, it's on the digital. You see it? It's got a blue stripe through it. Yeah, I think he's having trouble out there. Maybe we should throw him a life thing. Yeah, he's gonna be a long ways off to our starboard side. He's only on the side of where our cabin is. Maybe we could throw him a Danish or something. Well, he's probably hungry out there. Wait, is he doing the steering wheel? He's taking the manual controls. No, he's not. He's just standing there looking. He's looking at him though, isn't he?
It's crazy.
It's probably a phantom ship. You know? It doesn't look like it's the best quality little vessel, does it?
Maybe it's Robert's. Eileen's parents.
Yeah, there they are. He's coming over there to look at it better. Yeah, I'd want to get off that thing. That's the size that they travel around the world in, though, Tasha. Theirs may be actually smaller than that. Oh my gosh, speedometer. I didn't know these ships went that fast. I thought they were like 20, 27, do they?
27, 24.
Yeah, I know, but I thought like 21 knots was the most. Look at that. It's got the air humidity, air temperature, 15.4. Look, it says the track from Stockholm. Charter Pilot 2.
Wow, look at that.
Well, look at all these awards.
Look at that picture.
What's that? Rhode Island. Have they been there? Oh, that don't look good right there. Look.
Look
Miami's inaugural call. Why would they have that thing? These are all the times they went into the ports first. They gave them a thank you for bringing money to our place. New York Cruise Terminal, look.
There's a baby boy.
What's that little guy? What's that say? Port of something. Maiden voyage. They've been to a lot of places. The first time they go, they get a lot of little. What is that one? Barbados. That's a cool one, isn't it? Piece of wood. It's nice. Look, Department of Homeland Security. Third largest suspension bridge in the world we're going to go under. Connects Denmark to the rest of the islands. It's way up there. We're coming into Oslo. Cute little place, or at least the suburb, or whatever it is we're passing.
You ready to eat again?
Ready to eat.
Steven's eaten every 2 hours.
That's not true.
Including getting up in the middle of the night to eat. It's a cute little place, isn't it? Wow, it looks like a lot of homes in a little area. But everybody looks like they have a view.
Real pretty, yeah? Yeah, real pretty. Look at that little inlet there. I think those are forges. See how it comes down in the mountains? And as they said, Oslo's at the end of a forge. Beautiful. Almost looks like Alaska. Like the view like that. Doesn't it? Wow. Really nice. With Fox News in the background, it's amazing. That's an old building up there. Some kind of fortress. Some kind of something. Norway. What's he doing? Boy, that's a schmutty thing. Burning some oil. Well, this would be better than some places. It'd be better in St. Petersburg, wouldn't it? Here comes one of our elder passengers going to be taken off probably. Having an acute appendicitis attack or something. I don't know, with all these old people, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that. Couldn't make it quite to Dover, could they?
Almost. Hope they have insurance.
Oh, I hope they have travel insurance, right. They'll be bringing them off first, Tasha. Well, welcome to Norway. That sucks, doesn't it? Look at those two buildings. Isn't that pretty? Look at that clock. That's a real neat one, isn't it? That's a big one.
No, we have a real Viking weather today. And therefore we are also starting with the Vikings. But I can also tell you a little about the fortress. The fortress is from the Middle Ages, 1299. And it was built by a Viking descendant, Håkon V Magnusson. But then I have to tell you more history, because it's very important when we are talking about Oslo. Before, and in the 100 years thereafter, 1349, the Black Disease came, and the half of Norwegian population died. And therefore we became so weak and came under Denmark for 500 years. We were not independent 500 years, and then we came under Sweden from 1814 to 1905, so we were independent 1905. And therefore we see many houses which are built during the Danish time and also during the Swedish time. I would like to show you those houses. But the fortress is really ours. And it's now part of the Norwegian heritage, and the government also are celebrating there when there come politicians from abroad. We have beautiful celebration halls in there, and there are also some ghosts. Yeah, and they are also perhaps celebrating in their way. And yeah, Oslo is a small city. We have a little more than 600,000 inhabitants. But Oslo is famous for its beautiful surroundings. On 3 sides we have hills with much forest, and on the 4th side we have the fjord. And therefore we are an outdoor people. We love to have many activities outside, and I can tell you more about that. And now here we are in an old part of the city. Right hand side, the house here is our Department of Defense. The White House left hand side is our first bank. And now also left hand side we have the Museum for Contemporary Art. And we had many Danish kings because we were together with Denmark 500 years. And the most popular of those kings were Christian IV. And he was our Renaissance king. He was king in Norway from 1500 and something to 1648. And he claimed only houses of stone, because Oslo had burned down so many times. And now I can show you some of the houses he built and he planned. Left hand side there is a very nice restaurant, Engebret, from the old time. And this is an artist restaurant, and there was an actor standing as a statue. Ja. Da tar vi prisen, men er det kjempefullt der borte? Ja, for jeg synes det er så gøy å ha noen highlights på sånt. And and the right hand side now, the pink house, that is the governor of Christian IV from 1641. There are very nice restaurants inside here, right hand side. That is one, and I will show you all on our way back to the ship that we are going through more houses, area of more houses of the old time. And now I could tell you a little about Oslo or Norway. We have a rather high cost level in Norway, and therefore all people are working man and wife are both working and the children are in the kindergarten. And an industrial worker or a teacher can earn about 49 to 50,000 euro a year or dollar, and of that we pay taxes, 30 to 35% taxes. And then we have free school, free university, free elder care, free hospital. And that makes a great security for everyone. There is no luxury, but we are all of us are contributing to the society, therefore. Because now I would like to show you our parliament, and therefore I have to tell you about these things. And then we are now turning left-hand side. And we have a 37 hours working week. 37 hours. So now the people are sitting in the bureaus working all together. From 8 to 4 hours.
Fiddle is the German word. It's offices. Or office.
And in Oslo we have a rather good collective system, transport system, both tram, bus and other things, train. But the people like to drive also a car, private car. And now here, right hand side, we have some streets for pedestrians. And our parliament was built 1865 in our Swedish time. And we can see it right hand side. That's a yellow brick house. We are coming to it now. When we are going here, right hand side, now you see the yellow house from 1865, Parliament. And left hand side, the house, the orange house, is the house of the Norwegian masonry. Left hand side. And in our parliament we have 165 members from whole Norway. And we now have a Labour Party together with the Left and the Green Party. And right hand side there is a very nice old hotel, Grand Hotel, where the Peace Prize winner is standing on the veranda in December, and he is then celebrated with a procession of torches. Here we can now see our parliament right in front, right hand side. And now we are approaching our Swedish time, because now we come to Karl Johan Street. Karl Johan was the most popular of the Swedish kings, and he planned this street. We are now turning left hand side into this street, Karl Johan Street. He built it to have a way for his royal palace, and we can see the royal palace left hand side up on the hill now.
It's gorgeous.
Here now you can see the royal palace left hand side, which was built by the Swedish king Karl Johan, and this is his also
like a
street.
picture. It is going to be a
And
picture.
there is a statue in front of the castle, and he is standing there looking at his street. It was built 1848. All important houses were built in the time 1850 to 1898, because the Norwegians were struggling to get independent. I can now also show you our National Theatre, built in the same time. And that lies right left hand side now in 2 seconds.
2 seconds, 1, 2.
National Theatre, and we have a very good Henrik Ibsen tradition.
Wow, that's nice one.
And here we have the university where everyone is studying law. And that is from 1850. And it's a beautiful house, beautiful houses in the classical style, like the castle, and they are very good harmonizing together. We also have a very popular royal couple, King Harald and Queen Sonja, are very popular in Norway. They are both Christian and are spiritual and interested in culture very much. And here left hand side we have the station for the tram going up to Holmenkollen. So in 25 minutes we are at Holmenkollen and can take a beautiful trip through the forest. Both summer and winter.
I don't think she means
It's a beautiful building.
Trying to get closer to the one up on the hill.
But
Yeah, I know, but we're going to get closer. Take the left, I think. Look. Foreign department.
Foreign department, White House, left hand side with the towers.
Wow. It's great.
Left hand side you can see the first king, the thin person left hand side, that is Håkon the 7th. We got him 1905, our independent king, when we had become independent. And his son is a famous sport king, Olav, and we will see a statue of Olav when we come to Holmenkollen. Olav was himself taking part of competitions when he was in his 20s. And he is rather famous.
There's American flag, don't you?
And right hand side, the whole park around the castle is free for entrance and taking a walk. And now left hand side we have the American embassy, which is very elegant, from 1959. And we are using to stand in a jam here left hand side when we get our visum for America. Visum. And now right hand side the house of Nobel Institute, where they are looking for the next Peace Prize winner. And left hand side there is a cafe, Café Fröhlich, Café Happy, where also opera singers are singing songs.
In the cafes.
Winston Churchill, but they are renovating in the neighborhood now there. We are also always renovating during summer because in the winter the snow has come and then it's much more difficult. And now we are going into a beautiful old street, the Chestnut Street, and therefore I have to confess for you, I've been an opera singer for many years. Opera singer in both Germany, Austria and Norway. And here, and therefore I could perhaps sing you a song, but perhaps I should promise you not to sing. Well, I know a song about this street which is very beautiful and nice. You should not go here during May because you could fall in love. Når kastanjene blomstrar I bygdu allé, la 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 la, finns det ikke et mer bedårende sted, la 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 la. La Paris kalles verdlandinger blant byer, og berømmes for strålende avenyer. Men når kastanjene blomstrer I bygdu allé, kan mangt et under skje. That was it. Very well, thank you. And here we are in a very nice neighborhood. Frogner is the name here. And in the middle of Frogner, the famous Gustav Vigeland Sculpture Park is lying. But first, we are going to another world, the world of the Vikings. And they didn't sing that song of the Chestnut Street. They had all other sort of music. Well, left hand side here we have an old church. And right hand side there is an apartment house, very nice, in the style of Nouveau Art, from about 1911.
come to Norway or go to Helsinki.
You look pretty. Such a history too, you know, on top of everything. Vikings.
And I could tell you a little about the Vikings. The Vikings is the coastal population of both Denmark, Sweden and Norway. We had in Norway a great tradition of shipbuilding since the year 400 after Christ. But when we are coming to 750, when the Viking time is, from 750 to 1050, then the shipbuilding is on its peak, high peak. The best sort of shipbuilding, but the old tradition goes far back. And these ships are strong, elastic, and are very good ships for the ocean. And they were both sailed and rowed. And I have to tell you, in the year 1903, there was a great sensation which gave resonance in whole Europe. That was because a farmer wanted to dig in his field, and he found the richest burial mound Viking ship in whole Europe in 1903. And he immediately called the university archaeologists, and the work started to dig it out, to excavate it. And that was 1905, which was finished. But before that, they had also found another ship in the neighborhood. That was in the year 1880, and that was the nephew of the first ship, King Åsa. And that had also been excavated, and that is a very strong and big Viking ship for the warriors. But the Åsa ship, which is the richest burial mound ever found, that was a queen ship. And I will show you those two ships. The third ship is the Tudor ship, but there happened to be so much sand in the earth. They put all over the ship, so there came air in, and that ship disintegrated. But in the neighborhood of the Oseberg ship and the nephew ship, Gokstad ship, there was so much blue clay to put all over the ship, so the ships were hermetically sealed. And therefore they have been lying very well in the earth for 1200 years. And we see two very beautiful and elegant ships. We are always thinking of the Vikings as terrifying pirates, and that they were, but that were especially the warrior of the king. But the Viking society was very interesting. They had poets, lawmakers, artists, musicians, farmers, and all kinds of work. And the Viking society was very well developed, and the women had a very responsible and very respected place in the Viking society. And when we are looking at all the things that were in the Åsa ship, the queen ship, then we can see what work the queen or all women had to do in the Viking society. We are finding everything for the kitchen, everything for the farm, and the weaving things and private things where they put their clothing. They didn't have cupboards, but they had combs and chests and everything. So I think we are going to be a little amazed. The Queen Åsa ship was found, as I told, 1903, and the funeral was in the year 834 for the Queen, and for her nephew, the funeral was about 900 after Christ. He died after her. And now we are coming to the Museum Peninsula, where the Viking Museum is. Left hand side we have lots of private boats. 1/4 of all people in Oslo have a little boat. I had a rowboat, but it was stolen. So now I have to do something to get it back. And now you can see left hand side the farm of the king. Since the Middle Ages here have been a farm, has been a farm. Oh, the sheep are there and also the cows. And it's a very good farm. And the animals are treated very well, of course. And I will show you the residence of the king since the Middle Ages. It has been renovated 2 times in about 700 and also now the last year. You can see the initials of King Olav V under the roof there, left hand side. And right hand side here, behind the fence, we have the private residence of the king's family. And it's a beautiful old house. They also love to stay here, especially in spring and in autumn. And this whole peninsula is open for everyone to bike or to take a walk all over. Here right hand side the main entrance for the Folk Museum. Here are also some houses of old Oslo. We can see it right hand side. And now we are approaching the Viking Museum. Here are also restrooms, and we have to come back to the bus about, let me see, 11:20, 20 minutes past 11.
The Viking Museum. The Viking Museum. Museum of Vikings. Is it Minnesota Vikings? Why not? Wow, that's a cool looking monument.
I would like to show you the amazing discovery in the year 1903. And you see that picture there? That was the farm they found that ship. And the same ship is the ship. Isn't that amazing? See the carvings? And now we are going this way and I'll show you more of that ship.
You want to take I've gotten some. Take a picture up close of that stuff. I'll pick one of me.
Horse, and there is an outlook and a tiller on the back side. Here has to be 30 rowers, and the queen was lying in a chamber on a bed with her slave girl. She had a red cross on, the slave girl had a blue cross on. And we can see one of those grave chambers when we are going in here. Let us go.
Well, that's an old one there. Is that where she's taking us, or no? It's a Viking ship. Take a picture of me, the Viking ship. You're gonna need the flash out. Wow.
Also sacrifices, and the people had to sacrifice other people for him. Let me see, and now you can see a photo down here. You see how big the sail was. And to make such a sail, you needed 300 sheep. They were cut many years, and then all the women were weaving and weaving. Shall we go down there and also look at the very strong tiller? And then we go out on the other side.
Pretty amazing thing. Boy, is that a toilet? It's pretty cool. Yeah, don't use one. It'll turn out gorgeous, won't it? You take one of me?
Imposters have been lying 1200 years in the earth. Look at that carving. But they don't, they are opening gap, wow, like that, to frighten everyone. And now we shall look at the private things of the queen ship. The shoes, for instance. The slave girl had rheuma in her feet, and therefore the shoe was cut, but not that of the queen, and that is just here.
Goodness, good shoes.
Here we can see the shoes of the queen. Here is the shoes for the servant girl. She had swan feet and it was cut off. And here are the shoes for the queen. And everything 1200 years in the earth. And here is a little, I think this is a chair. And there is something of the bed. And now here we can see some beautiful buckets. And here is a chest to put the clothing. And to make combs was a very big industry in the Viking time. So they combed the hairs and the beards. And here, these are the beautiful buckets they used for wild apples in here.
Wow.
And now you can see here, there is a picture here of a person who is sitting here at the handle. You say handle here. We thought that was a Buddha, but no, it is a Celtic prince who is sacrificed. That is the scientists have found out that. So there, that is that. And now we can look at the sleds. Let us go to the sleds.
Goodness, this stuff's amazing. Oh my God. Look at the sled. You're one step ahead.
It's for flatbread here.
Flatbread.
Flatbread, without yeast. And now I would like to show you the nice ox. There you see his picture. You can see the teeth of the ox there to have some traveling food for the next, to come into the next life.
Wow.
So this is the kitchen. And here on this side, we can also see
diversa dall'altra come lavorazione. Guarda, c'è tutti i fili per tenerla lì.
Scary looking little thing.
Because there was not only blue clay to put all over, there was some sand in there, the air went in, and the ship disintegrated. But you can see in the middle the mast fish, how they put their mast down there. And in the corner there, you can see the grave chamber. That is the grave chamber of the nephew, the Viking king there, the nephew of Queen Åsa. That was in that corner there. And here on this side, we can see 3 little boats. They were also lying in the nephew ship.
There's a little one over there.
Now I have shown you the most important.
Let's go look at that. Wow. Was that a houseboat or is that a? Pretty cool, isn't it? Looks like it got burned. Doesn't it? Looks like a canoe. Canoe.
About 1050 Christianized in the year 1050, and then we had some beautiful old stave churches, and now among the trees, left hand side, you can have a glimpse of one of those old churches. And Gunnar will go very slowly through here, this curve. And here you can see dragons on the roof to frighten away bad spirits. And we have service. We have service the whole summer there. One time Catholic, one time Protestantic. Norway is a Protestantic country, but we have many Catholics here also.
There's the world thing. This park was done by a guy, don't ask me his name. Before he was 30, he was famous. This was done from 1907 to right before the war, 1944. There's 600 figures in here. And I can't remember nothing else. But we'll see in a minute. Looks like a pretty place.
And now you know where I am. Here, that is the last point of the park. From there to beginning, there are 850 meters, and I think you will enjoy this little walk. That circle means the family circle, the circle of life. And circle always means eternity. We can't see the beginning and the what do you call it? At the end. That's the end. And there in the middle we have sundial, and then the zodiac around, because Gustav Vigeland said we are part of the universe. And now there, the monolith is the biggest and most fantastic thing he made, 17 meters high, with the 121 people. Everyone is climbing and striving upwards, towards life, towards resurrection. And around there are a group for children, youth, grown-ups, old age. But now they have, we can't go everywhere because they are washing the monolith. They have made these bad things around, you know, because they have to wash it every 8 years. But let us take a walk this way now. 14 days or something, when there is no season still. Well, the middle is the statue which is guiding our sports light. And here we are going to the brown age, to the couple, but at the same time Gustav Wickman was very beheaded. He knew the Greek mythology, and now we are first going to see a statue of the god Zeus, who belongs to the goddess Athena, out of heaven, because she makes the heat in heaven, and now to the world. Let us go to the zoo. This is also a remembrance of the marriage of Gustav Wickman. He was a very beautiful young man. He was in the 20s, but his wife wanted to control him and she said, do this and do that. They had to go from each other, and he lived alone with some models. And he said everything was happening, what is happening in heaven, the same things is happening on earth. So this is, but he didn't like it that way. The mythology. And he was a very intelligent young man. When he was 15, he knew everything about the New Testament, the Old Testament, the Divina Commedia of Dante, and mythology and everything. And he was very interested in human beings. And he said there is no art without good art without human feelings. Here we have a young man, and now mind is dead. Please mind is dead. Mind is dead. Yeah, we go this way now. We go this way.
Go this way. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, it's hard to see them, isn't it?
In that statue, you can see Gustav Wickman himself, together with his model. He lived together with her some decades. They were very happy. And that is Gustav Wickman himself. And here there is another young man who has lost his wife, or he has a big problem. Here you can see the young man, and you can see his eyes. These eyes of stone look so unhappy. He is comforted by his mother, but that doesn't help.
I guess,
Look at those eyes. Can you see that he is depressed? That man is depressed. What has there? Here we can see an old husband taking care of his old wife, and they look very nice, like grandparents nowadays. And now we have an outlook over the whole park. And then we have come to a mountain. It's the very beginning of the park. It started about 1907, and it's always around the clock.
We figured you know how to do it without the camera.
oh, did you take a picture? Beautiful. These neat flowers. How pretty the flowers. Gosh, look how blue those flowers are. Look at that right there, that blue. Is that pretty or what? Gorgeous, huh?
Wow, look at that.
And then he showed the municipality of Norway, or Oslo, these statues, and they were so delighted of this idea of the 15th museum.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at those gardens there. That's a lot of flowers, huh? Wow. Natasha. The burden of life they're carrying, they're holding up. Wow. Natasha. Look how pretty that is. Wow.
On that side, that man has a very hard life. He has a very hard time. You can see he must use his willpower to make his life. And there are 4 corners here. And that one there is very famous. That is a terrible goose.
Terrible too.
You know that? They are terrible goose. They get some ice cream and then they say, I want one more ice cream. Then and here, down here, we have the ladies' place. These gates are made in Hismiti. So now we have seen everything. I did. Did you? I ran up there. Oh. Well, now we can go to the bus and to home.
Maybe she's going home.
And the jump itself is 60 meters high. And we also have a national day, a second national day, which is our Holmenkollen Day, in one of the last weekends of March. Then we have hundreds and thousands of onlookers and a great atmosphere. And it is not allowed to take a private car uphill because there is no place for parking it, not enough place when we are so many people up there. So everyone wanders up here, take a walk up here, or could take the tram. There are many extra trams then, or buses up here. And now I have to tell you an amazing story. This jump is going to be teared down in October this year to be built much bigger, that we can also take part of the aerodynamic style, which is now very popular in Europe. So in the year 2010 we have got a test world championship, and the real World Championship is in the year 2011. So in 2 years it shall be finished, and we are very excited and looking forward to see that. Right hand side we have Holmenkollen restaurant, which is a nice place, and the tram is stopping just in the neighborhood here. And now here is a statue, a stone from the year 1890, when we had a Swedish king, Oscar II. He invited the German king, Kaiser Wilhelm. Here, left hand side you can see the stones, and there are the initials of the King Oscar II and the Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany from 1890. And this jump is going to stand here some more weeks, and then it is teared down. It is unbelievable, and I think it's rather weird. We also have a Holmenkollen Day for children, and now left hand side, you must look at the beautiful house left hand side. And here you can see the old house of the Norwegian tradition. It is now a hotel, Holmenkollen Park Hotel. And there is a ghost in the tower. It was standing in the paper. A spirit in the tower. This tower is 60 meters high, and the record is now 136 meters, and the speed from the table where they take off is 92 kilometers an hour. Here left hand side you can see the tower.
They need a bigger one
and the table where they take off.
You gotta be kidding me. They're out of their mind.
And when we are now going out, here are free restrooms, ladies' room, restrooms. And we can stay here until 1 o'clock, then we have to be back at the bus. So it's very nice if you could help me to that everyone comes back at 1.
Are we there yet? Are you there yet? Are you there? This has been like the 1800 and something? That's that when they built that? I don't believe that. It's going to be torn down in a couple of weeks, so they got to make a bigger one. That's not big enough. Get out of your heads. Ski Jump City. Fucking door. Is that where they got the name Holcomb? I don't know. Why does somebody got the damn light up a cigarette? They got the cleanest air in the world here.
The young bold man who drifted deliberately in the ice over the North Pole in the year 1893 to 96. Fridtjof Nansen. But before that he was also crossing Greenland on skis, and after that everyone would like to go skiing, so he set very much speed into the skiing as a sport. And he discovered that the North Pole is not a continent. It's only 4,000 meter deep water and covered with ice. And this jump is 60 meter high. And let us go to the front here. And there is a museum, and there is a little troll there.
We get to you in the video here. It's beautiful out here, isn't it?
Reminds me of the Virgin Islands, but a little bit colder.
Yeah, that's kind of give you that feel though, of the thing sticking up out of there, huh?
Yeah. There's
But I can show you a troll. There is a troll on the free hill. The students, when they have not sleeping there, there is also a troll. popular in Norway. You have to run very fast on skis and lay down, hit the bull's eye with a rifle, and then run. You have to have a very good body control. Here, right-hand side, the biathlon arena is, and also here we have the beautiful statue of our beloved King Olav V. He was a sport king. He himself was taking part on competitions here in the 1920s. Here we have Olav. Hello, Olav. How are you? Hello. We like you. And also the little dog. Yeah. And he had the best style of all the jumpers. That's very unusual for a king. And his record was 38 meters. Here, left-hand side, we have a very beautiful old church in the old style. This is called the Holmenkollen Chapel, and on Christmas Eve we have a service there, and the royal couple is also there on Christmas Eve. And the snow is falling, and it's very beautiful. So now we see the jump for the last time in 2 years. And now they have started working. I can't believe it, but it's true.
It's insanity. It's insanity. You'd have to have something mentally wrong with you to go off that. I mean, seriously. You can't be right. Death wish. Look at the stuff growing on the roofs. You got moss and growing on all the roofs. I have a feeling like this rain in another 3-4 weeks will be like snowflakes. Why?
She said December.
Well, that's when it stays on the ground. Maybe they start getting it soon. I mean, it doesn't leave the ground. Look at that. But on clear day, it's really pretty. You know, the difference in glass on this on down. That's gorgeous. Really pretty, the reflection of the sun.
Really not bad out of 12 days. Raining. Or one rainy one this night.
Well, I was an opera singer for many years, and I also have many concerts. And when I came to Norway from abroad, I was finding many folk songs. I found them in all papers in the National Library, and I was so happy to publish a very big book with old folk songs from Norway. And it's possible to buy it on Karl Johan Street. It's called Norske folkeviser 1000 år, Norwegian folk songs for 1,000 years. And this I'm telling because I have a very, very nice dragon song. You remember the dragons in the Gustav Vigeland Park? The dragons win, which mean the energy of the human being. But there comes a dragon, a bad dragon, which wants to swallow a boy. But the boy is winning and also is rescuing the princess. Shall I sing it now?
Yes.
Yeah. And I translate it in this moment. I was a little boy, I tended cows in the mountain. Then came the black and ugly snake. It whined and crawled on the grass. For now lies a snake in the river of Islam. Lo, it was a little boy, he now had run away. But faster was a wild black snake, it swallowed him under his tongue. For now lies a snake in the river of Island, and now are coming 40 stanzas. I don't think I will sing them. Thank you. Thank you.
It's not harder to sing translation.
for one visit to the dentist. But if you are so unhappy as to go to the hospital for 1 week or 1 year, then it is free, because we pay our taxes, every one of us. And we are working 40 years, and then we are getting to be pensioners, when we are about 67 years. And then when we have the retirement money, that is usually 80% of what we have earlier earned. We also have disablement benefit. For instance, we have many women in Norway, they are working hard in hospitals and carrying, and they get worn out bones when they are in the 50s, and then they can have a retirement. Disablement benefit, which is 63% of what they have earlier earned. And there is a health insurance. If somebody is ill for 1 year or something and he is at work, then he 1 year gets the amount he had when he was working, and afterwards he's starting working 1 more time. And there is a minimum rent of $500 a month for instance, asylum seekers. There are coming many people to Norway in these days, from abroad, from Asia and Africa, where the people are very, very poor. And we are taking in so many people as we can afford. And we want to integrate them well, but that is not always very easy.
Oh, really?
Because they have to learn language and everything before they can work. And also perhaps have an education. And now comes another thing about smoking. We got a very good idea from America, and that was that it is not allowed anymore to smoke in restaurants. That you have in America, I know, yes. And also in England. And first we were very angry, but now we find it very good. Because the people who are working there shouldn't have a problem with their lungs.
Amen.
Well, now we have so many cars here, and I have so many shepherd songs from old Norway. Shall we play that all these cars are shepherds? Are not shepherds, but cows. Shall I sing you a shepherd song?
Yeah. Sure.
And all the cows are coming home. Å, alla mina fina kyr kommer heim åter fra fjällo. Kom fagerlika, kom mörlika. Å, förge må mjälla och duna och docka och Danmark och socka och lilja och langa. And now are all the cows coming home. Okay. That was it. Thank you.
Keep climbing so I can get back. Oh, I got a train.
Red train.
Call it a med train. The most unbelievable ones were the ones in St. Petersburg. Or they should. I had to take a picture. I took a video. Yeah, those would be great instead of that whole cemetery. We can always dig up all that stuff. Wow. Some ghosts in
It'll take
there.
a long time for those trees to grow, won't it?
Depends on that size, you know. I'd like to see some of the dates on those things, huh?
The south area of Greenland, so we are a North European city,
Same
but thanks to the Gulf
latitude
current,
as Anchorage.
we have it good and
Alaska.
warm the whole summer, and therefore we ask the Gulf current to stay where it is
With a song.
forever.
With a song.
Here right hand side we have the open air swimming pool, and here is the sport arena.
Too, aren't there?
Yeah.
Isn't this where, what's his name's from?
Yeah.
Well, the Deadliest Catch.
Norway?
Isn't it Norway? Or is it
They're
Finland?
Norwegians. Yeah, they're Norwegians.
Yeah. I mean, like his parents, right?
Yeah, I think so.
What's his name? Forgot.
On the northwest.
Yeah. Hans? Uh-oh.
This bus is very long, and I must say that the driver is very virtuos. Gunnar is very virtuos. Yes, he made that curve. One more time, right hand side, Sonja Hedley, among the trees, for the ones who haven't seen her.
Oh, yeah. We went back there. Tennis court. That's small, though. Big deal here.
Here is one more time the main entrance of the Gustav Vigeland Park.
Okay.
And now we are going back to the ship.
I think those are electric. Isn't that cute? That's what we'll be driving soon. Everybody will have one of these. Plug it in at night. That's a cute little thing, isn't it? God, that's a small deal. Hey, save me some of that. Go get another one. Look at that building. Nothing like a coffee and Danish in Norway, right before the winter. Wow.
Can I go to the shops there before we get stuck in a...
Rain? Okay.
You might want to have something out the door.
You take it all? They speak good English here, don't they? Huh?
Yeah.
You like that coffee too? It's good. Yeah, I'd like a little. Just save me some. He discovered the city, I think it was in 1050. I forgot his name. So much history. I can't think of his name. And then over here we got where Yasser Arafat got his Nobel Peace Prize. Praise Allah. And Jimmy Carter. Wow. That's the joke, huh? There it is. Nobel Peace Center. A little shaky there because I'm doing it left-handed. And we're in, there's Natasha. Oh. Look at this place. We're going down back to the ship. This is all walking, isn't it? No cars here?
Yep.
For a good laugh. Something ain't right with that lady. Is it? She's walking around with a... Boy, talk about a quick tour.
She's on video.
Huh?
She's videoing.
So what? She's a nut. That lady's a nut. What'd she go? What'd they throw her out of? I can't remember. We were somewhere. Oh yeah, she came into a pay restaurant and just sat out. And they threw her out. I was on the ship. Who's this guy? Let's go over and read. It's probably in Norwegian, we can't read it. Boy, she wants to make sure she gets the whole grasp of the situation. I don't know who he is, but he's got a cannon there. He must have been the guy of the fort here.
Oh, look, isn't that a pretty little seagull?
Gorgeous. He's Tutenstatten. Tutenwatten. Let's see, we'll look up his name. How do you spell that? Hang on, I'm going to take it. That must have been an old fort hut thing. Budensatten. Goodness. What is that supposed to be? It's beautiful out there, isn't it? Oh, There's their army, their navy. There it is, right there. One boat. Wow, that's amazing up there. What was the deal with that? Can't remember shit.
Look, they're on a ride.
Huh? I don't know. M314. Da-da-da-da. That's a big machine gun right there. Is that 50 caliber? That's a big old machine gun. Wow. What the hell? No entrance. Oh my god, look at those missiles. Those missiles? Is that a bomb? Probably not. Well, that's what that is, isn't it? Oh, it's a museum. Look, it's a minesweeper. Hang on, let me get this. There it says right there. Noble Lady, referred to by our regular crew, is the last of a fleet of 10 such vessels operating on a Norwegian flag for more than 40 years. Came from Belgium on 23rd May 66 with 2 sister ships in exchange for 2 larger ships. Blah, 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 blah. It's a minesweeper. Oh, there's a mine, Tasha. See it? What are they doing? Uh-oh, they got a rescue going. And the nutcase is over there. She just came out of that hole. Uh-oh. There's somebody in there. Tasha, somebody's in there. Somebody's in there. They're about to go to the pokey. It's probably somebody from our ship. I don't know, but they're going to go to jail, aren't they? Because there's a police. Uh-oh, they got a big pipe in there. What do they do? Pretty amazing because as we go back to Dover, you see these things sticking out of the ocean. Looks like they're drilling for oil to me. Unbelievable.
And during the First World War, it's actually here in Dover that the soldier's body was brought back from France to England and then laid to rest in Westminster Abbey, which became our symbol as representative of the body of the unknown soldier that fell during the First World War. Up there on the right is part of Dover Castle. That's the way we'll be driving. We'll try and stop nearby so that you can disembark and take some photographs. It's the town of Dover is important because it is a major port, and it is one of the major ports that we still have a great deal of activity. In recent years, the last 20 years or so, we've seen an enormous growth of activity in the business of the cruise shipping, because in the 1960s this town lost a lot of its business to the newly found interest of flying away on holidays. Yes, so Now, of course, people are getting fed up with the airports. They want something a little bit different, yes, over the last 20-25 years or so. But it's also, of course, a main cargo import and export point. And as we are a small country surrounded by water, we have learnt over the centuries to import and export. If we want to survive, we have to do that. We have no alternative otherwise. And of course you saw the white cliffs of Dover very clearly. Also its history. What's interesting now in 2008 is that a little while ago they decided that the interior should be fitted out the way it was for a special exhibition to show the way it was during World War II, when it was used very much as a hospital for the wounded soldiers. Very, very pretty round here, as you can see for yourselves. Bless you. Must be the hot weather in England that's got to you.
Dover Castle. It's beautiful. Isn't that pretty?
No, there's a which one is that? Well, we have the one at home, which I took a walk and everything marked in it. But when this one came in, it's like a little kid that just got caught. He was seeing in the paper door.
Amount of wildlife. A lot of people have put in fences in recent times because in some ways it's easier to maintain, although they're quite expensive, and also keep the cattle in within a certain way, in a certain area. But there's been more and more encouragement for the hedges to come back and to be encouraged to grow surrounding the fields. And the hedges were really something that was introduced many centuries ago to divide up the land, because there were disputes when the men came back from war, particularly after the Crusading Wars in the 1100s. When they returned to England, there was dispute about ownership of land, and it was one of the ways of settling that dispute by having the hedge growth around the field land. You'll probably, most of you, be a little surprised when I say that the average size of a farm is about 200 acres per farm. So it's quite small, but of course the production is very good, because if they're growing oats and wheat and the corn used for making bread, you may get... What we will do when we come into Canterbury is that we will disembark near to the shopping area. That's the only place that we can stop and disembark. The coach will have to drive away. He's not allowed to stay there. They've got all sorts of regulations everywhere about parking. Don't... Okay.
We're about to take a tunnel through town. Canterbury.
It's associated with Christopher Marlowe. As far as I'm concerned, Shakespeare wrote the play. But Marlowe wrote
go do whatever we want.
brilliant.
We can go into the cathedral alone.
Still on
But it's interesting for a few minutes. I'll hear a little
has
bit.
very good theatre. Most towns have a theatre. Theatre is very much part of the life of Britain.
Supermarket,
You're going into London, you're in a
Going to We're just taking a wobble. A wobble? No, we're taking a tunnel. I'm doing a wobble because it's so pretty out. Look at that. Wow. Let me take a picture of it.
I already did.
Yeah, but I want you behind it, or in front of it. Stand right there with the McDonald's.
When he was murdered,
Thomas Becket was murdered.
it was always King Henry II who was blamed for his murder. And King Henry II may not have been totally to blame, but the point is he was very much involved in the regret, in the deep remorse of what happened, and came from London on pilgrimage to Canterbury. The cathedral has a history that goes back, actually, over 1,500 years. Yeah? There was a castle at one time in the area. There was a church. There was another church nearby. The cathedral, that if you wish to go into it, you will have to do that on your own. There isn't a ticket to take you through. I strongly recommend it. It's, of course, where the Archbishop of Canterbury, the head of the Anglican Church, has his seat. And as Archbishop of Canterbury, because we're the head of a Commonwealth nation, the Canterbury Cathedral is also the main cathedral or the seat of the Archbishop for the Commonwealth nations. Yes? And this huge conference that was held here very recently, the Lambeth Conference, which is so important in the Christian calendar, where the bishops came in from all over, there was great controversy this year because a number of the bishops that came in from the United States and from England, they weren't alone, were some of the bishops who were accepting the breakaway system of union of homosexuals. So there was quite a lot of dissent. Yes, it's the first time actually at a conference that we've had here for such sort of international interest in the Christian world throughout. And some of the countries did not participate. They didn't come because they didn't agree. Yeah? So the town has actually built itself up on the factor that Canterbury Cathedral, Chaucer, Geoffrey Chaucer, the great English writer, used to come from London to Canterbury, and the pilgrims that he met on the way, he gathered their stories, and those stories became known as the Canterbury Tales. Yeah? Now, the town also made its name during the Middle Ages on the weaving of wool. That's why we saw a little figure of a lamb, yes? And down here, we have part of the river, and we also have, if you look at it as we go over it, the road raises, and as we go over it, if you look over to the left, you see it looks like a seesaw in the middle. It was actually ducking ponds. You know, if people were misbehaving, they would put them at the end of that seat and bob them down in the river. Yeah, in the Middle Ages, yes? You're seeing what they call a ducking pond. And it's the old weavers' cottages down here. Let's go down.
They're on the phone again.
Hello, Michael. Not too bad. In the middle of work. Are you down in London already?
We'll get a picture of you next to anyone.
Okay. Well, I phoned you to say that I'm very sorry, but I will not be able to join you tomorrow as much as I wanted to.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm very sorry about that. Do we have a number where you are staying? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right then. Thank you. Bye. They didn't think it was so cute.
Oh, that's the seesaw thing?
No, not the boat. I haven't got that much time.
Come and have a look. Oh, we already looked.
Yeah.
What are we looking at?
The seesaw thing.
What's this?
Where's this gentleman back with the red
Oh.
With the red cap.
Picture of the water.
They date back to the 1500s. There's an old school in there. Look at that roof. Looks like the roof is about to fall in. Oh.
Very beautiful. Have a look.
Gorgeous. Wow. That's a pretty picture.
I found my candy. You did? Oh, crunchy. You can get those all over. I thought it was something special here. Oh my God. How funny. Okay. Okay, that's all right. You can get it. It's not here. And this building in front, when you go past, in complete contrast, belongs to the Quakers. The Quaker meeting house. You know, I don't know whether you realize, but most of the Quakers in the 17th century, 18th century, And then, of course, with Charles, Wesley and his brother, they had no option but to leave England, to go to the New World because it wasn't tolerated. Yeah, all right. So, yeah. And we are going to continue through this little street here ahead of us for a particular reason. Come, let's go. Watch the traffic here. Which way would this gentleman like to travel? Okay. Okay, let's take our lives in our
anywhere he wants. She's hilarious.
I'm sure it's very good. He'd stay here for less trouble.
Can you stay in his room? Charles Dickens stayed out. Famous English writer. Look how pretty this little square is, huh?
Yes, am I right? Well, we need a map. We have no idea where we're at. But that doesn't help either.
Jeez. Tasha.
Okay, let's bring you up together here.
Look beyond there too. It's gorgeous.
Is you will not see Canterbury Cathedral, I'm sorry, from the outside. You actually have to pay your money and go through. Okay, that's number one. Yes? Alright? I think from the vibes that I'm getting from everybody, if you would like to walk around and look around on your own and go and get something to eat, some of you I gather are starving, do so. Yes? Okay? Alright? If anybody, it's a little bit too early for the fish and chip shop, it will be a bit later if anybody wants it. It's up this road, the second on the right, Pirelli's. But it won't open until a bit later on. And it may be too early for you. Yes? Okay.
Nah, never too early.
Should be. Okay? Alright? I'm going to be here
How much does it cost to go in there?
11. Because I'm going to take a different walkway through back. Okay? So if you...
Natasha. Holy moly, I'm taking video. Look how pretty the stonework is on it though. Zoom in, see if we can get a... Cost us another 14 pounds. Everything costs money to get in. Really should have included it with the tour. Come over here. Well, we got a nice swabbly day. How about a picture of you with that? Look up that way.
We're off the bus from...
When the cathedral became more famous as a site of pilgrimage, they brought his body up into the choir through that archway and cannot. So you can walk all the way around the outside.
Okay then, Peter, thank you very much. I'll give you one of these.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hang about, I'll explain it to you.
Where's my husband?
Is there somebody else you want to drag in?
My husband.
Come along, husband. Don't keep us waiting. Are you English speaking as well? Right. Let me give you one of these and I'll explain it to you. reverse side, you turn it over, and you look at the back side. The second column from the left, it is a principal date related. 597 down to 2000, so we're 8 years out of date. Yeah?
Yeah.
You turn it back to the plan.
597.
We're here at the end. You can't go down the nave because of all this paraphernalia here. So you'll have to go down that side, which will bring you to a flight of steps.
Look at the colors up there.
And at the top of the flight of steps, you go left and you come down to where they are to the bottom.
Beautiful.
Just to the right of there, the entrance to the crypt here, the newest part of the cathedral. Before you go through the archway into the choir, look up and you see the Bell Harry Tower, which is only 509 yards. It's quite a baby. Yeah. So that's it. That's the 5 of us. Do you have any questions?
Look at this.
Please ask, because if you don't ask,
597.
we don't know what you want to know.
See that first day?
They only say to ask you not to take photographs.
Bunch of dead people here. A little scary, man. Let's see this one again. This guy's dead. Laying there. Taking a celestial dirt nap. I don't know, I guess so. This is so, you know, there's only so many places you can get. What's this guy? Is he taking a dirt nap too? Oh, he's relatively recent, huh? Yeah, hang on one second, Tasha. It's beautiful. Look at that one.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2.
At 11 a.m. every weekday, the bell of HMS Canterbury is struck, and we pause to remember all those who have died in the warfare of our times, in the two world wars, and all subsequent conflicts. We pray for those whose names are written in the books kept, for the officers and men of the Buffs, the Royal East Kent Regiment, and for the many Danes successors in the Queen's Regiment and the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment. For those of their allied regiment, the Queen's Own Rifles of Canada. We remember too those who have died as victims of terrorism and those whose present sufferings are the result of warfare. Let us pray. God our Father, have mercy on these your servants, and grant that we, with them, may be raised to eternal life with Christ. Heavenly Father, you have established your church to bring reconciliation and peace to the world. We pray that love and peace may unite nations, give new understandings in conflict, and reign in the hearts and lives of all people. These things we ask in the name of Christ, the Prince of Peace. Amen. Join together in saying the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you for sharing in this time of prayer. At 11:15, there will be a service of Holy Communion at the east end of the crypt, to which you are all most welcome. The blessing of God's peace dwell upon this place and within us all. Amen.
Those are pretty, aren't they? Oh, man. Goodness. They're shields. There's a person. Let's see who's buried in here. Oh, look. It's got the top of the peppers. See the pot in there. We got a pot. Eerie looking, isn't he? Hey everybody, how's it going? What? Come on. God. Yep. They're from art school.
In France, so if you were travelling the other direction, yes, not this way, you would be leaving England and going over to the huge cathedral. And that, on the left-hand side, what you can see here, I'm pretty sure that the football pitch here, which they use as open ground here as well. And of course there's quite a lot of cricket grounds around here. Okay, neither the Germans or the Americans or the Brazilians yet play cricket. And I'm certainly not going to teach you on the coach now because it's far too complicated a game. But no, I'm sorry about that, but it is. You need 11 men in, you have to get the other 11 men out. The game could go on for weeks. There is an art in throwing the ball, yes. You don't just throw it. It can take years to learn how to throw it correctly. And the ball is very, very hard, and that's why it's only, the last 20, 25 years that they wear visors, you know, hard hats and visors. Years ago they never used to wear hard hats and visors, but one of the most famous cricket players internationally suffered a very severe accident in England when the ball hit him and he actually lost an eye. So it is a very, very hard ball. I have to tell you that in a way, as a British person, I'm quite glad that most other countries, particularly like the United States, has not learned how to play cricket. I'm not very keen on teaching you anything in the way of sport, because you usually win. So I'm not very happy about that. Yes, all right? So during the years, you've overtaken us at golf at times, which is most frustrating. And then women succeeded in overtaking the women's team here at football. That was a right shock, considering most of you haven't even got a clue what football is all about. So that was a real shock. So, you know, but the Australians and the Americans didn't do so well at tennis this year at Wimbledon. Not so good, you know, which we're not used to, huh? And of course we live in hope. Can't tell you, with like dogs panting, that one day a Brit will win Wimbledon. Then the British will really throw a wobbly. I promise you, there will be mass hysteria when the day that we win. I think the whole country will grind to a halt in hysteria. We've been waiting since 1936, I think it is, since Fred Perry. So we've got a long wait, yes? Who won in 1977? Oh, do me a favour, we're talking about the men's single, for God's sake, not a women's single. We're talking about, you know, the men's single. We haven't had a man win. It's a very sore subject, yes, very sore subject.
Take what you can get.
Take what you can get, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Not decrying her because, of course, she won the women's single. Place, because under the Royal Marriage Act, which is quite ancient, going back to the 17th century and another one in the 18th century, the heir to the throne, or the king or queen, cannot in fact, historically and by law, marry a divorcee. So if you recall, they were not married in church. They were married at a registry office, and then they had a blessing in St George's Chapel in Windsor. This is the first time that we've seen an heir to the throne doing this. And I think if you'd asked me a year before or longer before that, if this would ever happen, I would have sworn on the Bible it would never take place. So it was really something, you know, they had to find a compromise. Not the word in English, compromise, yes? We had to find a compromise for this situation. And this ancient law concerning the marriage goes back to the time of King Henry VIII, yes, and following that. So the Queen is defender of the faith, and it goes as far as saying that when we have the coronation, or when we have a coronation, then the Archbishop of Canterbury is actually invited to officiate. Yeah? So it's High Church Anglican, it's not Catholic, it's High Church Anglican, but there's a great number of similarities in some ways between the High Church Anglican here and the Catholic Church. And in some high churches here in England, they even have confession. Yeah, in some. And until a few years ago, I'm going back about 10 years, if you were divorced in England, and it's quite strange this, you could not remarry in every church. I'm not talking about the royal family, I'm talking about an ordinary member of the public who was from the Anglican faith. If you were divorced, you had to get the bishop's agreement to remarry in your local church, and not all churches would do that. Same with the Catholics, but this is the Anglican Church. So it's quite strange that a country like this, which has the high percentage from the English Church than from the Catholic Church, had this ancient ruling for so long. It's only in recent years that it has actually changed. Yeah? Your queen, and I will be your queen as long as you wish me to, because in our history, in 1649, we actually got rid of one king. That was Charles I. He put his nose too much in politics, so the opposition group, led by Oliver Cromwell, had him beheaded. So things do change. No, I don't. Look, who asked about Camilla? Yeah. Okay. In theory, I've got to be very careful these days because everything changes all the time. In theory, when Charles becomes king, yes, when that time comes, if he becomes queen, it has been usual that his wife would be queen. She has declared that she doesn't wish to be queen. Yeah? And the system is that in England, if the heir to the throne is a male and he marries, his wife would become queen when he became king. So when the Queen's father, King George VI, became king in 1936, he and his wife became king and queen in 1937 at his coronation. Yes, she became his queen consort. However, that's what Camilla has stated, and if things continue, it's quite possible that in the future the public may not want the head of state anymore. I think it would be an awful shame because it would lose something. They do no harm to anybody. They're very wonderful public relations officers, and this Queen has worked really her hind legs off for the country. She's 82 and she's still working flat out full time. I think it would be very stupid of us if we got rid of the monarchy. It would only be detrimental to us, but that's up to the people to choose. And of course there are people that are anti-monarchy, there are people that want a republic, there are youngsters that couldn't care less which way it is, they're not interested one way or the other. You live in a democracy, you get all the views. But we have to remember that our head of state, the Queen, is non-political, doesn't have the right to vote, and it is government who determines how much of her income is paid to her per year, or what income. They determine. It's not her decision, it is their decision as to what she is paid. And the money that she is paid, which is £1 million, I think it's just over £1 million a year, a great percentage of that goes on salaries for the staff in the various properties. And there is a difference in our system in what we call the public life and the private life. I'm trying to think recently, for example, many was found in South Africa, weighed 3,106 carats, was the largest diamond ever mined. There's a whole story about it. The South Africans actually gave it to the British. There was a reason behind it. A Dutch firm was actually employed to split it into three. Two portions of that are in the Tower of London, and if you look at that diamond, you will in fact find that as you move your head around, you can see literally every colour under the sun. Literally every colour. It's the only diamond known for that. So it's a huge collection of crown jewels at the Tower of London. I would strongly recommend that. I'd strongly recommend, if you can find the time, to go into Buckingham Palace. There's a huge area, enormous area of Buckingham Palace that you can visit. There's the staterooms, there's the Royal Mews where they keep the coaches, where they keep the horses. You can see the wonderful art gallery, that's just amongst all this is known as the Dome, It has a long history. When it was built for the year 2000, they didn't quite know what they were going to put inside of it, which they should have decided beforehand. We're still paying for the cost. But it's going to be used for the Olympics 2012 for summer sports. It's used for big pop concerts, for huge exhibitions, and a huge television company owns the rights to it now. The buildings in front of us on the left-hand side that you can see directly ahead, the new buildings, are part of the development of the area known as Docklands. London is a huge complex which covers more than 1,500 kilometres square, over 1,000 square miles, the largest capital in the world. And the area around the River Thames, known as Docklands, was where originally we had the Port of London, where we had the docks, accommodating goods that were brought in by the ships. That went on till the late 1600s. The area was badly devastated and destroyed during World War II, and in 1981, under a new law, the area started to be completely drained, reconstructed, and I suppose in a way some of us have nicknamed it New London. There it is in front of you. The area that's been in the news all this week: Canary Wharf, Lehman Brothers, Canada, water all around there, financial area. The arch we're going through now is part of the construction of what is known as Blackwall Tunnel, opened in 1897 as the linkway. We travel now underneath the River Thames to the north bank of the river. Porcupine on our right, you can just see the fading tall buildings as we go down. London's population is 7.25 billion, with a floating population that every day the number of people in London on a daily basis is between 11 to 16 million. The number that I've given you, anywhere between 11 and 16 million, fluctuates the whole time according to the number of people who are coming into work, to visit, to study. A huge number of people are coming into London on a daily basis as their main source of employment. Obviously it's not an industrial capital. It relies heavily on all sorts of things: tourism, finances, the financial markets. And most of the major attractions for you as visitors are on the north bank of the River Thames, where we have the majority of the art galleries, the Parliament, Buckingham Palace, the Tower of London. We talk about London and its different variety of boroughs. We have more than 30 boroughs that make up London, and just to get you more confused, London is divided into 3 cities. The pot was because the seamen used to come in bringing it from overseas and corrupting us innocent English people, you see. Good thing my tutor of all those years ago, when I was studying to be a guide, can't hear me, probably hit the roof. So this is all part of Docklands. In a moment we're going to see masses of new buildings which we saw from the distance, with probably a lot of unhappy faces walking around here, because this is the city within the city where we have Reuters headquarters. The newspapers are produced down this area. A lot of business, finance goes on in this section. And a lot of old buildings amongst it all, which are purposely kept for historical reasons, like this one immediately on the left, incorporated amongst the new buildings. McDonald's in front of us had a real legal tussle here years ago with the authorities. The authorities did not want their area blighted with a very tall M for McDonald's. It's not that they were anti the company, it's just that they did not want it aesthetically. So the legal battle went on for about 5 years before they got permission actually to open here. This here on the left, Billingsgate, was the old fish market. Sorry, excuse me, it is the fish market. I got up earlier than you, you'll have to forgive me. This is the fish market, the wholesale fish market. Look at the wonderful symbols on the left there. You can see the Red Cross on the left. Corporation of London, Billingsgate Market. It is the Corporation of the City of London that actually administers it. Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation here on the left. Lehman Brothers amongst these buildings. An enormous museum that opened up in 2000 tracing the history of Docklands. Very wonderful museum. The light railway above us on the left there, that's another story that was open to coordinate with the launching of this whole area in the year 1981, 1982. Old buildings which are known as social housing, what you call social housing. Some of you subsidised. Not all of it is subsidised, and a lot of it has been sold on privately to the occupants. And on the left-hand side of us we are travelling parallel to the River Thames here on the left. Quite a number of churches around here which were built during the time of the Napoleonic Wars between us and the French. This was part of an old dock area here, all reconstructed on the left. The moment was outside of the City of London, and this wall here on the left is part of the remain of the old wall that surrounded what I've referred to as Docklands. It stretched for miles. And the wall went up in the 1800s, and the idea was to keep the people out from pilfering the goods that might have been left from the ships that anchored near to the River Thames as it came in. And this area was known always as the highway. The part of the wall got destroyed during the last World War, and when the River Thames in this area, which believe me is the other side of the buildings on the left, was set on fire during the war, and then the devastation around the area was so great that after the war the whole area behind here on the left actually had to be sealed, totally and utterly sealed off. It was just too dangerous to go in. There was very little of it open. So in a few minutes, when we can get past this mess of the traffic here, we will actually be in the City of London, which is something that was started by the Romans, really, if we go back in history, called Londonium. If you take the I-U-M off the word, you get left with the word London. That's where it originates from. Now the surprising thing about this traffic is that all the cars here coming towards you and the traffic on our left going in, except for vehicles like this and the taxis which come under different regulation, are all paying £8 for the privilege of driving in central London today. There is an £8 congestion charge for each day that the private vehicles come in. The idea was to try and reduce the volume of traffic. It was an idea that was introduced by the previous mayor of London, but it wasn't a new idea. It was a proposal that came about in the 1940s, and the plan was immediately ditched as being impossible. And what happened was that a few years back, the previous mayor decided to introduce this idea, this concept, because the traffic is just too much in London. Now, it should have reduced the traffic. I'm not quite sure. I suppose it has to a certain extent. It's very expensive, £8 a day, to pay for the privilege of driving in Centre. Tower Bridge, down there on the left. There's Tower Bridge.
Yep, there it is.
Down there on the left. And that's the Tower of London on your left-hand side. That huge complex, all those towers, behind the trees there on the left-hand side, started in 1066 by William the Conqueror. Over here on the Lord, his fifth wife, both were beheaded in there. It's where the crown jewels are kept. This is part, we are now coming into very much part of the City of London, financial district. Very few people live here, less than 7,000 people live in the 1 square mile. And every guide's going to give you a different figure as to how many people are working here every day. It's certainly over 350,000 on a daily basis. So this is all finance, businesses around us, everywhere you look, everywhere you see, offices, hundreds of banks, and the head offices of most banks from overseas. Price of gold, silver, cotton, rubber, tin, metal is all settled in the city of. We'll see a number of churches. Most of them will be closed on a Sunday, because in the old City of London there's so few people living here. There's no point in opening 22 churches, which the old city has. Straight on there. Look at the beautiful building on your right, looking like a cucumber or a rocket up there on the right. Fabulous building. It's a real wow. St Mary Axe, designed by Norman Foster, the only building in the world is designed like that. Swiss Fay, the investment company, were the commissioners of that building. Look through the gap there. Look through the gap on the right. You can see it. Absolutely fabulous. More than 2,500 people work there. Fantastic building. All these churches here, you can see, like this one on the right, is closed on a Sunday. Very busy during the week, giving a lot of pastoral care during the week to all the office staff. Look down here on the right again. See the building. Lloyd's, the insurance company that underwrites the Lloyd's insurance market, is down here. There it is on your left, designed by Richard Rogers, here on the left, looking like silver ashtrays on the building. Yes? This is what underwrites the insurance markets throughout the world. So I hope you've got your travel insurance, because it all comes through here, of course. If you look on the left-hand side through the gap there, you'll see a little bit of the wonderful old market on the left-hand side down that roadway, named after Dick Whittington, great gentleman of the 1400s who came to London, according to legend, to search for a fortune. Well, that was a little bit of a story, because he actually was quite a comfortably well-off gentleman. But what was much more important is that he was twice Lord Mayor of London, the city. The building to the right is a bank. You can see it directly ahead of you to the right, the tall block. Until recently, that was the tallest building in the City of London. That's the bank that refused to change your money. National Westminster. When I've got the energy and the time, I'm going to give my manager a right mouthful about that. I was absolutely disgusted. I felt very embarrassed. So I apologise on behalf of the UK. Well, I think I've never heard such ridiculous nonsense in my life. Anyway, let's get back to where we are in the City of London here, with all these wonderful old buildings. And if you're around this way at lunchtime, it's the best place to find a pub and have a pub lunch. They're not open in the evening. Okay, and the flowers, by the way, that you can see on the buildings were an idea of the late Queen Mother. when she came here during World War II with her late husband, King George VI, during the time when this was so badly bombed, she suggested then and after the war that wherever they could, they placed flowers which would cheer them up and were inexpensive and colourful. And the idea continued, and they had competitions amongst them. Expediency. People were piling in to live in the old city. And I'm afraid this was pretty catastrophic. Bless you, Gesundheit. So the reason it was catastrophic is that the buildings were close together and fires broke out very often. And in 1666, the area was devastated with a shocking fire that destroyed more than 95% of what was then London. The people fled, and they went outside of the old city to the small villages surrounding, and those small villages then became part of what is today London. The law was introduced after the Great Fire. They would never again build out of wood, only out of stone or brick. That law still exists. It's very difficult to get a license here to build anywhere out of wood. And the other thing that happened with that was the introduction of insurance. Lloyd's insurance market that we passed is a result of the Great Fire of London, because the people who lived here before 1666 demanded from the king and the government compensation. That's how the whole story of insurance started. Look to your right-hand side. The fabulous building with the columns here was the old stock exchange, there on your right. The building in front of you, directly ahead with the naked figures above the balcony, is actually the Bank of England. And you see the lower part of the building has got a wall with columns, and that wall has no windows. If you look over to your right, you can see what I mean. Now, the Bank of England has a superb museum inside, tracing the whole history and story of money. It's mostly done by computers. It's absolutely fabulous. It stands on 4 streets. It's directly opposite there. And because it's such a gorgeous building, it's known as the Bank of England, the Lady of Threadneedle Street. And if you look directly ahead, you see a statue of a gentleman on horseback, and that is of the Duke of Wellington, who was the head of the army during the Napoleonic Wars. Now, London has a mayor for the whole of London, who is a politician and who gets a budget and a salary. And this is unusual for us. It's a new position the last 10 years or so. But the City of London, where we are now, has always had, for over 700 years, a Lord Mayor. He lives here on your left, where the flowers are. Go straight down that way. It's going to be here on the left. Yes, you're just passing it, the Mansion House. And every year, we're due now in November for a new Lord Mayor. Every year they vote in a new Lord Mayor of the City of London. He gets a budget, a very small budget from the government towards his expenditure, which is about 25% of the total cost of what it costs him to be Lord Mayor. So he has to be backed by a company. Usually they're companies that put forward somebody to be Lord Mayor of the city. Prior to that, he's been a representative of the old city, known as an alderman. And all this service that he's giving to the City of London, both as an alderman and as a Lord Mayor, he does free of charge without payment. He's non-political and he's neutral. In front of us, the church with the clock face immediately on the left is the church. If you're born near that church, it means you are a true London Cockney. Nothing to do with where you speak, but where you were born or raised. Well, everybody seems to be rushing around here, and you notice you can easily detect who works here. The men are wearing suits and ties, and the girls are wearing suits. Those wearing trainers or visitors. It's very easy to work out who's who. Very, very easy. There's St Paul's Cathedral on our left-hand side, the Cathedral of the city.
See if you can get it, Tasha.
Yeah.
You may want to zoom in.
I think so. I think it might be easier now. If you go left,
See,
you
right here
get
we're going to
along
get a
there.
shot.
Yeah. All right. So is that okay with you, sir?
all the writing.
So here's St. Paul. They don't even know how to spell it down here. I gather that some of the new buildings have actually tried to incorporate some parking, but the whole thing is discouraged. Yes? It's just physically impossible. There's a wonderful postal museum here on the left where the three men with green jackets are standing, because Britain was to produce the first postage stamp. So if you're philatelist, it's a little place of heaven. Oh, God, what excellent driving. There you are, there's St. Paul's Cathedral. Look in front of you there. Can you see the people at the top there behind the balcony? The gold railings. Can you see? Look up there at the top, on your right. There's some people standing up there.
Oh, yeah.
It was the work of Sir Christopher Wren, the great architect of the 17th century, and it took 35 years to construct. And this is where, in fact, Prince Charles and the late Diana, Princess of Wales, were married. It's where the funeral service took place of Sir Winston Churchill. And actually, for the American visitors, it's where we have the American chapel inside. Because when the Americans were based here during the last World War, those that left from here and never returned, the names that we had of those members of staff are recorded in a book of honour inside. Fisk was the first fighter pilot who got killed, the American fighter pilot who got killed during World War II. And that name we had, so his name was the first recording. Florence Nightingale, the first nurse, was remembered and is remembered downstairs in the crypt of St. Paul's Cathedral. You see this here on the left-hand side, the lady was asking about the new buildings. I'm not exaggerating, but it's not long ago when they took down the building that was here. I'm being quite serious now, I'm not trying to be funny, but I really am serious. And on it, look way down there on the left, you can see the bridge that was built to celebrate the year 2000. You see the fun on the chimney there, the tall one in the distance there on the left. That's the largest art gallery for modern art in the world, the Tate Modern. Sugar. My idea was that we came down here. No, it isn't. It's just a sugar.
It's so big.
What are you going to do, Fleet Street?
No, I'm trying to think. She was very unlucky. She had about 14 children, and they all died before they reached 16 years of age. That was in the early 18th century. Down this route here, where we're travelling now with all the offices, it was full of places that made gin. And they say that she looked down this route because she was, in fact, very much tempted and was drinking gin to drown her sorrows. I don't blame her. Here, if you look down this road here on the right, look right down the road on the right-hand side, there you are, you can see the big dome down there on the right. That's the Old Bailey, the highest court for criminal law. It's busy, busy, busy. Action stations. Feel tempted to open the doors and say, how are the markets? There's the London Eye, the wheel over there in the distance on the left. Takes 35 minutes to go round. Fabulous success story. It's the tallest wheel in the world. Over 135 metres high. Moves beautifully slowly around, and when you buy your ticket, it says on it British Airways, because they were the company that funded the whole idea, but it was designed by a husband and wife architectural. It's fabulous. It's a great success story. Those of you who are Da Vinci Code fans, just ahead of us on the right you'll see some gardens. And the gardens and the buildings surrounding the gardens are where the barristers of law sit, have their offices, or as they're known as chambers. Very often see them on television, or being interviewed wearing their wigs, which is their custom, their protocol. And inside that complex of buildings is the temple church, which featured in the book. So just through there on the right, those gardens and those buildings are all part of the Inns of Court. Barristers of law have their offices there. We have a legal problem with the last World War. And across there on the left, behind the trees, the wonderful Royal National Theatre, which has 3 theatres inside with this tremendous production on of War Horse and many other super plays at the moment. The buildings here with the arches on the right, the buildings above, part of the site of an old palace, now houses 3 or 4 major art exhibitions, including the very wonderful French Impressionist collection, which is a speciality here. Across the river on the left-hand side you can see a building with a green roof, the Royal Festival Hall, built in 1951 for the Festival of Britain. 3 concert halls there. And we've gone past Cleopatra's Needle. We're coming along the embankment. Imagine this roadway here was originally part of the River Thames in the early 1800s. And in a few minutes we'll see the Parliament building. There will be no Union Jack flying from the top because the politicians are not in session. It was the idea of using a British flag at the top of the building was decided when they built this one in the 19th century during the time of Queen Victoria, so that everybody would recognize buildings on the right hand side where you could see the police vans here on the right. You could see red brick buildings through the trees on the right. These were the headquarters of the Metropolitan Police. They moved out of here over 25 years ago, and they're used by the politicians. So, the buildings on your right, everything you see on the right is part of Parliament. And you have a new building here on the right-hand side, which opened in the year 2000. And you can see, of course, the tower in front with the clock face facing you, which has the big bell behind it, known as Great Bell, or its nickname, Big Ben. Parliament. All this in front of you on the right, directly ahead, is part of Parliament. And the building directly ahead, the older building of all the buildings here in front of us, looks like an enormous palace, you'll see in a moment. So they're in recess, they've withdrawn, they don't come back here till the end of November. Probably this year they will not reconvene until the beginning of December, which is very late. So our parliamentary year starts. Prize winners in the past, scientists, men of letters, sciences, industry, businesses. It's an honorary position when they're appointed, invited to become a member of the House of Lords. So, here on the left is the entrance to the House of Commons, where Mr. Gordon Brown, the Right Honourable Gordon Brown, would go in when they're in session as Prime Minister. Downing Street is about 3 minutes walk away from here. But of course, for security's sake, he always drives. They always drive him here. There's a huge statue of Churchill on the right-hand side. Parliament Square. And there's your Parliament on your left. As I say, you can join us this week for a tour of the building. Here on the left, Westminster Abbey behind the green, the most important church in the country where the coronations have taken place since 1066. Famous people are buried there like George Frederick Handel, the German composer and musician, Sir Isaac Newton, Mary Queen of Scots, and many, many others, just to mention a few. So we will be in about 2 minutes at the hotel, the enormous building here on the right, which is 19th century, the Methodist Central Hall, was actually used.
We are at Buckingham Palace. Look at those gates. Now that's some gates over there. They got different things on.
Those are where they're really close.
I think this is about as close as you get.
No, remember there was one guy.
Look, there he goes.
All up in the
Look, he's doing his thing. Oh, he changed the gun on a different side. Oh, take a step. It means get back. I don't know. What did I do?
Look, he's walking. This dude's walking.
Uh-oh. He's going to come over here. This is going to start walking in a minute. It must be a high honor to do that. Uh-oh. What is this person doing? Can you go in there?
Yeah.
If you do a tour?
Yeah.
Wow. Uh-oh. Done riled them up. Got his machine gun going. Uh-oh. Up. 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 What kind of marching is that? Look, somebody's got cable TV going up there. I see a wire. Where'd Tasha go? I don't know. Where's Natasha? I done lost her. Oh, there she is. She's way over there. Wow. Really nice. Beautiful. Okay. Natasha! Look at those gates. Gorgeous. And then you come around and you got a view of the palace. It's beautiful. And you got a view of the statue thing. It's amazing. Way back there in the background, you got Westminster Abbey. I guess we'll walk to. Look at the colors. Look at the colors of the flowers. Flowers are gorgeous, aren't they? Huh?
Did you want a picture in front of the gate?
Here, let's do this so we can get some video. Okay, there we are.
Yeah, we're actually together here at Buckingham Palace.
It's hard to believe. Yeah, there it is in the background. We're leaving the
tribe of kids.
Tribe of Indians. Before we leave Buckingham Palace. We're not going to walk down that street where the shops are again?
What shop?
All those souvenir shops. I'm sure there's 100 more. Yeah, look at these little, these people are crazy, God. Look, even little poles have crowns. See that? It's kind of dangerous, I think, right here, don't you?
Okay, come on.
Can we go? Uh-oh. Shit. No? Those are pretty too. This is an unbelievable park. I remember, look at how pretty it is. I wonder if Andrew and Marissa remember any of this. I gotta get those videos. I have
the birds that attack you.
That's Trafalgar Square. That's gonna be a ways away, I think. You probably wouldn't like it.
Probably not.
Look. I don't know.
That's the old thing.
It's the old city, isn't it? You want a picture? Or here.
Where's Big Ben?
It's this one. Parliament Square, right there.
Yeah.
See, Big Ben? So see?
We
Go across.
We'll go down.
We can go here and there. And then wherever. Let's see if we can. Oh, I don't even. That thing's gonna be expensive, you know what I'm saying?
Toilets.
Do you have to go to the toilet? Probably have to pay. The Queen's toilet. Look, it even says Royal Palace. Look. Yeah, it does. Look. See? It says the Royal Parks for the Royal Park toilet. Boy, they're taking toilet sign pictures. They're desperate. You know you're a tourist. What are you doing? What are you taking a picture of the toilet for? They're gonna arrest you thinking that you're a voyeur or something. I don't know about this place. Tasha looked at the map like she can read one. That was good. Yeah.
I can read a map.
Come on. If you bite me, I don't like it. Come here. Come here. Hey. Come here. It's okay. Come on. Oh, I wish I had some. You can turn the flash off. We're not in Germany no more.
What?
I said we're not in Germany no more. Which way? I'm following you. I don't know. We're here where Olive is. Olive 1725 to 1774. Churchill Museum. Ooh, I bet that's interesting. Natasha, let me take a couple pictures of you with all that stuff. Natasha. Natasha. Wait. The time is that right? It's wrong. I know mine's wrong.
No, mine's right.
Actually, mine's right too. Whoa, look at that. Natasha. Take a picture, Natasha. There's so much history. I just don't know what I'm looking at. People crazy out here. Parliament Square. Here we are. It's Parliament Square. We got Waterloo. This, that, and the other. Oh, look how beautiful it is. Oh, I want to see that at night. Maybe we'll sit down and eat something.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Okay. Look at that.
Yeah, they're mixed up. Hello.
Are you looking in there or there? See, you want to look over there and you're like you're crazy now. Wow. Wow. Steven. Steven. Now we take some pictures. With that gate in the background.
Why is it everywhere we're going? I'm sure it'll be fine.
There's a duck tour. We've seen those. Is it doing okay? Did I get it? Some kind of automatic rifle there. These guys are serious business. Who's that back there? Somebody imported right there? What's that? What's that? Oh, look. Got army people. Is that Ben? What's that? Look.
What is that?
Oh, it's a memorial. You want to go in there? Newest visitor attraction. Let's see what it is. What cards? Uh-oh. What's going on? Uh-oh, I got lucky here. He's a little hefty in the back, isn't he? Where the hell's he going? Uh-oh, uh-oh. He looks mad. Take some pictures, Tasha. God, I don't think you can. Looks like he's shitting his pants.
Sounds like it.
It does? What?
You want to go in? For what?
I don't know, but it's craziness. Look at these things. Look, there's Big Ben down that way. Look at that. Look, Tasha. Natasha, look.
Stephen, how do I
Come on, come on, come on.
I don't want all that information.
Video of this mess that we're standing in the middle of with these buses coming down like bats out of hell. We got this guy on a horse right here. Is that a city? Oh. What's that mean? Did she tell us that?
Sex. Ah! They're
Oh my gosh. Alright, how do you get out this thing? I guess we gotta go this way.
Cheerio!
Tasha likes the Vatican. Look how pretty the flowers are on the coasts. Is this walk yet?
Yeah.
Walk yet. Oh, Jesus. Tottenham. Tomorrow to Tottenham. Let's see him. Natasha. There he is. Mr. Trafalgar, whatever the... See if I can look up his nostrils. Woo! Oh, it made me dizzy. Wow, look at that fountain. Woo! Wow. What in the hell is going on? Oh, it's a concert. Maybe, what's the concert of? Oh, it's the Paralympics.
So many British athletes who performed exceptionally well there. But it's going to be so.
The opening ceremony. The Mayor of London. Oh! And guess what? We're here. In London. Oh my God.
Two very happy looking gentlemen indeed.
He's goofy. Look at him, Tasha. Well, he's had a long trip over there, hasn't he? I think it's time to get back to some business.
And if Boris Johnson, when he was elected to Mayor of London in May this year, could have dreamt of this moment.
Is that the Canadian embassy? No, that's not a Canadian flag. That's like a Turkish flag.
Okay, we're...
Yeah, weird. We're looking at the Mayor of London in China, and we're sitting here in London. There he is, the Mayor of London. 2012. I know we won't be here then. That's going to be scary.
But heartfelt thanks there to Sir Philip Craven.
Tasha, I want a picture of you with the Vatican. Screaming at somebody. What did he do? Did he jaywalk? What did he do? You sure this is to the palace? Yeah, it is. Nothing dodgy. Look, the Royal Parks. The Royal Parks van. Oh, you didn't like what somebody did he? Yeah. We're having a Cobra beer. Look at this guy.
Maybe he's my friend, our friend from California.
I know it. He probably is from California. And we're having the Baltic House Indian cuisine. Huh? Isn't it? I know it. I love it. We like everybody else. There's Hassan. Can I take you eating? I'm excited about it. Sex in the City, look. Sex in the City. It's gonna be night. I feel like I'm gonna hit my lightning or something.